Hello guys, the following is a collection of the first 4 parts of the Southern series, which feels like we did forever ago. The series is special to me because it was the first one created completely by me and kinda suited my Southern accent. Some of you all have been asking me to do this for a while, and so I finally threw it together. Just keep in mind, this is older audio, and it comes from a time when I wasn't as polished as I am now, so there might be some rough spots and the quality may not be as good. Also, the reason I'm combining the first 4 parts only is because this comes from a time when I tried to keep every segment under 5 minutes, while the last 3 parts of the series comes from the time when I started doing deep dives on cases, so I didn't think that it really fit together well. At some point though, I will roll those last 3 up into a compilation. I hope you guys can enjoy this first part though. Also, to keep things a little fresh, I'm going to be doing case updates for the ones where an update is available, and there are quite a few of them we can catch up on. So with that, assume the resting position, open that bottle of Dr. Enough, and grab the bag of old Florida potato chips. We are going on a long trip down south. Swift's Silver Mine, Kentucky. In 1788, a man named John Filson, who was an early historian of Kentucky, as well as being one of the original founders of Cincinnati, would record something rather curious. Filson would write that in the Appalachian Mountains of eastern Kentucky lie a silver mine that a man named John Swift had discovered in the year of 1760, 9 years before famed explorer Daniel Boone's expedition into Kentucky. And although Europeans had seen part of Kentucky before Boone, it was still largely unexplored, making Filson's claim of a silver mine in East Kentucky almost a decade before Boone seem, well, unthinkable. And John Filson being a historian and scholar, well, he wouldn't lie about it, right? Unfortunately, shortly after Filson recorded this knowledge, he would vanish while surveying the Great Miami River in Ohio after his party was attacked by Shawnee Indians, so he was never able to expand upon what exactly he knew about the location of the silver mine. What is known has been added onto over the years, leading to a legend where some of the facts have obviously been embellished. But the basic story goes like this. An Englishman by the name Jonathan Swift had went into the region of eastern Kentucky 9 years before Boone in 1760 on a series of mining expeditions. Over this time frame, Swift would keep a journal. In that journal, he would claim that a wounded bear had actually led him to the vein of silver ore in a cave, and for the next 9 years, he would make annual treks back to the site of the mine, carrying out silver bars and minted coins. Over the years, Swift would start to hit more and more obstacles every time he went back into the hills for his silver. There was always the threat of Indian attacks, which he had already survived a couple, and then his crew would actually mutiny at one point. Swift had enough, and he would actually wall up the cave and discontinued his mining operation in 1769, just months before Daniel Boone would make his way into Kentucky. Now, as I just mentioned, the story from here gets added onto and gets variations. One account, even published in Harper's Magazine, over a century later in 1886, claimed that Swift had buried a good deal of the treasure in various locations. Most people completely disregard this, and instead focus on the location and legitimacy of the silver mine itself. And if it does exist, where is this mine? Well, we do know that one respected historian, named John Haywood, who is known as the father of Tennessee history, would record finding 2 ancient furnaces near Clear Creek in the far southeastern corner of Kentucky in Bell County that he believed may have been used by Swift to smelt the silver down. And according to Swift's journal, he and his crew got the silver in a cave just 3 miles from where these furnaces were. So, if it is real, this is the most likely area cited by searchers, although other areas of eastern Kentucky have been proposed. After this, the journal would state that due to increasing hostility from the Indians, they would decide to leave, so Swift left his journal with a widow named Miss Renfro, whom he was romantically interested in. Then the crew would board a canoe on the Cumberland River and head to a place now called Nashville. His crew would vanish from record after this, but Swift would return the following year. But before he could return, a disease had rendered him almost blind, and he was never able to find his mine or treasures again. Yet, Most skeptics claim that this mine probably never existed, citing that in the 2 centuries since, not one bit of mining and excavation in the region has yielded one single vein of silver ore. There's also the issue of the journal, which there are numerous versions of that the story is based on. So if it doesn't exist, how did this story get started? Well, it seems that the first person to write about it, John Filson, wasn't the most honest guy, as he had gotten into trouble previously, trying to run a scam with some land claim type of deal. It's thought that he made the whole thing up in order to get people moving into the area, where he would then try to pull a similar scam again. This has not deterred treasure hunters though, who still believe the mine exists. Kreneice Jones and LaMoine Allen, Mississippi. On May 10, 1992, 3-year-old Kreneice Jones would attend Mother's Day church service and dinner with her father in a town called Woodville, Mississippi. They actually lived in Edgar, Louisiana though, which was over 100 miles away, but they were visiting the Allen family, whom Kreneice's father was close to. Now before I get too deep into this, I want to point out there's a lot of conflicting info ahead, which creates some confusion. For example, some accounts claim that it was Kreneice's mother who took her, not her father. Regardless, I will try to simplify it. At some point that evening, Kreneice and her father would go about 4 miles east of Woodville to a store called Jimmy Jackson Grocery Store. This grocery store was owned by the Allen family, who also owned 8 homes around it. As mentioned, the Allen family were close to the Jones family, and on that day, 2-year-old LaMoine Allen had tagged along. Allen actually lived with his aunt and uncle because his father was in the military and his mother was attending school out of town. We also know that Kreneice's mother was actually dating one of LaMoine's uncles. In spite of this, the 2 small children had barely been around each other. The adults would actually go to the house on the left of the store to have a barbecue and listen to music, while the children went to the home on the right to play. At around 4 p.m., the children simply vanished. The adults would start going door to door looking for them, while the police came out with search dogs. Detectives would quickly claim that the children had been taken by a vehicle that had been spotted in front of the store. This vehicle was a blue compact car with a false convertible top, chrome hubcaps, and dark tinted windows. But I have to emphasize, it's not 100% sure that this car was involved. It is possible that it just happened to be in the area around the time. In fact, Kreneice's family believes that description of the car was made up in an attempt to implicate someone else in their family, and that no such vehicle ever passed by. One weird thing about this case is the fact that there were 20 adults around, but no one seemed to be watching the kids. I think that might be because it was one of those deals where everyone else thought someone else was watching them, plus the fact that they were in a rural area, which made them feel safer. There's not a lot of details on this one, so there's not a lot of theories. One is abduction by someone outside the family. There's also the theory, of course, that someone from inside the family was behind it, or that an accident was covered up, or even that the kids just got lost in the woods and succumbed to the elements. One other thing I have seen thrown around is that these kids did not just hang out by the store. Instead, it's alleged that they went to tag along with some much older kids that they didn't really know. Apparently, at some point, these kids asked Kreneice and LaMoine to stop following them. One girl named Tasha specifically had taken Kreneice with her and then never brought her back. However, because the record keeping on this is pretty poor, I can't verify that obviously. But the last official sighting of the children came from a woman that had drove by and seen the 2 children playing next to the highway. After that, it's anyone's guess. Valley Hill Lights, Kentucky. In 1995, in a little community called Valley Hill, near Springfield, Kentucky, would become the center of a very weird and religious phenomenon. According to the data I could find online, the first person to actually witness this was the owner of Valley Hill, a woman named Iona Wright, as she would claim to have seen visions of the Virgin Mary, along with random bursts of color and showers of golden flakes. Thousands of people, especially of the spiritual type, have flocked to the area since, and several have been interviewed to talk about their experiences. They claim to have seen several things in the sky, including strange dots and visions. Some have claimed to have seen others with gold on their faces. Another stated that as she held her rosary, it turned to gold. She also smelled roses, but none were around. And one of the most well-documented cases came on April 6, 1995, when a Sunday school teacher, Ann Mudd, and her 8 students visited Valley Hill. One of the students, a girl named Mandy Mattingly, claimed to have seen strange colors around the sun. And right after all of this, the other girls would see them too. The teacher, Ann, would even take pictures, and in one of the pictures, it was claimed that you could see angels around a girl. Another picture showed what was claimed to be Jesus and the Virgin Mary with a veil. One of the girls also claimed that another picture had a tombstone with the name Kate Ballard on it, who was the girl's deceased cousin. The mothers of these girls would obviously be skeptical at first, but even they got sucked into it after having several visions of their own. In fact, that would be a reoccurring theme, where several skeptics would go out to investigate, only to become believers themselves after having their own visions. And to the believers of this phenomena, it still hasn't been explained to this day. However, others disagree. A man from the Skeptical Inquirer, named Dr. Joe Nickel, investigated the pictures and said the photos were nothing more than bad pictures developed from a cartridge leak, and that the visions of Jesus and Mary was just due to pareidolia, which is the brain's tendency to perceive a specific meaningful image in random patterns, and the tombstone with the written name on it was actually from the writing on a chart on the back of the Polaroid photo pack. He attributed everything else to mass hysteria. However, the crowds would continue to grow for a time, but in the following years, they diminished, and now maybe 1 to 2 people visit occasionally. But from what I could find from recent interviews, recent being the early 2000s, the girls from the Sunday school class still believe they witnessed the miracle that day. Barbara Blount, Louisiana. 58-year-old widow, Barbara Blount, of Livingston Parish, Louisiana, lived alone, but kept in regular touch with her relatives. In fact, her 2 children lived just down the road, and she made dinner for them every day, as well as often taking her sister to medical appointments. She lived a quiet life, but she was active in her local church. And on May 2, 2008, at 11:30 a.m., Barbara was cleaning out her kitchen cabinets. And we know this because her neighbor was on the phone with her at the time. It's actually this neighbor who would be the last person to ever speak to Barbara, that we know of at least. When her daughter could not get a hold of her at noon, she asked her cousin to pop in and check on her. He lived close by, so he went to check out the house and was kind of surprised to see the front door cracked open, as well as the windows. He would walk in and saw Barbara's phone lying out on the floor with the battery pulled out. The pots had been removed for cleaning, were still stacked on the kitchen floor. The police were called immediately. They found no sign of forced entry, and there were no valuables missing. The FBI would eventually be called in, and they didn't find anything either. The sheriff would later remark that it was the cleanest crime scene that they had ever seen. By that evening, at 4:15 p.m., her 2006 silver Toyota Camry would be found parked about a quarter of a mile from her home. It was actually parked on a dirt logging road on the property of a hunting club. It had been set about 25 to 30 yards off the road and was hidden behind some trees. There was also water in the floorboard. That's probably from a heavy rain that hit the area earlier, the same rain that hampered much of the early search. The keys were found buried under gravel about 20 yards from her car. The police were obviously called, and again, they searched the area. Detectives did find one early lead, and that was a witness who seen a woman matching Barbara's description standing outside of that car, wearing a tank top, pinstripe shorts, and purple Crocs, and holding her keys and possibly glasses. They also seen a white man in a late 90s model, big silver Ford pickup truck parked near her car, and Barbara was standing at his driver's door talking to him. The witness stated that although Barbara turned to them and smiled as they went by, something seemed off. The man was wearing mirrored sunglasses, had light-colored blonde hair or bleached hair, with dark roots, almost in a bowl cut. He was thin and his face was kind of sunken in. He sort of looked unhealthy. The man would turn away like he didn't want to be seen. These witnesses described Barbara correctly, going by what she was wearing that day, and they also picked her out of a photo lineup, yet could not pick the man out of a lineup when police provided pictures of who they thought it might be. This man is obviously the key, considering he never came forward. This case was only made more odd by the fact that Barbara was particularly cautious. She wouldn't open her door for strangers, and she also carried a gun when going outside, even when just going to milk the cows. That handgun would be found left in the home. Another key part that sticks out in this, Barbara's house could not even be seen from the road, meaning that the person almost certainly didn't just stumble across it. They knew it was there, and that she lived alone, meaning she probably knew the person. Detectives have pretty much ruled out robbery, since nothing was taken, and her credit cards were never used, but they do believe she was taken forcefully. There's been one pretty crazy theory that has popped up in all of this, that being, it's actually tied to the death of her husband back in 2004, because apparently, the now deceased Henry Blount had perished when he was driving a gasoline tanker truck over some railroad tracks and was tragically struck by a train. The crash not only killed Henry though, but also 2 railroad employees. The locomotive union was furious and blamed the crash on Henry. Some members of the union even claimed that their co-workers had been murdered. Some speculate that this was some kind of payback to the Blount family for that, although it's kind of weird they waited 4 years to get their revenge. There's also claims of this being a payback for a drug debt, as it's rumored someone in her family was involved in the drug trade. The sheriff, for his part, has been pretty proactive, going on various podcasts to talk about the case, as well as asking the community to provide info if they have it. He claimed they have suspects, but within the past few years, he has admitted the case stands where it did the day it happened. Even DNA found in her car led to nothing. Case update. So we come to our first update, and it's sort of a minor one, but it's a change nonetheless. In 2023, the sheriff would provide new information on where the case stood. The biggest part of this briefing was the fact that they now have a big lead, one in which the sheriff's department believes is going to lead to a break in the case and lead to an arrest, while also finally shedding light on what ultimately happened to Barbara. In addition, a former investigator / cold case detective in Louisiana who started a podcast, Woody Overton, has covered the case in detail, and he's actually someone that has worked with the sheriff's department, so he has been privy to a lot of the case's unpublicized details. He has stated on his channel that, quote, "It's just a tragedy of investigative events that occurred since Miss Barbara, I'm just gonna say it, she was murdered, because no, she didn't disappear. I'm telling you, she was murdered," end quote. I think most of us probably already assumed that's what happened, but it sounds like, according to this one quote, that the investigation was botched in some way over the years. Another thing that has been cleared up on this update is the alleged sighting of Barbara talking to the man in the truck, the same man said to be wearing the mirrored sunglasses. Detectives now believe that this was not Barbara at all. This woman and man talking were actually the first 2 witnesses who called into police to report Barbara's vehicle setting out on this abandoned logging road. That's when the 3rd witness drove by and seen these 2 talking and mistakenly reported that it was Barbara talking to this man. But according to police, this is not the case, and it wasn't even an adult man. Instead, he was a teenage boy who was talking to this woman, and those 2 called the police. However, many armchair sleuths believe the police are simply wrong or were covering up for someone. In fact, one journalist did interview the supposed 3rd witness about law enforcement's theory that they really didn't see Barbara, and this witness, of course, disagreed, which brings us to the other issue we covered. Why did the clothing description match what Barbara had been seen wearing earlier? However, one other key thing to point out that came out in this update was the police actually got called about Barbara's car before her family reported her missing, and the police were already on their way to the car when the 911 call came in about Barbara being missing. So it's completely possible that the 2 people there were actually just misidentified witnesses. Next was the issue with the phone batteries that were discovered. Actually, the cordless landline was found in the carport with the battery dislodged. Some people believe this shows whatever happened occurred in the carport, resulting in Barbara dropping the phone, which caused the battery to come out. But detectives have clarified that they simply can't draw that conclusion because the storms that day brought in heavy winds, and it's just possible Barbara set the phone out in the carport and it was blown off something and busted. And finally, phone records show no strange calls were made before she vanished. Mont Highley IV, Alabama. Mont Highley IV was raised in Montgomery, Alabama, and actually attended the University of Alabama. After he graduated, he would begin working in the construction field, traveling a lot, but always coming back to his home in Montgomery to spend time with his friends and family. And it's that home that this mystery would begin, when on Thanksgiving 2003, he would go to have dinner with his family. At this dinner, he would actually make plans with his father, Dr. Mont Highley III, to go hunting just 2 days later on Saturday. Mont would actually stay on Thanksgiving and left the following evening on Friday, intending to come back Saturday morning to the farm to go hunting with his dad. But that Saturday morning, Dr. Highley would arrive and did not see Mont nor his Tahoe, which was odd considering the farm was unlocked and the front door to the mobile home stood open. The lights and the TV were also on inside the home. Dr. Highley would assume that Mont had decided to just go watch the football game with friends, so he locked up and went home. His father would state later on that they had talked briefly the evening before, and that Mont told his father he was going to go hunting alone between 5 to 5:30 p.m., but he would still see him the next day, before the call was abruptly cut off. About an hour later, Mont was spotted at a liquor store, where he bought some beer and called a friend to go hunting, but the friend couldn't make it. Then, between 8 and 9:35 p.m., phone records showed that Mont had been on a few phone calls. The following day, though, Dr. Highley would receive a call from an attorney and former judge, Dale Segrist, who told him that Mont's Tahoe was parked on their property. They at first didn't know until they checked inside and they seen his son's wallet, but they didn't think much of it, since they had known the Highley family for a while and knew that they had a camp nearby. Mont was nowhere to be seen, though. When the police arrived to help search, they found it complicated by the fact that multiple locations were involved, and there was no sign of a struggle. A few of Mont's belongings were strewn about the 290-acre family farm. His boots were on the front porch, his wet pants in the bedroom, with a cell phone and $100 in the pocket. The family golf cart was found abandoned a little further out from the mobile home, stuck on a tree root, with Mont's shirt, a pistol, and random items about. In his truck was the keys, wallet with the cash, and a rifle inside. Tracking dogs followed his scent from the Segrist family property to across the road where they finally lost it. And just 2 months later, on January 14th, someone linked to the Johnson property reported a body in an unused grain silo behind a restaurant. Because of the decomposition, he was left to dental records, which confirmed that it was Mont. And here we come across the first area of mixed reports. Some volunteers claim to have searched that area early on, and Mont was not found, while the Alabama SBI claims that law enforcement, however, did not search that area, and it's unclear if cadaver dogs were ever taken there. Harold Johnson would tell detectives his brother Ted had not used the silo since the 80s, and that no one had been in there for a long time. Investigators have never stated who exactly found the body or what prompted them to look. However, Ted Johnson would later tell a reporter that his son found the body. Law enforcement has been very quiet about the evidence found, but they have confirmed that he was still wearing a $600 watch, and that he had a pair of pants neatly folded on top of him. Because of a backlog in forensic labs, his death wouldn't be ruled a murder until 7 months later in August. The case pretty much went cold after this, and it wasn't until 2022, when an Alabama Cold Case Facebook group began posting about the case, that a renewed interest would begin, which brought up new leads to the investigators. However, there are no official theories. Heck, law enforcement hasn't even stated how he was murdered, but the two rumors floating around the most seem to be drug trade or love triangle. Bonnie Bess McFadden, Arkansas. Retired teacher Bonnie McFadden was a 78-year-old widow that lived alone in Coal Hill, Arkansas. She actually lived down the road from her brother, whom she had daily contact with, but in August of 2005, several days would go by without hearing from Bonnie. Her brother, Tom Davenport, would drive over to check on her. When he got to her house, the first thing he noticed was the gate to her property was unlocked, which is very unusual. He would get out and walk into the house to check on her, but there were no signs of Bonnie. Her brother was worried, and only got more so when he walked out into the driveway and discovered that her car was also unlocked. Just another strange clue that something wasn't right, because she always kept them locked. The police were called in to do a search, but found nothing, other than they did discover some of her financial papers and purse was missing from the residence. Her family would later state that Bonnie had managed several rental properties and developed a close friendship with one of her tenants, a man in his 20s. She had purchased him many gifts, including a motorcycle, a backhoe, as well as taking him on a trip to Hawaii. Her family was concerned about this and tried to discourage her from seeing him, but she did not listen. Her family has also said they believe they know who is responsible, and I can only assume that it's this young guy. Investigators would eventually establish she was last seen making a bank transaction for several $1,000s at a bank in Clarksville, about 15 miles away. This was the last official sighting of her. Police would eventually get a tip in 2009 that she had been dumped into a lake in the area, but divers searched and found nothing. Sadly, this is one that just doesn't have a lot of info. I think it's probably safe to say she is deceased. But what happened to her? How did she vanish without a trace? Is the unnamed young man responsible? Melissa Witt, Arkansas. We stay in Arkansas for this next one. Fort Smith, Arkansas to be exact. Melissa Witt was a 19-year-old college student at West Ark Community College and was living with her mother Mary Ann in 1994. She also worked part-time at a local dental clinic as a dental assistant and kept a pretty busy schedule with school and work and planned on becoming a dental hygienist. That December 1st was like a typical day for Melissa, but as she got ready to go to campus for class, she would ask her mom if she could borrow some money. Her mom said no, which led to a small disagreement, but no major spat, so Melissa headed off to class. Her mom would go to a bowling alley later that afternoon, and she would leave a note from Melissa stating that she loved her and that she could find her at the bowling alley, and that if she wanted to come by, her mom would buy them a burger. So after class and work, Missy would see the note and head towards the bowling alley her mom was at. It was about 6:30 to 7 p.m. as she pulled into the parking lot and, strangely, never made it inside. Once Mary Ann realized Melissa was missing, she would call the police, and what can only be described as bizarre is the fact that no one found her car for 2 days. And when they did, it was still in the bowling alley parking lot. I've not been able to find out how this slip-up even happened, but the detectives would go over the scene and made a pretty quick determination that Melissa had been abducted. They based this on evidence that suggested a struggle had taken place around the car, including blood that was found in the parking lot and on Missy's keys, which had been turned into the bowling alley. Her earring was also recovered, but even with this info, there was very little investigators had to go by. This was the early 90s, and cameras were not everywhere. The case is very similar to that of Jody Huisentruit, except for one key fact. 6 weeks later, 2 hunters in the Ozark National Forest, about 45 miles from her home, Missy's body was found nude and had been placed near a headstone-shaped rock. She had been strangled. Her clothes and belongings, however, were missing and never found. An early lead into this case was a convict named Larry Swearingen, who would eventually be executed for the murder of Melissa Trotter, another 19-year-old, who was just killed 4 years later in 1998 in a very similar manner, and was also found in the large forest of Arkansas. He was even known to be in the area when Melissa was abducted. Of course, Swearingen denied this, and if he was guilty, he took any details with him to the grave. Another suspect bandied about is a man named Travis Crouch, who was released from jail just 2 months prior in another state. Once he was released, it is known he did go to Arkansas. He was never able to provide an alibi for investigators either. He has a long criminal past, including sexual assault and violence, and is currently in prison again for sexual assault of a young woman he abducted in a mall parking lot, who only escaped because he passed out from drugs. He lived near the location where the body was found, and is still considered a suspect. Other theories propose that she was abducted by someone that she knew. Melissa's mother, Mary Ann, would pass away in 2011 at the age of 75, with no resolution in her daughter's case. Case update. Another suspect name has popped up on the radars in this one. Now I don't know if I missed it before, or maybe law enforcement was keeping it hushed, but a man previously convicted of a similar murder in 2000, a Charlie Vines, would be reinvestigated in 2019. Apparently, His name had first came onto the radar of investigators in 2000 after he was convicted, and he even had a deal worked out with them that he would confess to a few of the other unsolved cases, one of these being Melissa Witt, in exchange for avoiding the death penalty, since at the time he was sitting on death row. For whatever reason, this deal fell through and Vines seemed to have been forgotten, and when the search came back to focus on him in 2019, he was unconscious, because due to some kind of health issues, he had been incapacitated for a while, and he would die without ever giving another interview to detectives. And as far as what led them back to him, it seemed to be a couple of things. For one, Vines was a serial killer, known more commonly as River Valley Killer, and both of his other murders occurred in the 90s near to where Melissa's had, so it makes sense. But also, they received a tip from another woman who worked with Vines' mother, and this witness claimed that Vines would often show up to visit his mother at work wearing a bowling league shirt, so it's most likely he did visit that bowling alley often. There's also the fact that he had completed work orders in and around the area. However, detectives still have not stated he is the main suspect, as the suspect we mentioned in the original video, Travis Crouch, is also still seen as a suspect. And in recent years, an online sleuth who has studied the case for a long time and has written 2 books about it, believes the suspect is a man who was involved romantically with Melissa and was 10 years older than her and had a criminal history. This man she cannot name, obviously, and police have never commented on her theory, but detectives have stated they are looking for a few crucial witnesses who they think can bust the case wide open. One is a short male with a mustache and glasses that was standing on the sidewalk around the time she was abducted. Police think he heard or seen the altercation between Melissa and her abductor, and maybe thought it was just a couple's quarrel, while a couple with a young child were walking through the area at the same time, and it's also believed they seen or heard the abduction taking place and could provide critical information if located. Land's End Light, South Carolina. In my research into the paranormal events in the South, I found pretty quickly that almost every state had a ghost light story. Some are better than others. This is one of the better ones. In South Carolina, one of the most popular paranormal stories is that of the Land's End Light, located in Beaufort. The yellowish orb appears on a 3-mile stretch of Land's End Road on St. Helena Island. This particular stretch of road is known as one of the most haunted roads in the entire state, and it's been called South Carolina's own Sleepy Hollow. According to witnesses that have seen it, the orb usually appears at a good distance away, at a height of about 10 to 12 feet above the road, before abruptly zooming up into the air and out of view. There are other reports that say the light hovers next to cars or chases them as well. Of course, that's less believed. When it first appears, it usually looks like the single beam of an automobile light, kinda like when you pass a vehicle that has one headlight blown out. As it gets closer, it gets bigger, but dimmer than a headlight. It has an oval shape and the color of yellow and pale orange. The light is also somewhat reliable, as many report that you can see it every night if you're patient enough to wait. And crazy enough, it is officially responsible for at least one car crash. So what is this thing? Well, paranormal believers tell of a story of Confederate soldiers who were stationed in the area to protect its strategic position on the Beaufort River. Apparently, in 1861, some soldiers got into a fight with some of the local residents, and a soldier, Private Frank Quigley, was decapitated. Legend says that he now wanders the Land's End Road with an old iron lantern in his hand, looking for his missing head, the orb being the lantern. But there's also the skeptical point of view, which says it's nothing more than swamp gas, which I get so tired of reading about. But this claim of swamp gas is even weaker when you realize there are no swamps in the area. Jerrold Potter, Missouri. On June 28, 1968, Pontiac City, Illinois councilman Jerrold Potter and his wife Carrie would board a chartered flight from Kankakee, Illinois to a Dallas Lions Club conference. The plane was a twin-propeller DC-3 type. About an hour after takeoff, the plane would cross into Missouri and was about 8,000 feet over the Ozarks, approaching Rolla and the former Clark National Forest. Potter would tell his wife that he was going to the restroom and would return shortly. He made his way past the other 21 passengers, stopping briefly to speak to a friend. After Jerrold excused himself to the restroom, the plane would shake briefly and then continued on without trouble. Some would say later on that it wasn't even a shake, but more like they heard a sound of wind, while others claimed they heard a loud sound like a bang, but no one really thought much of it. The flight went on for a few more minutes, and Jerrold did not return. Carrie would alert a flight attendant, who then walked to the restroom to make sure Jerrold was okay. To her shock, she seen that the rear door had been opened. Meanwhile, pilot Miguel Cabeza was just starting to notice a red light flashing on his control panel. That light was the door open light, so he sent co-pilot Roy Backus back to investigate. But before Backus could even make it to the back, he ran into the flight attendant, who told him the rear door was open and Mr. Potter was missing. The co-pilot himself would hurry to the back and look. He discovered that the onboarding door had been opened and the retractable stairs used by passengers had been extended, explaining the drag and the warning light. It appeared to him that the latch designed to prevent the door from opening had broke mid-flight. He would then rush back to the front and told the pilot Cabeza, who would make an emergency landing in Springfield. Strangely for the 60s, news had traveled so fast that the media was already at the airport waiting. Finally, once landing, they would do a head count, and everyone was still on the plane, except for Potter. This mystery is sort of twofold. For one, what exactly happened? Secondly, just why hasn't his body been recovered? As far as what happened, there's various theories. One suggestion that was offered by the pilots is that the plane's brief rattle caused Jerrold to stumble and slam into the exit door, causing it to fly open. In fact, research found that a similar event happened in February 1950 when the same door on another DC-3 suddenly opened and a flight attendant plunged to her death. And in what has to be a 1 in a million odds, another incident happened that same exact day. But in that occurrence, the flight attendant was able to hold onto the door until the aircraft safely landed. Others have suggested that Potter mistook the exit door for the restroom door, which is a bit hard to believe, considering it would have taken a lot of effort to open the door. However, the restroom was in an alcove area near the cargo storage. That door sat on the left, and directly across from it on the right was the door for the boarding, so it is possible. Finally, the last theory is suicide or an insurance cash out for his wife. Yet, there was no evidence that supported either of these claims. As far as the location, authorities searched a wide swath of land encompassing Marys, Phelps, and Pulaski County. The search was made up of Missouri State Troopers, soldiers from nearby Fort Leonard Wood, as well as the local sheriff's department and volunteers. The search was called off about a week later by Carrie herself due to several days of bad weather. She was afraid someone else might lose their life looking for Jerrold when it was obvious that he had passed. NTSB and the FAA would do an investigation, and they eventually confirmed that the chain had failed, obviously. But still, why was he at that door? His wife would pass away in 1991 at the age of 81 without Jerrold's remains ever being found or knowing the exact circumstances leading up to his death. Honey Island Swamp Monster / Swamp Ape, Louisiana and Mississippi. Okay, this one is kinda cheating, but I went ahead and rolled 2 up into 1 on this one. Honey Island Swamp is in Louisiana on the Louisiana-Mississippi border, and it's here that an alleged cryptid is said to live. This cryptid is known in Louisiana as the Honey Island Swamp Monster, or sometimes the Louisiana Wookiee. In Mississippi, it's been called various things, such as Swamp Ape, but I'm pretty sure it's all supposed to be one creature. Its tracks are that of 3-toed webbed feet. Cryptid researchers claim that it's possible a Bigfoot evolved to have webbed feet to better suit its swampy environment. It was first reported in 1963 when Harlan Ford and Billy Mills went deep into the swamp searching for an abandoned cabin that Harlan had previously spotted by plane. The friends would come up on a clearing where they spotted the creature, who kept eye contact with them, but only for a moment before it escaped into the underbrush. Ford would later say the following, quote, "It was nothing like I'd ever seen before, ugly and sinister, and looking like something out of a horror movie," end quote. 11 years later, Ford and Mills would return to the area for a duck hunting trip. They would find several dead boars with their throats torn out along the way. They eventually realized the boars were way too far away from the water to have been killed by alligators, they began to speculate that it was probably done by the creature they had seen over a decade ago. This would be confirmed later on when they finally stumbled upon the 3-toed webbed feet tracks around the boars, and not wanting to face this creature again, the men retreated back to their vehicle at a fast pace. They did, however, return later that night to make a cast of the footprints. There have been other accounts since this as well. One came from a man named Ted Williams, who claimed to have seen the creature several times, and he speculated there were many of them running around. And allegedly, Ted went out to the swamp in his canoe one day to set some trot lines and never returned. I could not verify this anywhere, but I was able to find out that Ted actually existed because there is audio of him talking about seeing this creature. But if he really died in the swamp, it could have happened many different ways, not just because the Honey Island swamp monster. The creature is described as being 7.5 feet tall and weighing between 400 to 500 plus pounds. Its thick coat is matted gray or brown hair and swamp weed. Its eyes are yellow and seemingly reptilian, and the smell it emits is reportedly like the stench of death. The main theory on this one is misidentification of a bear, but cryptid believers insist that it's related to the Sasquatch. Werewolf of Henrico County, Virginia. I typically don't cover werewolf mysteries that much, just because it doesn't seem as credible to me as other cryptid sightings. It also feels more paranormal than cryptid, but I really like this one, so I decided to cover it. Although I can't find an exact date, it seems that the sighting started around 2018 in Henrico County, a suburb of Richmond, Virginia, specifically an area called Confederate Hills Recreation Center, where there is a very open space with some patches of trees here and there. Many of the early ones were debunked as pranks, but the group of sightings that came later on have not been debunked yet. In fact, it's said that many of the people living in the neighborhood have seen this creature on more than one occasion. The descriptions are as follows. It's about 6 feet tall, covered with black hair with some silver peppered in, sometimes described as grayish white. It has the body of a man, but face of an animal, particularly like that of a wolf. It has been spotted upright many times, but when it runs off, it runs on all fours. Some stories claim it's only spotted on nights with a full moon. One woman claimed that it came so close to where she was sitting that it almost showed its face, but as soon as she spotted it, the creature fled to the woods. Other reports state that it's more skittish than one would typically think of a werewolf. Some accounts claim that it has chased people, although in a playful manner. Only a few people have mentioned it growling or barking. So what are people seeing if these anonymous reports are to be taken as truth? Well, the most obvious explanation is it's a prank by some local citizen living there. If it's not a hoax, cryptid enthusiasts have speculated that it could be a Sasquatch or even a dogman. You know, if it's not a real werewolf. Raymond Lamar Green Jr., Georgia. On November 1st, 1978, a woman named Donna Green was in Grady Memorial Hospital in Atlanta, where she had just given birth to her baby Raymond. Once she recovered, she made her way to the nursery window to look at the newborn. While watching from the window, another woman would come up and introduce herself as Lisa Morris. She would tell Donna that she was visiting her sister, who had also just given birth. Donna would eventually go back to her hospital room, and Lisa followed her and sat around and chat. And what would end up being a foreboding sign, Lisa would ask Donna many questions about her and baby Raymond before she would finally leave. Donna would remain in the hospital for 2 more days, until November 3rd, and in that time, Lisa had came back to visit her twice. On the day Donna and Raymond were discharged and were ready to leave, Lisa would ask for a ride home. Donna said yes, and the two left. The driver would drop Donna off first at her apartment, then take Lisa to Stanton Road, where she requested to be dropped off at. Strangely, the driver would state later on that he never seen Lisa enter any of the buildings. And now on top of this, Lisa knew where Donna lived, and 3 days later, Lisa would show up unannounced at Donna's apartment. She told Donna she wanted to see how her and Raymond were, and I can only imagine that the woman was very convincing at being sweet and caring, because I think most parents would be alarmed, but maybe Donna was just naive. She was only 16 at the time. Anyways, Donna let her in, and about an hour after catching up, Donna would decide to go take a shower, and left Raymond with her brother Tony, Raymond's uncle, to tend to him while Lisa remained visiting. It should be noted here too, that Tony was also taking care of his other sister's baby, so he was pretty tired to say the least. About 15 minutes later, Donna would get out of the shower and immediately realized that both Raymond and Lisa were gone. Tony told his sister he had started nodding off while watching Raymond, and at some point, the newborn started crying, and Lisa picked him up and took him outside in an attempt to get him to stop. Tony thought that Lisa was Donna's friend and that she was okay with it, so he thought nothing of it. Donna would run outside to look for them and did not see them, but luckily a neighbor would tell Donna that she seen Lisa carrying Raymond in a blanket and got into the passenger side of a brown vehicle where a man waited. They would then drive away, and ever since that day, Raymond has never been seen again, nor has the woman. Lisa was described as being 23 to 24 years old at the time, 5'5" to 5'6", and 160 to 170 pounds. She had light brown skin, a small nose, full lips, dark eyes, and a scar on the right side of her face, scars on her temple, and moe on her left cheek. And probably not too surprisingly, that name was fake. Investigators did determine that basically all the information she provided to Donna was made up. None of the newborn mothers at the hospital had a sister named Lisa Morris, and heck, no one in Atlanta even had that name. They couldn't even find anyone that matched the description of the abductor, although Lisa had pointed to a baby in the nursery who had the last name Morris attached and claimed that that was her niece. It wasn't, but that's where she got the name. To make things worse, Atlanta PD would lose Raymond's case file sometime after this and never found it. They had to relaunch an entire new investigation. They would eventually come to a somewhat unexpected conclusion, and that was that the abductors did not kidnap the baby for themselves. Instead, they believe Raymond was sold for adoption outside the United States. How they come to this conclusion, they never said. However, it is far from certain, and no one really knows what happened to baby Raymond. Grunch Road Monster, Louisiana. The Grunch Road Monster, aka the New Orleans Grunch, is an alleged chupacabra-type creature. Spotted in New Orleans, it's described as a cross between dog and reptilian. Their sightings go back as far as New Orleans' founding. It's commonly described as being goat-like, but having leathery or scaly black-gray skin and having sharp long horns or quills running down its back. It's about 3 to 4 feet high. They're also said to be more intelligent and have human-like skills, like opening doors and using tools, sort of like a monkey does. Other reports state that the cryptid howls like a wolf, and when it's alarmed, it screeches like an ape or a banshee, as well as leaving a strong stench. Reportedly, you can see the creature's eyes glow an unusual red, orange, or blue-green, while other reports say that it has bat wings and a tail or long fur and goat-like markings in a gray or black silky coat. There are reports of seeing this creature feasting on dogs or chasing cats, as well as sanitation workers who claim to see them raiding garbage cans or chasing garbage trucks along the New Orleans East Haines Boulevard. As far as the name, well, that comes from a road labeled Grunch Road sometime in the early days of New Orleans. The exact location is disputed, but most agree that it was somewhere in eastern New Orleans. It was this area around that road that farm animals would begin to disappear, and then people started reporting seeing the creature. The earliest reports of sightings go back to around the early 1800s and all the way up to the 1980s when sightings dropped off. But after Hurricane Katrina in 2005, the sightings would pop up again. Most claim that this was due to the hurricane flushing them out of their habitat. So what are people seeing? The conventional take is that most of these sightings can be attributed to mangy raccoons or just straight up an urban legend. Cryptozoologists, however, disagree. Shondra May, Mississippi. On February 4th, 1986, in Scotttown, Mississippi, Shondra May would go into her shift at McDonald's in the small town of Forest. The 17-year-old was a senior at Leake Academy and would graduate soon. That night, business was slow. The manager would come out and tell Shondra she could leave early. So Shondra would call her mother Janelle to tell her she was getting off early. But on her way, she would stop at a store, now known as Burke's Outlet, to buy a Valentine's Day card for her boyfriend. She then headed north towards her home. But when Shondra did not arrive, her mother would become understandably worried. Janelle would call her next-door neighbors / in-laws and would ask her brother-in-law to ride out and make sure Shondra had not broken down somewhere. But they didn't have to go far, because when Janelle stepped outside, she seen Shondra's car less than 100 yards away from her home. Some accounts say it was between their driveway and their in-laws' driveway. They would go to the car and discovered that all of Shondra's belongings were still there, including her purse. Only her driver's license was missing. The car's engine was off too, but the driver's door was open, as well as the driver's window, which was slightly open. The radio was on, although the volume was all the way down. Yet, there was no sign of Shondra. Authorities were called and a search ensued, which involved local, state, and the FBI, but nothing was found. There wasn't much in the way of evidence either. Making matters worse was that it wasn't even treated as a crime scene. The car was never even dusted for prints. Not that it probably would have mattered, because the family had contaminated the scene before detectives even arrived. It was like Shondra had vanished into thin air. Posters were put out, and tons of people were on the lookout for her. 22 days later, on what would have been her 18th birthday, an off-duty firefighter would come across her nude body when he was out near a creek. Shondra had been bound with industrial tape and wrapped in black bags. Investigators fished her out and took her back for an autopsy. The medical examiner found that she had been bound and gagged with packing tape and a processing facility in the area, but the first autopsy yielded no conclusive results, so a second one was ordered to be done. That examination found she had died of strangulation and had been sexually assaulted. He estimated that she lived 17 to 19 days after being abducted, and that her body had been in the water for 3 to 5 days. There was also some speculation that she could have been exposed to refrigeration, which would obviously change the estimate on how many days that she stayed alive. But now came the who. There's been a ton of suspects over the years, including Shondra's father and her boyfriend. Both were cleared pretty quickly though. There was a theory that an individual known to pose as a policeman around Meridian, Mississippi, about 45 miles away, could be responsible, but there was no evidence. Local law enforcement all took polygraphs in an attempt to expose anyone hiding within the system, but they all passed. Investigators still feel that the suspect was someone pretending to be an officer, or even a real officer, and they base this on the fact that Shondra's license was the only thing missing, and the fact that there was no sign of a struggle. It looked like Shondra voluntarily went. However, her license could have been missing just because she had it in her pocket. The second theory is that it was just someone that knew Shondra, which is why there was no sign of a struggle. The current sheriff has stated that he believes he knows who is responsible. They are just lacking that one piece of evidence that will be the crucial link. Likewise, a cold case unit of retired police officers came together in 2021 to try and solve the case. They have stated that there were 20 suspects brought to them originally, and that they have narrowed it down to 3 or 4 people they believe the perpetrator to be. Asbury Respus, North Carolina. Around 9 a.m. on September 30th, 1931, a man walking just outside of Greensboro, North Carolina, would notice smoke coming from a local farm that belonged to a family named the Leonards. He would rush over to check it out, and it's then that he saw the family's home burning. This neighbor would attempt to save some of the family's possessions because they were not home, but when he walked in, he noticed pools of blood. Shortly after, the homeowner, Thomas Leonard, would show up and the two would extinguish the flames before it got out of control. Once that was over, they searched the home and sadly, Leonard's 9-year-old daughter, Vera, was found wrapped in a quilt under a bed. Her skull had been crushed, and she had been charred by the flames. About 100 yards away from the home, a bloody coat was found and signs of a struggle. Investigators theorized she had been killed about 8:15 while waiting on the school bus. This was rural North Carolina in the 1930s, so of course, curious onlookers came by to see what was going on. But strangely, one older black man seemed to leave and come back several times. Eventually, police got suspicious and took him in for questioning. Meanwhile, they would go search his home and found blood-stained overalls and shoes that matched the bloody footprints at the crime scene. The man, who called himself Will Moore, was a hired hand for the farm next door to the Leonard farm, and he obviously denied being involved until he was shown the bloody overalls. He would then confess to attacking Vera with a stick and setting the home on fire to cover it up. Police would also discover this man was not Will Moore. In fact, it was a convict that had escaped prison over a decade ago named Asbury Respus. He claimed that he attacked her because he was on cocaine and alcohol, which sent him into a violent rage. The trial started soon, and the defense claimed he was mentally unfit to stand trial. Psychiatrists, as well as people that knew him, all contradicted this and said he was not insane. The trial and conviction were quick, and he was sentenced to death. It's after his sentencing that we would learn a little bit more about Respus, although we hardly know anything prior to 1900. We do know that he claimed in his childhood he had fallen off a barn and hit his head, which he claimed changed him and caused his violent behavior. As an adult, the indentation from the impact was still visible on his skull. In 1910, he killed for the first time a black woman named Becky Store in Virginia, and like the Leonard girl, he used a stick. Then in 1912, he would kill another black woman named Lizzie Banks, this time with a gun, and then a third black woman named Zennie Britt, who he beat to death. He then followed this up by killing a 53-year-old man named Ed B. Wynn, following a domestic dispute, again by gunshot. This time, Respus was caught and was charged with first-degree murder and sentenced only to 15 years for some reason. However, he did not finish his sentence because he and several other inmates escaped in 1916, and in those days, it was much easier to live off the grid, and that's exactly what he did, doing odd jobs in Virginia and North Carolina. But in January 1918, he would kill again in North Carolina, this time a white woman in her 60s named Jenny Gilbreth, and with an axe, and then burned the house down, and the police blamed her death on the fire. In the summer of 1920, he would drown a 4-year-old white boy named Robert Osborne by holding his head underwater with his feet, and then told police he found him that way, and the police actually believed him. Finally, in 1925, he killed an elderly white woman in her 80s named Eunice Stephenson. He broke in and beat her to death and tried to cover it up by hanging her from the rafters, making people think that it was a suicide. Investigators didn't fall for it this time though, but they actually arrested a different man, and Respus got away. It wasn't until he killed the first victim we discussed, 9-year-old Vera Leonard, that he was finally captured. Now here's the mystery. All of these murders I just told you about, except for the 2 that landed him in prison, we only know about these because of one man, prison warden H.H. Honeycutt. Honeycutt would state that Respus had confessed all of these murders to him the day before his execution, and if Respus was telling the truth, that would mean he was North Carolina's first serial killer. But because we're only left with his word, which we got from Honeycutt, we're left to wonder, was he really responsible? It's not uncommon for serial killers to lie about their victim count. Likewise, it's been known that at least a few times, investigators have fed information about other unsolved murders to serial killers, to which the suspect will then use this to confess. But there were no detectives here, only Honeycutt, although at least one source stated that a few reporters were there. But Honeycutt probably wouldn't have known about these unsolved murders. So Respus was telling the truth, right? Most likely. But it's also possible he read or heard about the deaths and just claimed to be responsible. Because the fact is, one victim's death was ruled accidental due to fire, the young boy's was ruled accidental due to drowning, while someone else was arrested for one of the murders he claimed. Either Respus was lying, or the police were laughably bad. His real victim count will probably never be known. Charleston County Jane Doe, South Carolina. The Charleston County Jane Doe is an alleged victim of serial killer Samuel Little. She is the only South Carolina victim whose remains have not been found. The only thing we know about her is from Samuel Little's confession, and again, investigators consider him to be very credible, as he has never falsely confessed to any murders. It came in November 2018 when he would tell detectives that her murder occurred in 1972 or 73, or between 1977 and 1982. He was driving his black Thunderbird when he seen her near a military base, and possibly picked her up, where a couple bars existed at the time. He then took her down Highway 1, or I-26, to a field with a concrete circle around it, possibly a helicopter landing pad for a closed-down hospital. He would then strangle her to death, dragged her out by her legs into the tall grass close to the pad, and left her face down with her dress pulled up. He also stated she was about 28 years old. She has still not been found. Case update. Wow, this one is very recent. As of writing this, 7 days ago, the Charleston County Jane Doe was identified as 51-year-old Leola Bryant. As mentioned in the original segment, Samuel Little confessed to it in 2018 and said the year was either 1972 or 73, or the years between 1977 to 1982. But Leola was actually last seen in March of 1974 after she had visited a bar and this was confirmed by Little's confession, as he stated to have met the Jane Doe at a nightclub, and then he later strangled her. Her family reported her missing early on, but it never led to anything. It was 3 years later in 1977 when the remains were found, and it would be decades later when Little's confession was officially linked to that Jane Doe. And by July 2022, Othram Labs would begin their research, and by October 2nd, 2024, nearly 50 years since the remains were found, Leola would get her name back. Chapel Hill Ghost Light. Another ghost light, this time in Tennessee. I know I have a few of these on here, but ghost lights really intrigue me. I feel like a few of them are truly unexplained, and this is one of those. The tiny town of Chapel Hill, Tennessee, which is about 25 miles south of Murfreesboro, plays home to one of Tennessee's most paranormal legends, and it takes place at a set of railroad tracks. The legend has many different tales, and it's hard to say which, if any of these are connected to the actual light, but the main story is that a man named Skip Agent was struck by a train in 1942 as he was walking the tracks, and since that point, people have spotted the ghost light, which is usually seen way down the track for periods of time, yet it is not a train. But you may be thinking, it's not unusual for the railroad track to have lights on them at certain spots. But the thing is, those lights are stationary. The ghost light has been seen swaying back and forth across the track. Sometimes it moves forward, sometimes it goes back. Local townsfolk as well as out-of-towners would sometimes even throw watch parties and spend all night out watching the tracks, just waiting for the light. And sometimes at these parties, they would even take guns out to shoot at the light to see if it went away, which of course caused problems. One person who was searching for the light even got hit by a train and killed. After this, local law enforcement started cracking down on any ghost hunter around the track. The sightings of the ghost light have decreased in recent years. Most attribute this to the town expanding. Oh, and it goes without saying, but the skeptical theory is that it's swamp gas. Tennessee Wildman. This cryptid's first sighting goes way back to the 1800s in McNairy County, Tennessee. In fact, a Hagerstown newspaper from March 5, 1871 warned local residents about the wild man lurking in Piney in West Tennessee. The article would go on to say that it made wild, horrid screams and attempted to carry women off. This wasn't the only article either, by the way. There were a bunch of them after the Civil War, especially in Tennessee and North Carolina. There was even one account of 4 hunters in East Tennessee who encountered and then cornered the beast. They attempted to seize him to haul him back to Cleveland, Tennessee, only for him to overpower the men and then run. But the most recent significant sighting took place in 1995 in Elizabethton, when a man named Rob Phillips, along with his cousin, were hiking to the Bee Cliffs. It would start to rain as they noticed something odd in the forest. That was that everything becomes silent, and in this silence, they would all of a sudden hear the snapping of a twig, followed by an eerie, inhuman scream. Of course, they fled the dark forest, and both of them would find separate trees to hide behind. As they were cowering in place, they spotted the creature about 15 feet away. Rob's cousin would then take off towards a hill, and Rob would soon follow. Rob would later describe the creature as 9 foot tall, with red beady eyes and a set of claws, and a horrible smell that was kind of like that of a dead animal. One thing that kind of gives doubt to this claim, though, is that he waited 20 years to tell anyone, and he only revealed it then, after being on the Monsters and Mysteries in America TV show. A bit suspicious, to say the least. However, his description of the creature was pretty close to the other ones that had been told, although most sightings say the creature was about 7 feet tall. It's also said that it is very aggressive, and it's thought that it might be a rival of Sasquatch, whom it fights for territory, which is ironic, because it sort of looks like a Sasquatch, only it looks more human. They are known to have great speed, agility, and strength as well, and they are also known to target dogs and women, as well as some reports state to have seen them moving silently towards homes and fleeing once they are spotted. There have been hunting parties that have went out to try to locate this creature, but they have came up empty-handed. It's thought that there are probably a few of these running around, especially since some of the same sightings have taken place across the border in Kentucky and North Carolina, although sightings have decreased since the 70s. I-4 Dead Zone, Florida. This overpass on I-4, located just north of Orlando at the St. Johns River, is known commonly around the area as the Dead Zone. because of 4 graves that lie beneath the highway. Apparently, this goes all the way back to 1887, when a yellow fever epidemic broke out and killed 4 people from a German family in this small colony. The priest was also dead, and there was no one there to administer last rites, so these 4 were buried without ceremony. The colony itself fell soon after this. In 1904, the land was bought by a man named Albert Hawkins, who then cleared it for farming. He ended up finding the graves, and out of respect, he farmed around the cemetery, which then ended up sitting in the middle of the field like an island. Hawkins died in 1939, but in his time of owning the land, he would lease it out to other farmers. One of these men tried removing the wires from around the graves. Later that day, his house burned down. Hawkins' own home would burn down after he started removing the rotten wooden markers from the graves. Once he passed, his widow owned the land to 1960, when it was then purchased by the state for the building of Interstate 4. The state surveyors did find the cemetery, but they did not remove the graves. Instead, they just covered it up with fill dirt. And weirdly enough, right after this happened, Hurricane Donna on September 16, 1960, would hit and go right across the graves. The resulting flooding disrupted the construction and put it off for several months. Hurricane Donna ended up being the worst storm to hit Central Florida in a century. It ended up causing millions of dollars in damage to many areas of Central Florida and was responsible for the loss of many lives. But most eerie of all was its path. It actually crossed South Florida from the Atlantic and appeared to be heading westward into the Gulf of Mexico when it took a strange turn and basically followed I-4 through Central Florida, passing over the graves by midnight. The storm then exited into the Atlantic. Many from the paranormal community believe that it happened because the highway construction crew had no respect for the dead. Nowadays, weird stuff continues to happen in the area, such as reports that cell phones pick up strange voices at the south of I-4 bridge in Seminole County. One woman even claimed, as she was talking, her conversation was interrupted by, quote, the voices of the dead, end quote. There's also the extremely high number of accidents. Some sources state over 2,000 since 1963. Reports of ghost hitchhikers, as well as ghostly voices on radios and cell phones, or sometimes even children laughing. Other times, snarling and growling are heard. There's also reports of a white mist and balls of light that have been spotted. Even on the opening day of the interstate, just over the dead zone, saw a truck carrying frozen shrimp jackknife, which led to one casualty, and the wreck, well, it happened right above the graves. But skeptics claim that there's nothing paranormal going on, and that the wrecks are caused by the fact that I-4 gets a ton of traffic, more than it's probably built to handle, and that it's possible the loss of phone call signal is due to the limestone deposits in the area, which I've never heard that one before, and that everything else can be chalked up to hysteria. But I ask you, what do you believe? The Night Marauder, Tennessee. In 2021, Maryville College history professor Dr. Nancy Lackland Sofer was preparing an undergraduate course for her 2021 spring semester entitled History of Murder. She designed it to appeal to history majors, but also for students involved in criminal justice, and she came up with the idea of using local cases to base her course on. And in doing this, she would scan the newspaper archives and come across a headline that surprised her. It was dated July 1926 and read, Night Marauder kills woman, age 60. Maryville, Alcoa folk tremble while the murderer goes unapprehended. She was unable to view the whole story, however, as the article hadn't been digitally preserved yet, but this would spark Nancy's interest, and she would look more into the case. She found that the police had originally believed the attacker to be a former son-in-law, but the woman's daughter told investigators that it was not. Unfortunately, the paper told no more. So Nancy would have to go to the local library to use a microfilm reader to look over more papers from the time period. What she found shocked her. Between 1919 and 1926, a serial killer known as the Night Marauder killed 8 people in Knoxville, Maryville, and Alcoa, and was never captured. And yet somehow, this had all been forgotten. The first attack happened in August 1919, when a 27-year-old woman named Birdie Lindsay was sharing a bed with her cousin, when a man armed with a pistol came in and threatened to kill them if they did not do what he said. He would climb into bed with the 2 women, and Birdie became frightened and tried to run. He would shoot her and then flee the scene. That would be the first of 45 home invasions the Night Marauder would commit, with multiple instances happening on single nights. By the end, he had sexually assaulted 8 women, shot 4 that resisted, and killed 8 people in total. The first suspect was a biracial man named Maurice Mays, who was long rumored to be the illegitimate son of the white mayor, John McMillan. It's now known, just like then, Mays was falsely accused, mainly for the fact that the assaults continued to happen while he was in prison. Sadly, he would be executed for the crimes, and I would be amiss here if I did not mention that news of Mays' arrest actually led to the 1919 Knoxville riots, and the National Guard had to be called in. Then in 1925 and 26, a white Maryville resident named William D. Sheffey was arrested on 5 counts, one for the murder of Luther Wells and the sexual assault of his wife Ada, and 1 murder charge for Clyde Poe and the sexual assault of his wife, Flora Poe, and 1 for breaking into a 3rd home. The trial attracted media attention even as far away as California. Local Tennesseans packed the courthouse. The trial would actually be set on the Luther Wells murder charge. The first and second trial ended in mistrial, and the third ended in acquittal. After all this, charges were dismissed. Sheffey would then move to California and start a new life. And just like that, the killing stopped. So did the investigation and media attention. Interestingly, Sheffey also had been tried and acquitted in 1915 over the death of a young woman in Sevierville. The killer's moniker came from the fact that he typically struck at night, and usually at residents that did not have electricity yet, which is over half the population at this point. He got to know the house well enough that, according to a couple of survivors, he would get into the room and remove all the matches from next to the lanterns so they couldn't get any light. And if he broke in on a couple, he would shoot the man, and while the husband bled out, he would sexually assault the wife. And if she screamed, fought back, or tried to get away, he shot her too. He also sent a letter to Blount County Sheriff John McCampbell that read, quote, "You are never going to catch me," end quote. As mentioned, this mystery was just recently rediscovered and is still being researched by Dr. Nancy Lankland Sofer and her students, and they now run a blog at thenightmarauderproject.com, which covers a lot more info on the case. I will link it in the description below. UTMB Galveston Face, Texas. At the University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston, Texas, the Ewing building plays home to a small but curious mystery. It seems that a ghostly face has popped up on an outside wall and appears that it is watching the parking lot down below. Funnily enough, the University of Texas actually looked into it and said it's nothing more than a watermark, just like many of the other buildings in the seaside town that have the same thing. When it first appeared, it was on the 4th concrete block up from the ground, and in order to keep paranormal investigators away, the school sandblasted it off the surface. But shortly after this, it appeared on the 3rd concrete block below where it had just been removed. So a second sandblasting started, and the face once again moved to a new location, down 1 block below, and the school after this attempt never tried again, and the face remains on the same spot to this day. Some claim that the university stopped because they were afraid that if they removed it again, it would move to the inside of the building. But what makes this one odd is, like I mentioned previously, is that the face pops up in different parts of the building. How is that happening? Well, if it is paranormal, several theories have been proposed about just who the face is, which seems to be that of a man. One theory is that it was the former farmer that owned some of the land the university is now on. Apparently, the university offered to buy his land from him, and he declined, and then prior to his death, made his family promise to never sell the land to them. However, that's exactly what they did, and it's thought this was his way to haunt the university. Another theory, which is based on something more concrete, pun intended, is that the face belonged to former Texas Ranger and legend William A. Wallace. Wallace owned land about 3 miles or so east along the bay across from UTMB, as well as owning much of Galveston Island for that matter, at least according to historical surveys that were done. He had actually been granted that land for fighting in the Texas Revolution. He then met with the president of Texas, Sam Houston, who signed the documents which did indeed grant the land. However, for reasons I cannot find, the state of Texas didn't follow through on their promises, and he and his lawyer ended up in a long and bitter dispute over the land, and he never actually received it. And now, if you look at the face and his picture, well, there's a bit of a resemblance. Yet, the problem with this is the land that UTMB is now on was not the land that Wallace was set to get. Of course, the skeptical theory is that our brain just sees patterns and randomness. But that doesn't explain why the face has moved to 2 different panels after being sandblasted away. The first flying saucer. Texas. We all know that mysterious objects in the sky have been recorded throughout history, but did you know the first flying saucer report came from Texas in 1878? According to the front page news of the Denison Daily News from January 25, 1878, farmer John Martin was hunting 6 miles north of town when he spotted something in the distance. The article read that John's attention was directed to a dark object high up in the southern sky, which was then followed by saying that its shape and velocity with which the object seemed to approach riveted his attention, and he strained his eyes to discover its character. The article would go on to say that Martin said the object was about the size of an orange, but it got bigger and brighter as it approached, and that he stared at it so long that it temporarily blinded him. By the time he could see again, it was almost directly overhead, and that it now was about the size of a large saucer and was soaring across the sky at a high altitude and an incredible speed. Of course, no one knows what it was, and we're going on the account of one man, but is it possible he really did witness a flying saucer, the first of its kind? We will never know, as it wasn't really looked into. It did get picked up in a couple of more newspapers, but it was not discussed again until 1950, when it appeared in the book, The Flying Saucers Are Real. The only thing we know for sure is that according to the U.S. Census, there was a farmer named John Martin living in the area at the time. The most compelling thing to me is that this sighting took place way before sightings become a thing, and Roswell was still a half a century into the future. Mamie Thurman, West Virginia. In 1932, 32-year-old wife Mamie and 48-year-old husband Jack would move from their home in Kentucky to Logan County, West Virginia, where Jack was hired as a patrolman with the police department. The couple would end up renting out a small 2-room apartment over a garage that belonged to the Robertsons, Harry and Louise. Harry was a powerful man of the community and worked at the National Bank of Logan and served as treasurer of the Logan Public Library, as well as being the president of the city commission. Harry had actually helped Jack get his job as police officer, which he patrolled regularly on night shift. And on June 22, 1932, something shocking happened. A man hunting for blackberries would come across her lifeless body dumped on 22 Mountain, which was called Trace Mountain back then. Not only had she been murdered, but she was mutilated. 2 shots to the head, a fractured neck, her face was disfigured and powder burned, while her throat was cut ear to ear. By 8:30 that night, detectives had made their way to the home of Harry Robertson, the landlord. It's here that they arrested Harry and his black handyman, Clarence Stephenson, after they found several bloodstained rags in the basement, as well as an attempt to remove several spots of blood on the floor, and also finding a hole in the wall believed to have been made from a bullet. In addition, blood was found on the window, fender, and seat of his Ford sedan, and the back seat had been removed, and a tarp placed over the back to the front seat and rear part of the car, while curtains made of canvas were hung from the doors. But why would Robertson kill her? Well, upon questioning, Robertson would admit to having an affair with Mamie. He further stated he arranged dates with her with the help of his handyman, Stephenson. But this wasn't all that Robertson would reveal. The case would go before a grand jury, and suspiciously, many of the prominent citizens of the county made up the grand jury. Robertson would turn over a list that he claimed Mamie had given him of 16 of the most influential men in town that she was having affairs with. She had supposedly given him this list just a year prior, which sounds kind of sketchy. And although this list was never made public, we know that one of them was deceased by this point. 13 of them lived in town, and all but one were married. And again, suspiciously, some of these men were rumored to be part of the grand jury. Robertson would then testify that he continued seeing Mamie even though she refused to stop seeing other men. And it's unclear if Robertson's allegations of her seeing 16 men are true or not. We do know several of the other citizens knew she was having numerous affairs, so it's safe to say she was seeing several powerful men. Robertson would admit that he seen her the day that she was killed, saying that she left his house shortly after taking his children to a local swimming pool. He later spent the evening with his son watching a prize fight and made it home at 9 p.m., which his wife confirmed. The magistrate ruled that the evidence was circumstantial, but was very damaging to both defendants, so he ordered Robertson and his handyman held to answer for a possible indictment. After a 4-day discussion, the jury did not indict Robertson. Instead, They indicted handyman Clarence Stephenson, which was made even stranger by the fact that witnesses could account for his every minute until he went to bed at 11 p.m. that night. The case went to trial, and Stephenson was actually convicted and sentenced to life in prison. His attorney would file a motion for a new trial. However, the Supreme Court turned down his appeal in 1933. He would die in prison from stomach cancer in 1942. There are actually two mysteries on this one. It's pretty much assumed that Stephenson was wrongly convicted, although he probably did help in disposing the body. But who really murdered Mamie? Okay, that's a stupid question. We all know it was Robertson. But the other mystery is, where are Mamie's remains? She was supposed to be buried in Logan Memorial Park in West Virginia, but some records show that she was transported back to Bradfordsville, Kentucky, her birth state. Yet, neither place has a record for her, and her remains are still lost to this day. Marshall County John Doe, Alabama. On April 15, 1997, a 17-year-old was fishing in Marshall County, Alabama, at a creek off of Eagle Rock Drive. While there, he would come across a horrifying discovery: a headless body with his legs bound together at the ankles with ropes and wire ties, as well as air fresheners that lay nearby. The site was very remote and led to the investigators' belief that whoever was responsible knew the area well, because the suspect would have had to travel down a dirt road off of a back road just to get there, as well as having to be aware that the creek tended to flood a lot during the rainy periods. The killer was almost certainly a local. It was determined that the man probably died a week prior to being found, and died by gunshot or stabbing, but had also sustained other severe injuries. Afterwards, his hands, head, and feet had been removed by saw. And while that is not extremely surprising, as it was obviously a way to hide the identity, what is a bit odd is that his heart and spleen had been surgically removed, and it's been theorized that those organs were removed to hide injuries and destroy evidence. But it can't be ruled out that the man was killed to harvest his organs. Investigators were also fairly sure that he was killed somewhere else and just dumped here, and from other evidence found, he was only at the spot for about 3 days. The victim was a white male between 19 to 34, about 5'9", 120 pounds. His eye color and hair color are unknown, but his body hair was strawberry blonde. The sheriff's department would work with Parabon Nanolabs to develop a better description. They found he had freckles, blue eyes, and dark blonde or light brown hair. He was wearing a blue-green and gray vertically striped short-sleeve pullover and Levi jeans, and it appeared he had been dressed by someone after his death. A nervous man was also seen near the area when his body was dumped. He was 6'1" and 210 pounds, with black hair and a mustache, and was driving a 90s maroon Chevy truck with tinted windows and a Georgia tag. Both men remain unidentified. Case update. Shortly after I first recorded that segment, the Marshall County John Doe would be identified as 20-year-old Jeffrey Douglas Kimsey of Santa Barbara, California. This one is still a mystery. He was obviously murdered, but there's a lot of conflicting info on this one. Some sources say he was actually murdered in California and then dumped in Alabama. Some sources say he was in Tennessee visiting family and was murdered there and dumped in Alabama. There was also apparently never a missing persons report filed for him, and maybe the most confusing part in all this is the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office stated that there was an incident report filed on May 8, 1997, which listed Kimsey as some type of offender in a case, which has not been elaborated on. What makes that one weird is that incident report was filed almost a month after Jeffrey was already found deceased, but it could point to a motive. Depending on what kind of incident report it was, Jeffrey could have been a victim of a revenge killing, although I find it odd that the person would follow him from California to Tennessee just to get it, since I would think that would make it fairly simple for detectives to narrow down who it was, and it really puts that person at a disadvantage when it comes to an alibi, which might be why detectives have stated they have persons of interest in the case as well as DNA, so it's very possible this mystery gets unraveled soon. William and Peggy Stephenson, Kentucky. On May 29, 2011, in Florence, Kentucky, Beth Stephenson went to church like she did pretty much every Sunday, and when she got there, she would notice that her parents had not made it in yet, which was very uncharacteristic for them, since Peggy and Bill Stephenson were both very devout members of their church. Yet, the two 74-year-olds had not shown up, nor were they answering their daughter's calls. Beth would get a hold of her husband CJ and ask him to go check on the elderly couple. CJ would later call Beth and told her to get to her parents' home immediately. By the time she arrived, the whole area was already marked off with crime scene tape. Bill and Peggy were both dead, from a combination of blunt and sharp force trauma. No one has ever been charged in any relation to this murder. But what is interesting is that the detectives have traveled to at least 14 different states, tracking down numerous leads, interviewing over 250 people while collecting DNA from several others. So what prompted such a wide area search? Turns out that Bill had built a makeshift trailer church that he presided over on Sundays. The Truckers' Chapel, as it came to be known, was put along the highway so truckers who still wished to practice their faith would still have a place to do so along their route. It seems like investigators thought one of these truckers could be responsible. By 2012, detectives would state an unknown DNA profile was found in multiple locations at the crime scene, apparently even at spots that could have only been left by the murderer. They would state that now they had the genetic profile of this person. The investigators have also stated that the bodies were staged and a message was left for law enforcement. They also know that the killer or killers stayed hours after the murder, and perhaps even left at one point, came back and inflicted one post-mortem wound to one of the victims. They also stated that photos had been arranged in the home, like some were face down, while others remained upright. Speaking of, every room in the home had been staged a certain way. In fact, Detective Cox would go onto a podcast and state that they are keeping the details private for now, but that if they did release them, no one would believe it. That's how bizarre this scene was. To add to an already crazy case, in March 2023, news broke that there could be a connection between the Stephenson's murder and the Delphi case. Now this has been confusing to say the least, but basically, a tip came in November 2022, after Richard Allen was arrested for the Delphi murders, that linked the case to the Stephensons, but yet was stated it had nothing to do with Allen, but with the case itself, which people took to mean that there was a second suspect in the Delphi case who had a connection with the Stephenson case, which makes sense because the prosecutor in the Delphi case has already stated that they have reason to believe there was a second suspect. Yet, after this news, detectives from the Kentucky side would state that there was no connection, it was just a lead that they were following up on. However, they conceded that both crime scenes shared some really rare similarities, but then the story kinda ended there. I get the feeling that the Delphi murderer wasn't involved in the Stephenson case as much as it seems that the Stephenson investigation uncovered something that the Delphi case could use. As far as the DNA goes, why hasn't that been used in genealogy testing like with the Golden State Killer? Detective Cox had an answer for this too. He claimed that this DNA was not suitable for that type of testing, which implies that the DNA had came from more than one person or that there wasn't enough of the sample to submit. As far as theories go, the police have remained tight-lipped, so there's not much to go on, but it is thought it was someone that the Stephensons knew because there was no sign of forced entry, and the Stephensons would have had to buzz any visitor in that came to their condo, meaning they wouldn't have likely done that for a stranger. The real key clue in this case is the weird scene itself, which the detectives have said contained a message, and that it seemed like it might be related to religion, so it's possible that it was someone who had a different spiritual belief than the Stephensons. But there's still that truck driver theory that hasn't been disproven either. Wetzel County, Jane Doe, West Virginia. On February 13, 1983, an elderly couple going down Route 250 near Littleton, West Virginia, would notice what they thought was a mannequin on the side of the road. They would pull over to investigate closer. It's here they seen that it wasn't a mannequin at all. Instead, it was the nude body of a deceased woman. Upon arriving at the scene, detectives took note that the body had just been placed because there was no snow on the body, in spite of the fact that it had snowed on and off for the past 3 days. They followed tire tracks and footprints that indicated she died at a different area but was transported where she was found. Although she had not been sexually assaulted, foul play was obvious, as it was believed that she had been strangled or smothered. Authorities would later release info that they had 2 possible suspects in the case. One stocky white man in his 40s and roughly 5'10", 185 to 200 pounds, near the area and may have driven a 1978 or 1980 two-tone brown Chevy pickup with a lighter colored camper, while the other suspect was a man that would be arrested later for multiple murders, but until detectives can get victims' names, it's hard to prosecute. Investigators believe that she is probably from West Virginia, and it's possible she was seen in a bar in Wheeling, West Virginia shortly before, whereas some leads have mentioned that she was a prostitute in Pennsylvania. She had auburn-colored hair and scars on her abdomen, double ear piercings, was most likely not a hitchhiker, and just had an upper denture fitted 2 months before her death. There are 2 intriguing theories with this case. First was that it's connected to the Redhead murders, which was a series of murders of red-headed females between October 1978 and 1992, believed to have been committed by a serial killer in the states of Tennessee, Arkansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. Almost all of these victims had died of strangulation, but another interesting line of thought is that she might be connected to a religious community in West Virginia named Hare Krishna. It was a sect of Hinduism that was led by Kirtanananda Swami, and without going too deep into the rabbit hole, basically, 2 of the most vocal ex-members of that group started speaking out against Swami, and they would end up being murdered, which was done at the behest of Swami. Anyways, it's thought that Jane Doe could have been targeted by that group, or you may as well call them a cult, for speaking out against them or leaving. Lisa Shuttleworth, South Carolina. On the morning of September 4th, 2003, in Beach Island, South Carolina, Ryan Shuttleworth would get off at the bus stop after school, expecting his mother, Lisa Shuttleworth, to pick him up. Although she was not there, it did not initially worry him, and he would begin to walk to his house. When he arrived, he saw his mom's vehicle, along with the truck that a family friend had loaned to her, yet the house door was locked, and there was no sign of Lisa. As he was standing there on the front steps, the friend that had loaned the truck, 72-year-old Neil Durden, walked up. He had intended to simply pick his truck back up. He too expected Lisa to be home. Neil, not sure of what to do, waited a few minutes for Lisa to return. He thought that she had possibly went to visit a neighbor and lost track of time. He would eventually get tired of waiting, but didn't want to leave Ryan alone, so he took him to Lisa's parents and informed them of the situation. Lisa's mother had a key to the house and was worried that Lisa may be in need of assistance, so they immediately went over and let themselves in. They would go through the entire home, and there was no sign of Lisa. There was also nothing out of place, and no sign of a struggle. The only odd thing was a pot of tea sitting on top of the stove, with a napkin wrapped around the handle, which she no doubt used to take the kettle off when it was hot. And strangely, she left before any of the tea was ever poured. There wasn't even any cups out. The family began calling everyone they could think of, but no one had heard from her. Law enforcement was eventually called, and investigators quickly realized, after speaking to many of the people that knew her, that this was completely out of her character. But as far as clues went, there weren't many. One acquaintance recalled seeing Lisa around 8 a.m. that morning at a gas station. She said she was driving the truck that she had borrowed from Neil, but was sitting in it reading a newspaper while the truck sat at the gas pump. Her friend stated that it looked like she was waiting on someone. After that, another one of Lisa's friends would speak to her on the phone at 10 a.m. Lisa told this friend she was expecting a guest, but did not elaborate. Investigators have never been able to figure out who this guest was, or if it was even a male or female. Other family members would report calling Lisa after 10, but never got an answer. So whatever happened occurred between 10 and 4. After a thorough search of the home, they were able to rule out that she had been harmed there, as well as nothing had been taken from the home, ruling out robbery. But one odd thing that stuck out was Lisa's driver's license and social security card were left behind at the home, but her purse was missing where she usually carried them at. Detectives ruled pretty early that foul play was involved, but the who and why remained elusive. Searches with bloodhounds and cadaver dogs took place, finding nothing. Lisa's family has stated they believe they know who is responsible, they just have no evidence, while detectives have remained tight-lipped on the matter, but it is assumed that she was probably lured outside by someone she trusted, who then abducted her. There have been several persons of interest since, which include a man she was having an affair with, and was rumored to be pregnant with his child. Other persons of interest were that of her ex-boyfriend, and that of her ex-husband, Jack Shuttleworth, and finally, Neil Durden himself, the man that loaned her the truck. According to her ex-husband, Neil was Lisa's, quote, sugar daddy, end quote. It should be noted, however, that he was her ex-husband, and he has been in and out of jail for years. Altamaha-Ha, Georgia. And we start this layer off with a water cryptid. The Altamaha-Ha, also known as Alti, is said to inhabit small streams and abandoned rice fields near the mouth of Altamaha River, which runs through southeastern Georgia, hence the name. Most of the sightings are usually reported around Darien and McIntosh County. The sightings go back to the days when the Muskogee tribe inhabited the southeastern woodlands, but the first European reports can be traced to around the 1750s, about 20 years after Darien County was founded by the British in 1736. The creature is said to be about 20 feet in length and has a ridged hump. Early descriptions from the natives described it as a giant snake or sturgeon-like animal that hissed and bellowed, and many fishermen, lumberjacks, and Boy Scouts have reported seeing it in the marshes and tributaries of Altamaha River. One of the early recorded accounts came from April 18, 1830, when a Savannah, Georgia newspaper reported multiple sightings of it. The main witness, a man named Captain Delano of the schooner Eagle, reported seeing it off the Simon's Island. He claimed that it was 70 feet long and had a circumference that was about the size of a barrel, with a head that looked like an alligator. 5 other men on the boat would confirm this, as well as several planters on the island. Modern-day witnesses have described it as having a dark, smooth hide, apart from the tire tread-like ridges on its back, as well as having a narrow neck, prominent snout, and flat porpoise-like tail. It has sharp teeth and eyes that glow, and some accounts contradict the dark, smooth hide, and instead claim that it has a body made of green scales. It's also said to move up and down while swimming, indicating that it's most likely mammalian, which is further backed up by witnesses who have said that it breathes out steam or warm air. One of the more recent sightings you can see here, when in 2010, an amateur photographer captured a video of something strange swimming in the channel of Fort King George Historic Site. So what is it? Theories include an alligator gar, which is the largest species in the gar family, and among the largest freshwater fish in North America. They are also oftenly referred to as primitive fishes or living fossils because they have retained some of the morphological characteristics of their early ancestors, which would explain the dinosaur look that Alti is described to have, as an alligator gar has a torpedo-shaped, usually brown or olive body, while its belly is light gray or yellow. And finally, they also have broad snouts and long sharp teeth like Alti is described as having. They get up to 6 feet in length, but there is some anecdotal evidence that some alligator gar can get up to 10 feet long. Another theory is that it could just be a sturgeon or a manatee, while others still claim it is a legit undocumented creature. Debra Ann Woodson, Louisiana. On March 4th, 1986, a man in Pineville, Louisiana, would go to the Pine Highland Apartments to check on his estranged wife and their 2 children, a 5 and 7-year-old son. Now this husband, who I couldn't find the name for, had called his recently separated wife, Debra Ann Woodson, several times, and she had not answered. So it was to his shock when he went over and saw their 2 boys playing alone on the balcony. He tried to open the apartment door, but it was locked, and Debra would not come to the door when he knocked. Realizing something was wrong, he called authorities. The police would arrive shortly and started going over the scene. They noted that Debra's car was still in the parking lot, and there was no sign of a disturbance or foul play inside her apartment. They did note, however, the bathtub was full of soapy water, as if she had been interrupted while taking a bath. There were also 2 glasses on the kitchen counter, although some accounts claim that it was 2 cups of coffee. Detectives would try to construct a timeline of Debra's movements. They found out that 2 days prior, on March 1st, sometime between 3:30 and 4 p.m., Debra had left her apartment with a male friend in his truck. Now this man was identified and was tracked down pretty quickly. His version of events was that he picked up Debra and they left, only for her to tell him about 15 minutes later she was feeling sick and wished to return home. He would take her back and drop her off at the mailbox because she wanted to check the mail, and that was the last time he'd seen her. And apparently, the police had no proof that this unnamed friend was involved, so he was let go. The leads went dry after this for about a month, until Debra's purse was actually found by 2 fishermen. It was hanging on a limb in Flagon Creek, near Highway 28 East, which is about 20 miles from her apartment. The purse contained her wallet, driver's license, credit cards, and photos of her sons, but no money. Her glasses were also inside, with one lens suspiciously broken. Police would check with her employer, the post office, and discovered that she had never picked up her last check. And it's strange because, according to her family, she really loved that job, and would have given a notice before quitting. And maybe not so strangely, Debra's family actually thinks that she was murdered. But before I discuss that, there is one really fascinating wrinkle in this case. So remember I said her purse was found along Highway 28 East, near Flagon Creek? Well, the spot where her purse was found, it's about 10 miles from Esther Regional Airport. And you're probably saying, so what? Well, here's the wrinkle. One of the original investigators that worked this case had a crazy and somewhat off-the-wall theory that may actually be correct. But we have to jump 7 months ahead from Debra's disappearance to October 3rd, 1986, when on the television show Oprah, an episode called Runaway Moms would air. The main guest, who went by the fake name Mary, would tell Oprah that 2 years prior, she got on an airplane and abandoned her husband and 2 children. Now, the only thing that don't match here is the timeline, because she said 2 years, whereas Debra had disappeared 7 months prior. Although, with this theory, it's believed the woman could have changed the details to hide her identity, obviously. The detective who believed this theory would speak to the media about the case 13 years later in 1999 and said, quote, "I think it was her," end quote. Debra's mother Beverly had also seen part of this episode, as she believed it to be her daughter Debra. She offered to pay for a copy of the episode, but no one could come up with it. Detectives were blocked too. They had tried to obtain the episode, but were unable, and as late as 1999, the investigators revealed that nothing had changed about the case, and they were still not able to get a copy of the show. Apparently, the show will not hand over episodes without a court order. Go figure. Debra was declared legally dead in 2000, but the case is still open. So did Debra meet up with foul play? Or is it possible she really just up and abandoned everything and started a new life? Wayne Toups Festival Incident, Louisiana. If you don't know who Wayne Toups is, guess what? You're not alone. I had never heard of him until I researched this mystery. Wayne Toups is a musician who is very well known in Louisiana, and apparently to others as well, and he actually won an award for Song of the Year in 1991 for the song Late in Life. One of his songs was even featured on the soundtrack for the movie Steel Magnolias. In addition, he has played accordion for many country music stars, such as Mark Chestnut's #1 hit, It Sure Is Monday, but also songs with Clay Walker, Alan Jackson, Sammy Kershaw, George Jones, Mark Wills, Garth Brooks, and Ty England. He's probably best known for his bright outfits and accordion playing. The genre of music is Zydeco, which is like an up-tempo, accordion-led dance-style music, mixing Creole and Cajun folk with African-American pop music, although he has been credited with creating his own genre called Zyde-Cajun, which mixes Cajun, Zydeco, and R&B. But what exactly is the mystery in this one? Well, starting in the 80s, Toups, like a lot of musicians, would find himself dabbling in drugs, and by the 90s, he was full-blown addicted to painkillers and cocaine, so much so that he earned the nickname Cocaine Wayne. And the sources here kind of vary, but from what I can gather, he got busted at some point in the 90s for selling a little cocaine to a friend, and I don't think he served any real time for that, but by 2005, he would finally be busted after asking to buy some painkillers from another friend, while his phone had unknowingly been tapped by the police. Regardless, Wayne would plead guilty and was sentenced to 10 months in prison, and credit to him as he would actually kick his drug habit while there, and he would come out completely rehabbed and is went on to keep clean. So where is the mystery? Well, coincidentally, in Louisiana, there is a festival held every year called the International Rice Festival. This event takes place in Crowley, Louisiana every October, and it celebrates rice. It's Louisiana's oldest agricultural festival, starting in 1946, and it's also one of the largest in the state, with over 7 million people attending since it first started. It's usually broken down into 2 parades. There's a rice cooking contest, rice eating contest, farmers banquet, arts and crafts exhibit, and of course, entertainment, with various artists hitting the stage. The event is such a Louisiana cultural staple that JFK and Jacqueline visited in 1959, so suffice to say, this is a very heavily attended event. So it seems kind of strange that at the Rice Festival in 2005, the same time that Wayne Toups was sitting in prison, he was spotted playing music live at the festival. To be more specific, he was actually escorted by the police in handcuffs to the stage, uncuffed, was allowed to go on stage to perform his set list, and then go back off stage, recuff, and go back to prison. This was seen by several witnesses, yet Wayne Toups and state officials have always denied that this happened and claimed that it's nothing but an urban legend. So what gives? This one I couldn't find a lot of info about, other than the interview from Wayne himself, in which he reaffirmed the story was an urban legend and said that sometimes the police escorted his car to a show and he thought that might be where the confusion came from. But if that is true, then who did the people at the 2005 show really see? I realized that cell phones were in abundance then, but was everyone taking pictures and recording video back then? If not, that could explain why there's no actual pictures or video of him at this event, or photos or video of him being uncuffed and allowed to go play on stage. And I totally get why Louisiana state authorities would deny that this happened, so we're left with the people that saw him at the show. Is it an urban legend? Is this a cover-up? Or is this one of the biggest examples of the Mandela effect? Kate Ragsdale, Alabama, February 24th, 2013. In a neighborhood known as the Highlands in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, a horrible mystery would unfold. It began when a couple of neighbors of Kate Ragsdale, a 73-year-old retiree, would notice that Kate had not been outside of her home for several days, which is very unusual. Kate had worked for over 25 years as a librarian at the University of Alabama and was beloved by many people, especially in her community, where she was still very active, so it would come as no shock that these unnamed neighbors would walk over to check on her, but what they did find would shock them. Kate was deceased, but not from natural causes. Instead, she had been murdered by an object police have only described as being sharp, which obviously means it was a stabbing. And that's a recurring theme in this mystery. Law enforcement has been extremely tight-lipped about the details. However, they have disclosed a couple of other facts. One was, Kate had been murdered several days prior to being found on the 24th. Another key fact was that Kate had just returned back home after being out with friends when she was attacked. Police launched an exhaustive investigation, maybe the biggest in the history of Tuscaloosa. They went to every neighbor's home multiple times to interview potential witnesses. In fact, some accounts have stated that they checked every home in a 5-mile radius trying to find a witness. By 2018, 5 years later, authorities would announce a reward of $25,000 to anyone that had info that could lead to an arrest and conviction. And 10 years later, in 2023, still nothing. No suspect has ever been named, no person of interest ever named, no leads ever publicly discussed. It's like they are searching for a ghost. Making it even weirder is the victim herself. As previously mentioned, Kate was well loved. Who would want to kill her? Investigators have stated they do not believe it was a burglary gone wrong. However, the suspect was likely looking for something specific, and that he was most likely local and knew Kate, and knew that she lived in the home and was there for an unspecified reason. After detectives ran out of leads, they would hire a former FBI agent to come up with a criminal profile based on the crime scene. He determined that the killer was most likely young and lived close by, and probably walked to and from the crime scene, hence why no one seen a vehicle. He also stated that it was his belief that the suspect was probably familiar with the location and that the killer appeared to, quote, exhibit an extreme lack of criminal sophistication, end quote. This is one that is really just kind of hard to believe is still unsolved. Lemp Mansion, Missouri. In 1862, William Lemp would inherit his father's brewery, which had made his father a millionaire, and started a major expansion on it, and finished a new plant in 1864. And by the 1870s, the Lemp family name became to be known as a family of wealth and power in St. Louis. By 1876, William would purchase a home to use as a residence and office. The home was already huge, with 33 rooms, but William expanded the home, turning it into a Victorian showplace. But in the middle of all the family's success, tragedy would strike. In 1901, William's favorite son and heir apparent would die at the young age of 28. After this, William would never be the same. He began to withdraw from public, rarely being seen. And if that wasn't enough, on New Year's 1904, William's closest friend, Frederick Pabst, also died. Now William was completely indifferent to the details of running his brewery. He still showed up each day, but he was described as always being nervous and anxious. His health, both physical and mental, began to decline, and on February 13, 1904, he shot himself in the head. That November, his son, William Lemp Jr., took over, and he and his wife began to spend the vast inheritance, filling their home with servants, spending tons of money on carriages, clothing, and art. His wife Lillian was beautiful, and came from a wealthy family as well. William enjoyed having his trophy wife, but he was a player, and cheated constantly. He held lavish parties, brung in prostitutes for his friends, and just generally partied like a rock star. This eventually caught up to him when he sired a son with another woman, and there is no official documentation of this boy. One reason, obviously being, because William didn't want the news of his affairs getting out to the public. But the other reason was this boy was born with Down syndrome and was deemed an embarrassment to the Lemp family. But we know he existed because it was confirmed by a former nanny and a chauffeur who worked at the mansion. Both would verify the boy was kept in the attic quarters that also housed the servants' rooms, where he was taken care of by the servants. This unnamed boy would later be nicknamed the Monkey Face Boy by the few people that ever saw him, which is just sad. Finally, by 1908, William would file for divorce from his wife, but his troubles were just beginning. Prohibition came along in 1919, and he had to close down his plant. The family was already wealthy, but bad things were still to come, as the following year, on March 20th, 1920, William's sister, Elsa Lemp, would shoot herself, just like her father had all those years prior. 2 more years later, William, after falling apart much like his father had, killed himself in the same exact building that his father had. It's after this that his brother Charles, who had left the business long ago, would move into the mansion to take care of William's illegitimate child, who would also die in his 30s, and would be buried with a small marker with the lone name Lemp. Charles would take this hard, and would shoot his Doberman Pinscher, and then himself, becoming the 4th member of this family to commit suicide. Now I told you that story to get to this mystery, and if you haven't figured it out yet, this mansion, yeah, it's one of the most haunted mansions in the United States, and you could probably see why. Allegedly, people have witnessed all kinds of crazy stuff here, such as the illegitimate child's face being seen in the window of the attic, where he was said to spend his days looking out of. People have also left toys in the room, and came back later to discover they had been moved. Another story, that comes after the home had been turned into a bar and inn, cited that one woman who was staying there was taking a shower, and afterwards came out angry at 2 men at the bar she accused of peeping on her. Yet, apparently the men had never even left the bar, and this was verified by several witnesses. That would be chalked up to the ghost of the womanizing William. There's also accounts of people hearing others running up and down the stairs and kicking the bedroom doors. Others claim a faint voice of a child can be heard saying, help me," over and over, as well as seeing a pale older man wearing a white shirt and black pants walking through the hallways. There's also reports of a dog barking, or feeling a dog rubbing up against people's legs, or hearing the nails of a dog on the hardwood floor, which is thought to be the Doberman Pinscher that Charles shot. So, is it possible this place is really haunted? Or is it just people spooking themselves? You be the judge. Beast of Blaendboro, North Carolina. In the winter of 1954 and 1955, pet owners in Blaendboro, North Carolina would be hit with a series of strange animal killings that have never been fully explained. The mystery started on December 29th, when a farmer would report that a large cat-like beast had attacked one of his dogs and dragged it into some underbrush. This beast would go on to become known as the Beast of Blaendboro, or Vampire Beast, or Vampire Cat. In its first attack, the farmer described the creature as being sleek, black, and about 5 feet long. The dog obviously died, by the way. 2 days later, on New Year's Eve, 2 more dogs would be attacked. The resident would go out to their kennels and would spot a significant amount of blood. He would state that they had been torn to ribbons and crushed. He followed up by saying one dog was killed at 10:30 and was left lying there with pools of blood on the porch. At 1:30 in the morning, it came back and killed the other dog and took it off. They found it 3 days later in a hedgerow. The top of one of the dog's heads was torn off and its body was crushed and wet, like it had been in the creature's mouth. The dog's lower jaw was also torn off, which sounds absolutely vicious. But this creature wasn't done. The next day, on New Year's, 2 more dogs were found dead at a farm, and then a night later, on the 2nd, another farmer found his dog had been killed. And yet, this was still not enough to feed the bloodthirsty creature, because on January 3rd, 2 more dogs were found killed. Finally, after this, an autopsy would be performed on one of the dogs, and it was reported that the dog had no blood in his body at all. Over the next few days, 1 more dog would be found. In addition, a pet rabbit was found cleanly decapitated and still warm, while 1 goat was found dead with its head flattened. So what in the world was doing all this? Well, similar descriptions to that the first farmer offered seemed to be confirmed by others. One said that the animal was about 4.5 feet long, bushy, and looked like a bear or a panther, while another said that it had a smaller one with it, indicating that it was a cub, while others reported hearing strange noises like a baby crying. A group of hunters from Wilmington would actually spend the night tracking the creature for about 3 miles. According to them, the tracks left indicated that the claws were at least 1 inch long, and that the animal weighed about 80 to 90 pounds. There was also a smaller set of tracks found beside the bigger tracks. On January 5th, one of the days when the attacks occurred, a woman said she seen a mountain lion near some dogs 3 houses down. The animal would then run towards her, only for the cat to turn and flee after she screamed. The police would actually be called, and they described the tracks as being bigger than a silver dollar. Law enforcement did try to track down the creature, but the dogs wouldn't follow. I can't blame them. The searches would grow from a few people to 100, to a week later when 1,000 people went out hunting for it. By this time, authorities would deem it unsafe for that many people out in the woods with guns hunting for this creature, so they implored citizens to go back home. And about a week later, a farmer would finally kill a bobcat about 4 miles from the city. The mayor at the time quickly claimed that this was the cat responsible and wrapped the whole thing up. But this cat looked nothing like what was seen. Plus, bobcats are not even that big, and most people believe the mayor just said it to bring a sense of calm back to the town. To this day, no one is really for sure what was stalking the dogs of Blaendboro. Most seem to agree that it was feline, but what kind? A lot seem to think it was a cougar, aka mountain lion, aka catamount, aka panther. But they are allegedly extinct on the East Coast outside of Florida. Another theory was that it may have been a coyote or a wolf, which again aren't supposed to be that far east. Another suggestion was a wolverine, which they are not that far south. One off-the-wall suggestion was that it was a wild police dog, which led to a more feasible possibility that it was just a wild dog. Pascagoula Phantom Barber, Mississippi. On June 5th, 1942, 2 girls, 11-year-old Mary Briggs and 12-year-old Edna Heidel, who shared a room at Our Lady of Victory's convent, would be awoken to something they must have thought a strange dream. Mary would state that after waking, quote, "I saw the figure of a kinda short, fat man bending over me with something shiny in his hand, and he was fooling with my hair. When he saw me open my eyes, he said, 'Shh.' I yelled. He jumped out the window," end quote. The scream would be enough to wake Edna, who saw the man climbing out. But this wasn't the end. A few days later, 6-year-old Carol Petey would awake to find a lot of her hair missing. She would get up to see the screen to her window had been cut out. After this, an adult woman named Mrs. Taylor reported 2 inches of her new perm had been cut off. Quote, "I had a vague feeling of something passing over my face, then woke up feeling ill," end quote. This account led police to believe that the suspect had started using chloroform to keep his victims from waking, which is not exactly how chloroform works, since you have to keep it on someone's mouth a while to knock them out. So who knows what he was using. The perp would keep at it over the next several days, although it's key to remember here that none of these people were hurt in any way, and nothing was stolen, and the only damage was to the window screens. He did leave a sandy footprint behind on a bed, but nothing that could identify him. Bloodhounds followed the scent to a tree line, but it always disappeared there, where he most likely fled on bike. It's also important to note that since this was a town where military supplies were made, the town was ordered to have blackout conditions, which simply meant keep the lights off at night so enemy bombers couldn't hit the town. This made it perfect for someone who wanted to break in. And here's where the story gets even more bizarre, if that's possible. While these break-ins were going on, another set of break-ins in the area, going in by a cut window screen as well, would see the prowler take clothing and dishes and scatter them on the floor. This guy was thought to be the Phantom Barber as well. However, the crimes would take a dark turn when a man would break into the home of Terrell Heidelberg and attacked him and his wife with an iron pipe. Authorities originally believed it to be the Phantom Barber, and they arrested a 57-year-old German man named William Dolan, who they charged with the attempted murder. A bundle of human hair and a couple pairs of barber scissors were found at his home, but strangely, Dolan admitted the motive for the attack was that he had a disagreement with Mr. Heidelberg's father, but he was not the Phantom Barber. However, a different theory was proposed by investigators. That was that William Dolan was a German saboteur who was working to bring down the morale of the workers in the area who were help building ships for the war. And it might have actually worked, because many of the men refused to go in, instead staying home to protect their family. The charges against Dolan was based on flimsy evidence though, and the governor would pardon him 6 years later after he passed a lie detector test. Dolan and his family left Pascagoula after this, but at some point, he would sign everything he had over to his wife and vanished. 3 weeks later, a body was found in the Mississippi. His wife would go to claim it, and although there was no way to positively identify it, Dolan's wife was adamant that it was her husband based on some scars and tattoos, and she had him laid to rest. However, the deceased man's fingerprints were taken and sent to the FBI to compare to those taken from Dolan at prison, and it wasn't a match. 6 years later, in 1954, the Sheriff's Department received an inquiry from the FBI to check on the fingerprints of a man named William Dolan. Turns out, this man had been arrested in Sacramento on a vagrancy charge and released the next day. William told them he was 70 years old and he gave no next of kin and never mentioned Mississippi. People now pretty much concede that he wasn't the Phantom Barber, but it's not 100% sure either. But if he wasn't, then who was? And why was he doing this? And secondly, what about William? His story is just as bizarre. Emanuel Burtz, Texas. August 4th, 1989, in Dallas, Texas, Keisha Burtz would give birth at her mother's home to a baby boy she named Emanuel Burtz. Afterwards, her and her mother would go to the nearby Parkland Memorial Hospital, where the baby and mother were both monitored. The two would end up spending about a week there until they were discharged on August 11th. The next day, a woman came to the door and introduced herself as Debra Manning, a social worker who was making a follow-up visit from the hospital. Debra would tell Keisha she was there to follow up on the eye infection that Emanuel had been diagnosed with in the hospital. A month later, on September 12th, the social worker would show up again. This time, she would bring a letter informing Keisha that due to her drug use while pregnant, it was possible that Emanuel had contracted HIV. She said that she would need to take him to the hospital immediately and get tested. So Keisha stated that she would go with them, only for Debra to make up an excuse saying that she couldn't go, and told Keisha she would return the next morning for Emanuel. That next morning, Keisha would get up and go to the hospital to talk to the medical staff about her baby. She would leave Emanuel in the care of her mother, Hermaine, and sometime after this, Debra would show up to take Emanuel to the hospital, just as she said the night before. But when she got there around 9 a.m., she would tell the grandmother, Hermaine, that she would have to go back because she forgot the car seat for him, and she would end up returning about an hour later at 10 a.m. She would then pick up Emanuel from Hermaine and put him in the car and stated that they would be back by 2 p.m. Keisha was still at the hospital at this time, trying to find out why they had ordered a HIV test for the baby. Strangely, Debra would leave without asking for Emanuel's eye medicine, and you can probably see where this is going, because at 2 p.m., Debra did not return with Emanuel. That night, around 8 p.m., Realizing they had been conned, Keisha would call the police. An investigation was launched, and they found out pretty quickly that Child Protective Services hadn't authorized Emmanuel's removal from the home for any reason. Furthermore, Debra was stated to have wore a white lab coat and surgical pants as part of the con, and real social workers wore street clothes. Both of Emmanuel's parents would also test for HIV, and both came out negative, meaning that Emmanuel didn't have the virus. Both would also take polygraphs and were cleared as suspects. Investigators have stated that obviously Debra Manning was an alias, but they also believe this woman most likely had a long history as a con artist, and that she probably had done something similar to this before. They were certain, too, that she had gotten hold of Emmanuel's medical information. She was described as being in her 30s, 5'6", and 145 pounds. She had sandy brown hair, although it may have been a wig, wore heavy blue eyeshadow, and spoke with a foreign accent, most likely African. She had spoke about owning a van a few times, but they never actually saw what vehicle she was driving. Over 30 years later, and there hasn't been one sighting of Emmanuel or his abductor. As far as theories go, it's very possible he's still alive and doesn't even know he was abducted. Another theory was that he was sold into an illegal baby adoption ring, or was abducted to use in welfare fraud. That last one is probably the worst one, cause it's likely she wouldn't have kept him around after going through with the fraud. Cohoe Light, Virginia. Here it is, another ghost light. This one near King William County, Virginia. The light was frequently seen along a stretch of 632, where Mount Olive Cohoe Road crosses the Norfolk Southern Railway. This has led to many calling it the ghost light at Cohoe Crossing. It usually appears several hundred yards from the railroad crossing itself. As it approaches, the yellow or white light tends to get brighter. It usually appears on a hazy, dismal night, and sometimes swings and sways like a lantern. Other times, it holds steady as it moves closer. As for theories, well, there are several. One of the more common accounts states that a train loaded with wounded Confederate soldiers departed from Richmond after a battle in 1864 and was slated to bring the passengers to King William County, but somehow vanished, which of course has led to this ghost train. And then there's the commonly told story of a railroad worker who became decapitated in a 19th century train crash, and now is said to walk the tracks with a lantern looking for his head. However, there's no record of this crash, and likewise, the Confederate forces in the area actually retreated the opposite direction of what this legend says, so neither of these are true. Furthermore, the light itself wasn't even spotted until around the 1950s. The small town of West Point, where the light is located, was visited by a large number of tourists in the 60s and 70s who came just to get a glimpse of the light. There were so many that the sheriff would at times start handing out tickets to paranormal seekers for trespassing on railroad property. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of photos or videos on this one because the sightings dropped off after the 70s, and by the 2010s became exceedingly rare. But the photos that do exist are pretty crazy. And of course, it's the normal theory of swamp gas, although some claim it could be distant lights reflecting off the atmosphere. Morgan County Jane Doe, West Virginia. On May 10th, 1950, Benjamin Mills of Berkeley Springs, West Virginia, would go mushroom hunting around 4 p.m. along an abandoned portion of Route 522, more specifically, near the Hancock Bridge, about 3/10 of a mile away from the Maryland-West Virginia state line. While on his hunt, he would glance over an embankment to see a head full of curly red hair. Obviously, he was shocked to have found a body, and would quickly go to the sheriff's office. Detectives would respond and found the nude body of a white female laying partially under a fence. She was scratched up and muddy, which led investigators to believe she had been dragged to the area, and even though she was found nude, there were no signs of sexual assault. However, around her throat were markings that suggested that she had been strangled with a garrote, as well as having blunt force trauma to the head and neck. The victim was estimated to have died 2 days prior. The woman was believed to be between 35 and 50 and had red permed hair, about 5'5", and between 120 to 130 pounds. She had several scars, a couple that were strange, one Y-shaped scar on the outside of her right wrist that was around 3 inches long, and a W-shaped scar in the center of her forehead. She also had a 10-inch hysterectomy scar and 4-inch appendectomy scar. Her hands were noted as being very small, with freckles covering up the backs of them and going up her arms. Detectives actually had a few leads at first. One was, she was spotted on a bus from Ohio. In fact, the bus driver would go to view the body several days later and identified her as being the woman he dropped off in Hancock, Maryland at 12:35 a.m. on May 5th. She had ridden from Columbus to Hancock and asked the bus driver how to get to Needmore, Pennsylvania. He let her out at a highway intersection and told her he would stop at the next station and send a taxi to her. But when he stopped, he could not find any taxis. Other leads came after this, and those too went to dead ends. The body was exhumed in 2007, and DNA was taken, and that too led to nothing. Another strange fact in all this, for some reason, Maryland State Police would be the early investigators on this case, in spite of the fact that it was on the West Virginia side, albeit only by 1/3 of a mile. At some point, the investigation was turned back over to West Virginia law enforcement. I don't know if that possibly hampered the investigation or not, but nearly 75 years later, and there was never even a suspect named. Even stranger was no one was able to identify the woman, even though she had that weird W-shaped scar on her forehead. It's really kinda crazy that she wasn't identified, although it was 1950, and media wasn't as widespread, which led to the theory that this woman was brought from a very great distance, maybe several states away. Skunk Ape, Florida. I know Skunk Ape isn't considered to be obscure, but I was kinda surprised to see that it didn't make the Unsolved Mystery Mega Iceberg, so I thought I would slide it in here, even though it might just be a Bigfoot variant. The skunk ape is a bipedal humanoid that is reported in Texas, Georgia, and Louisiana, but most often reported in the Florida Everglades. It has black fur with red glowing eyes, and of course, its most noticeable characteristic, it has a terrible odor, like a mixture of a wet dog, skunk, and rotten eggs. It's described as being around 7 feet tall and up to 500 pounds, having reddish to dark brown hair. Sightings got more frequent in the 60s and 70s, but one of the earliest modern recordings came from 1957, when a pair of hunters claimed a gigantic smelly ape raided their camp in the Everglades. However, going back hundreds of years, the Seminole tribe had also known about the skunk ape, calling it Estikapkaka, meaning tall man. In the fall of 1974, there were a ton of sightings reported in Dade County, Florida, but one of the most legitimate reportings came on January 9th when Richard Smith slammed his car into something at an intersection. He at first feared he had hit a tall man in dark clothes, but was stunned when a 7-foot to 8-foot tall hairy creature lifted itself off the road, roared at him, and charged his car. Smith would slam the accelerator and take off. What makes this one so believable is, over the next few hours, drivers would call into the police, reporting that they saw a limping giant walking along US 27. Officers were dispatched at 2:12 a.m., and a patrolman reported that he had just spotted a huge hairy creature limping along the road a few miles from the accident scene before it disappeared into the brush. The next morning, they would go across the area in helicopters, but found nothing. Fast forward 26 years to the year 2000, again in the fall. The police of Sarasota County would receive an anonymous letter with 2 attached photographs of what a woman claimed was an escaped orangutan that had been stealing apples from her back porch the previous 3 nights. These photos were later found to have been taken near the Miyaka River. On October 28, 2013, a video entitled, "I Think I Saw a Skunk Ape, Please Help," which you can see here, was uploaded to YouTube and has been called the most convincing skunk ape footage. It showed the large hairy humanoid crouching in the water and pulling bark off a tree with ease. Still, most skeptics point out that the overwhelming majority of these are nothing more than black bear sightings, as it will often stand upright and in the dense forest can appear to be another animal entirely. They are also known to rummage through garbage cans, which might be where the bad smell comes from. Other explanations is that it could be an unknown species of ape, or it is related to Sasquatch. William Strange, West Virginia. In the autumn of 1795, a surveying expedition, ran by Henry Jackson, was making their way up Upshur County, West Virginia, and were heading into the deeper remote areas of Elk River and its tributaries like Holly River. At this time, there were no settlements in the area, so the expedition would take a horse packed to carry provisions, along with hiring a man named William Strange to be the cook. One evening, before an early season snowstorm, Jackson would tell Strange to take the supplies on up ahead where a settlement was located and to set up camp there. The rest of the crew would continue to survey the area and would meet him at camp that evening. Strange was told to keep along the left fork of the creek to its mouth, where he should then move along Holly River until it came to a junction with Elk River. However, due to the thick growth of the forest, Strange accidentally took the right fork towards Elk River, not the left on Holly River. After traveling for a while, he realized his mistake and decided to backtrack. He set off again in a different direction, only to come to a fork he didn't recognize. He was confused and now nervous. He knew he was lost. He decided to stop and tie the horse to a tree, most likely in an attempt to try and access different paths without lugging around all the supplies. By that evening, the surveying crew would reach the spot of the intended camp, only to realize that Strange never made it. At first, the crew was unsure what to do and apprehensive about sending a search party into the unknown. However, several men would finally head out to look for him, and they would find the wrong trail that Strange had taken, and they followed it up. They would come up to the pack horse, which was still tied to the tree. In the area, they saw a man's tracks leading in many different directions. They didn't know which one to try and follow, so instead, they would fire a shot up into the air, hoping that Strange would hear and come back. They debated firing more shots up into the air, but they were deep into Indian territory and afraid that any Roman Indians might hear and ambush them. They would continue to follow a set of tracks though, a few miles further into the mountains, and then that track was lost. They would have no other option but to go back home. After returning and telling others about what had happened, other searchers would go out to look for William, and they too found nothing. It wouldn't be until years later, and many miles away, that a hunter came across a decayed gun thought to belong to Strange that was stuck in a split in the rocks. Bones were also found nearby, but most of all, a beech tree nearby was found with a carving that read, "Strange is my name, and I'm on strange ground, and strange it is that I can't be found." This tree was said to have stood on what was then called Turkey Creek. However, it was renamed Strange Creek after William's disappearance, which is the name the stream still bears today. Now this story has many variations, and no one's sure which path he took, or where this beech tree is where his remains were found. Even the words carved on the tree have been told in different ways. However, many people have gone to look for it, but too much time has passed to confirm almost anything about it. A local, now deceased, historian named Charles Carpenter spent years going over the tale and surveying the stream and countryside, but was never able to find that conclusive piece of evidence, although he did say the tale is based on an actual historical occurrence, but it was no doubt embellished. How much is unknown. With all likelihood, the bones and tree will never be found, but some still search for them to this day. Pink creature of Goose Creek Lagoon, South Carolina. In 1928, a naturalist, Herbert Sass, and his wife were in a flat-bottomed boat in Goose Creek, South Carolina. As they floated in the lagoon, Herbert would record seeing something rather odd in the water. Herbert would say, quote, "It was heavy, about the thickness of a man's lower thigh, of a bright salmon pink and orange color. How long it was, I don't know, because both ends remained underwater," end quote. The couple wouldn't get a great look at the creature's head or tail, but they did see a pair of legs that Sass said were similar to that of an alligator or salamander. Sass was unsure what this creature was, but he would guess that it was possibly a giant hellbender, which is a giant salamander, located in the eastern central US. They have beady dorsal eyes and slimy skin, being colored blotchy brown or reddish brown, which could be what Sass seen except for two small issues. First, the Hellbender salamander is not located in South Carolina, except for a tiny portion of the northwestern corner of the state. Secondly, SAS recorded that this creature was a salmon pink color, contrasting the color of a real Hellbender salamander. What gives this weird sighting so much credibility is obviously SAS was an educated naturalist and would most likely not misidentify an animal, at least not a local one, around an area where he spent so much time studying the local flora and fauna. So was this some kind of slightly mutated Hellbender that somehow found itself outside of its normal range? Or was it an undiscovered species, like SAS believed? Alicia Carver, Louisiana. September 11th, 2002. In New Lano, Louisiana, law enforcement would be called at 11:31 p.m. in response to a woman who was reporting that her daughter, 14-year-old Barbara Ivy, and family friend, 19-year-old Alicia Carver, had been severely beaten in a bedroom. When officers arrived, they were greeted with a gruesome scene. Actually, many of the law enforcement officers with Vernon Parish would state that it was the most brutal crime scene they had ever witnessed. Alicia had suffered horrific injuries to her face and skull and was pronounced dead at the scene. Barbara had also suffered traumatic head injuries, but would actually live to make a full recovery. Unfortunately, she was unable to recall the incident to give any info about the attacker. Alicia had married a man named Mark Carver when she was only 17. The two then decided to move to New York to be with Mark's family. Unfortunately, just days after arriving, Alicia's mother would pass suddenly, so they went back to Louisiana, and Alicia would take the death hard and use drugs to cope. This obviously took a toll on the marriage, and the two separated. About a half a year later, Alicia would have to find a place to stay, and it was a male friend from high school that told her she could stay with his family. This was Barbara Ivy's brother, the other girl that had been attacked. The male friend's name has never been released, I guess because he was cleared as a suspect. Detectives immediately began looking for witnesses and associates of the two girls, but found nothing. They also created a timeline, which brought up one odd thing. Barbara's mother had actually been out the evening and only returned that night at 11:31 p.m. when she discovered the beating of both her daughter and Alicia. Her mother would run into her bedroom screaming, and here's the odd part. That scream would awaken her boyfriend, who would claim he must have slept through the entire attack, and I can only take that to be true because he was fully cooperative with investigators, and they would actually rule him out as a suspect, which makes the entire case even more bizarre because that residency was a single wide trailer, and at least one source said the room the two girls were in shared a wall with the room that Barbara's mother's boyfriend was said to have slept in during the entire attack. If you have ever been in a single wide, then you will probably have a hard time believing that version of events. However, as I mentioned, police have ruled him out. So maybe he was just a heavy sleeper or just afraid to state what he knew. Going further back into the timeline, Alicia's father Richard would state that 2 months prior to the attack, he had gotten a strange phone call from his daughter. She would ask him to make the 10-hour trip from Georgia to come get her and bring her back with him. But once he arrived, Alicia would change her mind without explanation and did not want to go back, leaving him to make the 10-hour drive back home alone. As far as suspects go, there's never been one publicly named. The mother's boyfriend was obviously ruled out. Alicia's recently separated husband was also not a suspect. There was some thought that Barbara's brother, the one that told Alicia she could stay there until she got on her feet, may have been involved, but nothing ever came from that either. He, along with 2 friends, would be arrested on drug charges 11 years later though, when he was caught running a meth lab. One of those unnamed friends had actually lived just a half a mile down the road from where the attacks had taken place, yet no leads there either. And to add to that, would Barbara's brother really plan an attack on someone he called a friend from high school, or even more importantly, on his own sister? Finally, one last bizarre note in this one. This trailer sat just 1/3 of a mile from the police station, and a 911 call would have almost certainly seen the police respond within a minute or maybe 2. That makes it seem like this wasn't something planned, as that would have been awful risky. Diana Brongart, Missouri. On March 11, 1987, 18-year-old Diana Brongart of Crystal City, Missouri, was finishing up her part-time shift at Venture Store. At 10 p.m., she would hurriedly leave work as she told her co-workers she was going home to study for a test the following day. Her home was just a few minutes away from the mall where she worked. However, by 10:30 p.m., she had still not arrived, which was odd for Diana because she was a responsible teen and would call if she knew she was going to be late. They would give her till 11 p.m., and when she didn't arrive, her adoptive father, Marvin, would drive to the mall himself, only to be shocked when he seen Diana's 1982 bright yellow Ford Escort in the parking lot, one of the few remaining cars still there. Unsure of what to do, he would go home and start calling up Diana's friends, but none of them had seen her. They would begin to try and convince themselves that Diana had simply went somewhere with a friend and forgot to call them, but when she still hadn't arrived by morning, they knew something was up, and they called the police. Investigators would go talk to Diana's friends to find out her mindset. They pretty quickly realized this was out of her character to just up and leave, but one early theory they did ponder was, since she was adopted, was it possible that she had left to try and locate her parents? But this was ruled out when it was discovered that her adoptive parents had offered to assist her in learning more about them, to which Diana had declined. Detectives found no signs of foul play in or around the car, but they were certain she never made it to her vehicle. After the media got a hold of the story, one eyewitness would call to state that she had seen a man speaking to a woman that had just exited the mall that night, whom she later identified as being Diana. That would fit the same story that Diana's co-workers had also told investigators. Apparently, the last customer Diana had waited on before she left chose to hang around the store after he checked out. They had assumed he was waiting on another customer. When they gave a description of the man, it pretty much matched the other eyewitness accounts to a T. They both described him as being a white man that was 5'10", between 35 and 40, clean-shaven with dark hair, fairly dark complexion with small bumps on his face. Investigators would release the sketch and claim that he was not a suspect, but hoped he might have witnessed something, which of course is probably not true. They would receive a lot of calls about this man, but nothing ironclad. Police have reopened the case a couple of times since, once in 2004, when a few new tips were provided, that again led nowhere, and in 2007, when detectives would actually make some progress. When they interviewed a man that resembled the sketch, he had lived in the area for decades and was currently in jail on unrelated charges. He would eventually end up serving life in Missouri State Prison, but was never charged with Diana's disappearance. However, investigators did state that the man was never able to clear himself either, but it is believed he was definitely the man that went through her checkout lane. However, another suspect is that of Larry Dwayne Hall, who is believed to be responsible for up to 45 women vanishing in the 80s and 90s, but he's in a North Carolina federal prison, and the majority of his crimes took place in Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin, and he doesn't really look like the sketch either. Bartow County, John Doe, Georgia. On September 1st, 2018, around 5:40 p.m., the Bartow County Sheriff's Department would respond to a call that stated that they had seen a body floating in the Allatoona Lake near Bethany Bridge. Upon arriving, they discovered a deceased male with a gunshot wound to the right temple. He was also wearing weights tied to his ankles and a small boat anchor around his waist, as well as a backpack filled with rocks and sand. The remains were sent to a medical examiner's office for an autopsy and identification, but fingerprints and facial recognition software were unable to identify the man. A spokesman for the police department would state that they had no matching missing person cases, and they had zero evidence on who this man was and how he ended up here, so they pleaded for public help. A sketch and description were provided. The man was believed to be between 55 and 65 years old and weighed about 230 pounds. He had no tattoos or markings on his body. However, the key clue in all this, the man was wearing flippers, which have led many to believe this was a suicide and not a homicide, although many have pointed out that it would have been pretty difficult to swim out that far with all those body weights and a gun and then shoot himself. A lot of tips have been turned in on this one, and DNA has been taken, yet no ID has been made. case update. As mentioned at the end of the segment, a lot of people believe this couldn't be suicide due to the fact he swam out there with all those weights and a gun and then allegedly shot himself where he hoped he would never be found. But that's exactly what he did. 71-year-old George Madden III was finally identified in June 2023. Although his body had been found on September 1st, 2018, he was not reported missing until October 2019. And like a lot of cases like this, details aren't really shared other than the investigators are confident he committed suicide. The Witch of Yazoo City, Mississippi. In the late afternoon of May 25, 1884, a boy named Joe Duggett was out fishing in the Yazoo River. As he paddled his raft along, he would hear the sound of someone in immense pain. That noise seemed to be coming from a house nearby on the riverbank. Now this house was known to the people of town as belonging to an older woman who lived alone and was rumored to dabble in witchcraft. In fact, it was rumored that she would lure fishermen into her house under the guise of having a drink, only for them to disappear. Joe would tie his raft to a branch and approach the home and look through a window. What he seen scared him. 2 dead men were stretched out on the floor of the room. He would see the old woman in a black dress singing some dreadful incantation while waving her arms in circles. Duggett would race back to his raft and float into town to find the sheriff. They in turn took a horse and buggy to the old woman's house. They would smash down the door, but saw no sign of the woman or men. They would search the home though, and found several dozen half-starved cats. They also found 2 skeletons dangling from a rafter, who were never identified. Fish bones littered the floor as well. The sheriff was perplexed, until they heard a sound in the backyard. They would look from the upstairs window to see the old woman sneaking away into the swamp, which was next to the river. The sheriff would call on the woman to stop, and this would only cause her to run. They would chase her, and finally catch up to her, as she had fallen into some quicksand. Just as her head was about to go under, she would yell out that she was cursing the town of Yazoo because the people there had treated her so bad. She would then sink and pass away. The next day, authorities would use pitchforks and long limbs to retrieve her body. In a sign of things to come, a fierce rain and wind would begin. They would bury her in the center of the town cemetery, and around her grave, they put the heaviest chain they could find. 20 years later to the date that the woman passed, on May 25, 1904, Miss Pauline Wise was planning her wedding. As she entered to show her visitors some gifts, she discovered a small fire, and tragically, an unusual strong wind for that time of year caused that fire to spread to the adjoining house. Then, from Main Street, the fire spread across other streets. The fire would go on to be the worst in Yazoo City history, with over 200 homes burned to the ground, and nearly every business as well, 234 buildings in total. The exact cause of the fire has never been established, but afterwards, several citizens went to find that grave, only to discover that the chain around it had been broken into 2. Now, I'm not saying I believe in curses, but this one is weird, and there is one mystery remaining, even if you don't believe in the curse. If the witch is not buried there, then who is? Scarce records do indicate that a woman from Glenwood did own that plot. However, what makes things difficult is the very real fire, which destroyed practically every historical document in Yazoo City. That included the cemetery records, meaning no one knows who was there. But before the fire, the tombstone had been mysteriously broken and was removed. That tombstone simply had the letters TW, which could stand for the witch. Some have suggested a man is actually buried there, and that the chains were part of a fraternity ritual. One final theory in all this is that a woman named Harriet Pruitt, who was an editress of a local Yazoo City paper, penned some pretty inflammatory articles which took a stand against some of the racism in Mississippi at the time. It's thought that after she passed away, many of the men in town purposely spread the rumor that she was a witch just to taint her name. The only problem was, she died in 1883, 1 year before the witch's alleged death. Storyville Slayer, Louisiana. New Orleans, Louisiana, in the summer of 1991, a young black woman would go to the police and tell them of getting into a car of an unknown man that July, and after having a conversation with him, he began to strangle her until she was unconscious. He then dropped her off into the streets. The woman's name has never been disclosed. She would give a description of the man as being muscular, well-dressed, middle-aged black man who drove a dark-colored vehicle, possibly a Buick Regal or Chevy Monte Carlo. This would be the beginning of a reign of terror by this individual, which would culminate with the murder of at least 24 individuals, mostly prostitutes and drug addicts. I had originally planned on naming every victim and age and going over the way in which they were found. However, I found that would take up way too much time in this type of format, so I would just have to sum it up. But please don't think that this is any disrespect to the victims, because that was not my intent. Of the 24 victims, although some accounts say 27, there were 17 black women, 2 white women, 4 black men, and 1 white man, and at least some of these men were found to be transgender. The ages ranged from 17 to 42. Now to the investigation. A huge task force was launched in '95 that included New Orleans Police Department, along with surrounding parishes and the FBI. They would publicly announce that Victor Gant was the lead suspect. He had spent his youth where a number of the victims lived and were abducted from. He was also a police officer in February 1980, and on patrol, he would spend a lot of time in the red light districts, where he would meet many prostitutes and pimps. During this time, he would meet up with one victim, Sharon Robinson, who would eventually become his roommate. She would eventually go to the police, though, to report him for beating her. Grant denied it, of course, and said all he did was push her. But her children, along with the doctor, both stated that she had been beaten. A hearing was set in 1995, and the key witness, Sharon, was found dead on May 1st, along with her friend, Karen Ivester, who Gant had a personal grudge against. He would be DNA tested, and it was compared to a piece of chewing tobacco found near the scene, but results were inconclusive and charges were dropped, and he was dismissed from the police force. Yet another popular suspect is that of Russell Elwood. You might not recognize that name, but you probably recognize the story. During a broadcast of Howard Stern, a man called in calling himself Clay, and then indicated that he was responsible for 12 murders, and he gave enough background that it was determined he was a white resident of New Orleans. The FBI would actually seize these recordings. However, in subsequent years, the credibility has been doubted, since people called in all the time, alleging to have done terrible things. Elwood himself had already become a suspect when he showed up partially undressed at the scene where Cheryl Lewis was found just a year prior. He was spotted by 2 off-duty deputies. He claimed that he was just changing oil in his car, yet there was no oil anywhere. Deputies let him go, but this is what would lead to him becoming a suspect. He would be arrested several times after this for drugs, and bragged to other inmates about killing some of the Storyville victims. A lot of this bragging didn't seem to be well grounded in reality though, but he was eventually found guilty of killing Cheryl Lewis and was sentenced to life in prison. Detectives tried to pin at least one other one on him, but it was established that he was out of state at the time. Other than her case, none of the others have been solved. Most think today that there were 2 separate serial killers working the area at the same time, most likely Gant and Elwood. Leroy Gorman, West Virginia. Leroy Gorman of Charleston, West Virginia, was the acting vice president of the Charleston National Bank, a role which saw him running the day-to-day affairs of the institution. Gorman was what you called a self-made man, working from the age of 19 until 62, climbing up the ladder of the banking world. By 1982, the Charleston National Bank was in the process of incorporating the First National Bank of South Charleston, a move in which Gorman played a huge part in. But on November 12, 1982, Gorman would arrive at the Steak and Ale in Charleston with his girlfriend around 6 p.m. He was supposed to have met a colleague at 5:30, but a meeting with some other representatives from another bank caused him to be late, so his colleague got tired of waiting and left the Steak and Ale at 5:50 p.m., just 10 minutes before Gorman arrived. So Gorman and his date entered and proceeded to the bar area, where they were ultimately seated in the back corner. Gorman was a regular at the Steak and Ale, and many of the people there that evening spoke to him. After about 2 hours, at around 8 p.m., Gorman and his date would leave. Leroy would go to the passenger side car door to let his date in. He would then walk around to the other side, and it's here that chaos would occur, as Gorman would exchange words with a man that had parked his car near Gorman's. 3 gunshots would ring out before the vehicle would then peel out of the parking lot. Gorman would lean up against his vehicle with one arm on the door and one on the roof. 2 of the bullets had struck his right arm, but one had hit his abdomen. Incredibly, Gorman was afraid of attracting media attention, so he downplayed the extent of his injuries. The Charleston Police Department would show up shortly after and begin to interview him, who again pretended everything was fine, until he collapsed to the pavement. He would be rushed to the hospital, where it was first thought he was in stable condition, but after seeing the full extent of his injuries, things started to look dire. One bullet had shattered a bone in his arm, while the more deadly one entered through his back, pierced his liver, and caused massive internal bleeding. He was immediately sedated and brought into surgery, but not before Detective Sadler got to interview him. He would divulge that the suspect was a white male with a dark complexion, slim face, dark medium-length hair, and glasses. Leroy had no idea who it was, or anyone who would want to harm him. Interestingly, he did mention that he thought the shooter could have been across the bar from where he and his date were speaking with friends earlier that evening. Sadly, Leroy Gorman would succumb to his injuries at 4:57 a.m. the next morning. The investigation now changed from the attempted murder to murder, and most figured that it would wrap up pretty quickly, yet nothing. The key witness was his date, and she has always been kept anonymous to protect her. Rumors would begin to swirl after this, though. Some claimed that Gorman's apartment was a revolving door of numerous women visiting him. Could a jealous lover of one of these been responsible? There was also accusations of sexual assault at the workplace, as well as homemade pornography alleged to have been made by Gorman. But, as mentioned, that was all rumors. What is fact, though, is the First National Bank, which was being taken over by Gorman's bank, in which he had a big hand in, saw many stockholders lose hundreds of thousands of dollars in the takeover. Could an angry stockholder be responsible? Was a hitman involved? The suspect was described as a white male, thick eyebrows, dark medium-length hair, glasses, and a full mustache, about 5'8" to 5'10", drove a gray, brown, or beige Chevy Monte Carlo or Pontiac Grand Prix. Witnesses said that the man had waited in the parking lot for over an hour, and afterwards, there were several reports of this man seen across the state, as well as in Kentucky, 40 years later, and the police are no closer to solving it. Redbird River Petroglyphs, Kentucky. The Redbird River Petroglyphs, also known simply as Redbird Petroglyphs, are a series of petroglyphs or carvings in Clay County, Kentucky. The rock originally set along Redbird River, but it was moved to a park in Manchester after it fell 16 feet below onto Kentucky Route 66 in 1994. Before constructing and widening of the highway, the stone had stood about chest high. The inscribed surface is about 5.5 feet in height and 20 feet in length. The carvings are sharply incised and linear and have been described as different than any others found in Kentucky. The stone is estimated to be anywhere from 200 years old to 2,000 years old, which is a wide window. The interpretation and people responsible for the inscriptions have long been a mystery in Kentucky. One historical marker on the river attributes the marking to the Cherokee chief Redbird, for whom the river is named. However, in the book Rock Art of Kentucky, the authors could find nowhere in any record that a Chief Redbird ever existed. So they would write to the Kentucky Historical Society, who would reply back and state, quote, "You will note that on our marker, we say that he was a legendary Cherokee Indian. There is much legend in this area, but very little of any specific nature, and no reliable dates are available," end quote, which kind of sounds like they made the whole thing up. Regardless, several theories have been put forth to try and explain what the markings mean, along with who was responsible. There's actually a sign adjacent to the stone that reads, quote, "At least 8 Old World alphabets are engraved on it. These alphabets were extinct when Columbus arrived in the New World in 1492. The alphabets are 1st century Greek and Hebrew, Old Libyan, Old Arabic, and Iberian Punic, which probably dates from the 9th century BC, Ogham, Germanic runes, and Tifinagh Numidian are also on this stone." End quote. However, as you can imagine, this is heavily disputed by skeptics, who claim that an exact translation has never been accomplished, and the carvings bear very little to no resemblance of Old World inscriptions, and that they are most likely native or colonial or both. Most people seem to believe the Cherokee as the likely ones responsible, but others point out that it could have been Irish monks who may have lived with some indigenous peoples, because some of the symbols on the stone look to be Christian. So, is this a case of pre-Columbian contact? Or was it the more simple explanation that it was the Cherokee? Marta Santa Cruz, Virginia. On July 1st, 1961, Washington, D.C., 22-year-old Marta Santa Cruz, a Bolivian citizen who had resided in the U.S. with a permanent visa for the past 5 years, would leave the apartment she shared with her sister and mutual friend to go cash her paycheck and then go to a clothing store. Around noon, she was seen exiting the clothing store, and from here was anyone's guess, because 3 days later, on July 4th, 2 Fairfax County in Virginia teenagers had been walking along a dirt road that led to an old trash dump. These 2 boys wouldn't actually even make it to the dump though, because on their way, they noticed something lying in the stream that ran next to the road. That thing they seen was a body. Marta's body. The boys ran back home and told an older sister, who then drove to a neighbor's house to use the phone. Police would arrive on scene, and the police chief reported that her body was, quote, face up, the upper part awash, and about 3 inches of water, end quote. She was nude, and making this even stranger was the spot where her body was found was about 25 miles away from the store where she was last seen walking out of. Detectives would find a set of tire tracks, but weren't able to tell if they were related, since people did drive down to the dump every so often to get rid of trash. Dogs were also brought out and found nothing of significance. An autopsy was completed, which confirmed that she had been sexually assaulted. They also found rope burns on her neck, wrists, and legs. Her cause of death was strangulation, most likely by a rope or strap. Her knees and elbows also showed marks that indicated a fierce struggle with her killer had taken place. The police concluded her killer was quite strong. The actual location of the murder is still unknown, but it's thought that the place where she was found was just used as the dumping location. They also determined that she had been dead up to 3 days. However, there's also the thought she may have been held up to 1.5 days before. Detectives would start working on a timeline. Her friend/roommate, Xenia Melendez, reported that the morning that Marta left, she heard her get up around 8 or 9 a.m., but never actually seen her leave. And then Xena would get up and go about her day. And when she got home that night, she would go to bed about 10, and she would suddenly wake up at 1 to notice that Marta still had not come back. Detectives would also interview Marta's friends, who all held the same opinion that she would not go anywhere with a stranger. They insisted that whoever did it had to be someone that she knew. Detectives believed this too. In fact, they would put out a public notice that they were looking for anyone that may have seen Marta with a friend the day that she had vanished. That's unclear if all that was based on what her friends had told the police, or if the police had received another tip they kept secret. Complicating things was Marta was said to have dated infrequently and hadn't had a steady boyfriend in a while, unless it was a secret boyfriend. For this reason, police chose to look at acquaintances instead of people close to Marta. They would do a canvass of the neighborhood in search of witnesses, but found nothing. The only clue was a hair found in Marta's hand, which showed the attacker was a white man who was not very old and had dark hair. She also had skin fragments under her fingernails, which would help a lot today. About 2 weeks later, the FBI would release a list of items missing from Marta's apartment, which contained some clothes, sandals, purse, and makeup. But those items were never found. This is the part I'd normally list a couple of potential suspects, but there are none. Not even after 60 years. Police ran down several leads and even looked at similar crimes, hoping to link it to a serial offender, but nothing. Tracy Pittman Kegley, Alabama. On April 26, 1998, 30-year-old Tracy Kegley of Wetumpka, Alabama, had stopped at a local gas station to fill up. Tracy had actually only moved to the area about a month prior, as her and her husband had separated, and she, along with her daughter, had moved in with her parents. She would then get a new job at a dental office in Montgomery. Her life was just getting back on track after her divorce, which had just finalized 16 days prior to this. And here it was, that April 26th, a day after running errands, she and her 2-year-old daughter would pull into the BP gas station in Elmore County, Alabama. She would also be seen pulling out from here, but she never made it home, which of course scared her parents, and it only got worse, because the following morning, Tracy's white Geostorm was discovered abandoned on Old Georgia Road, and alarmingly, her 2-year-old daughter was still sitting in the back. Tracy, though, was nowhere to be seen. As the sheriff's department arrived, they would note that the car was unlocked and had a full tank of gas. The keys were still in the auxiliary position, with the radio playing softly. Tracy's personal belongings, including her purse and ID, were also recovered from the scene, and in the 20-plus years since, she has never been seen again. Police have performed several searches of the area, even attempting to drag a local flooded quarry, and in 2018, after receiving a tip, a massive search party, which included divers from as far away as California, would actually find forensic evidence in a local pond. Yet police have remained tight-lipped about this, although the DA did state they were really close. And as we mentioned, details on this case have been kept close to the vest by law enforcement, but we do know the day that Tracy disappeared, some witnesses reported seeing an argument between Tracy and unidentified persons at the gas station. That, unfortunately, is all we have on this one. I mean, there are two theories. One, of course, is the ex-husband, which some claim that he would not likely leave his 2-year-old daughter to set out in the car overnight, while others point out that taking his 2-year-old daughter back would have definitely shown him to be guilty, so he took a chance of her being found safely within a couple of hours. The other theory is that it was done by a stranger, maybe the person that she got into an argument with, although at least one source I read stated that police were fairly confident it was someone that Tracy knew. The Gray Man, South Carolina. The Gray Man of South Carolina is said to be a ghost seen on the coast of Pawleys Island that can be seen warning residents of coming severe storms or hurricanes. According to legend, the man was first seen in 1822 when he was traveling from Charleston to see his fiancée. On the way, he and his horse were caught in the quicksand in the marshes before Pawley Island and died. The spirit was first written about in 1946, but came to national prominence after Hurricane Hugo in 1989, when residents Jim and Clara Moore were interviewed on the TV show Unsolved Mysteries, which aired in 1990. According to them, they said they had seen a man on the beach that they had waved to, and then this man disappeared. Their house would then be the only one spared amongst all the others in the neighborhood that were heavily damaged from the upcoming hurricane. But they're not the only ones to record this weird phenomena. At least a few people have claimed to encounter the spirit and then credited him for saving their homes. Some have told accounts seeing the Gray Man and leaving the area right before the storm hits, only to return afterwards and find out that their house was the only one spared. He's described as being a shadowy, translucent figure, wearing a gray cloak and gray clothing, dressed sorta like a pirate, and in some accounts, has no legs. He was last spotted before Hurricane Florence in 2018. So, are people really seeing a spirit? Or is this something brought on by the stress of an impending hurricane? Mysterious Woodson Lateral Road, Arkansas. Pulaski County, Arkansas, located in the central part of the state, is home to one of the most creepy roads in the entire state and, well, maybe the US. There are actually quite a few stories of some of the bizarre stuff that happens here, so I won't just focus on one thing. Of course, the most popular part of this haunted road is, well, another ghost light. However, we've covered so many of those, so I'll just say that numerous drivers have said that as they are going down the road, they'll see a motorcycle light coming the opposite way. The motorcycle will then pass over the person's car and when they look in the rearview mirror, they can see the red taillight as it just fades away. And according to legend, this is due to a couple that died on their way home from prom in a motorcycle crash. Now, if that was the only story, I would just count it as a ghost light and go on. But there's more that happen along this stretch of creepy road, no doubt made more creepy by the trees that hang over the road like a canopy, and the old cemetery, which sits off to the side of the road. Another story tells of a hitchhiker. This story seems to revolve around people seeing a ghostly apparition of a little girl or young woman walking along the side of the road. She seems to be distressed and in need of a ride. In other versions of this story, a good Samaritan stops to pick her up, and after giving the woman a ride, she then leaves them some type of souvenir in the back seat. Yet, I was not able to find out what the souvenir was. In addition to these two stories, there's other accounts of mysterious lights that are said to follow cars down the road, sometimes getting so close that drivers think it's a policeman and pull over only for the lights to vanish. There's also accounts of glowing orbs seen in the area, and a giant owl-like figure that stands in the middle of the road and flies into the windshields of oncoming cars, only to disappear into thin air. Others report seeing shadow creatures watching from the side of the road, peering with an intense gaze. In fact, just looking over a comment section discussing this mysterious road will show numerous people's own bizarre stories from this area. Of course, the skeptic theories are a combination of headlights, swamp gas, and fog causing all these different types of phenomena. And I don't know about that, but I can say that although this road is creepy, the most unsettling thing in Arkansas is the shirtless guy statue at Devil's Den State Park. Mossman, Florida. Mossman, aka Paramafe, is a cryptid known to inhabit the state of Florida. It is described as a large humanoid entity covered entirely in green moss or foliage. Its eyes are the color of amber and shine in the night and give it an eerie stare. It is described as being 7.5 feet tall to around 200 to 450 pounds, and it's believed that it has grown the moss-like layer on its skin to hunt better or to stay hidden. The first account comes from 1978 by a couple on the beach. They at first noticed a human-shaped figure in a raincoat lying by the rocks on the coastline. They didn't think much of it until it stood up and they seen the shining red eyes. It was then they realized what they thought was a raincoat was actually a layer of leafy green foliage attached to the skin. The couple would get to their feet and run. Later on, when they came back to the area, all that remained was a bit of Spanish moss. Over the next 2 years, it was spotted several times. People would report seeing a moss-covered head appear out of the foggy mist from the ocean. It was seen at Red Reef Park, West Palm Beach, and Hillsborough Beach. The closest documented encounter came in 1980, when an elderly couple was taking a late walk one evening through Red Reef Park. Upon their walk, the woman would notice a green shroud hidden amongst the foliage. She leaned in to get a closer look at what she thought was a bird. She would then be shocked when the creature spun around and looked at her with its amber eyes. The couple would flee and then go back home to report the sighting. There's at least one more possible, older account of the creature though. Apparently, Sheriff Pillar of Clay County in the 1880s formed a posse to search for a, quote, large man-like beast with a rank odor and covered in swamp grass, end quote. Apparently, this creature had been raiding the rabbit pens in the area. There's been a few explanations to try and explain this cryptid. One is the obvious, a Sasquatch or other ape-like creature covering itself with some sort of moss or plant life, while some state that this is an undiscovered species, while the skeptical approach is that it's just a swaying plant that is causing an optical illusion. Phantom Hiker of Grandfather Mountain, North Carolina. Grandfather Mountain hovers above Blowing Rock Highway near Linville, North Carolina, surrounded by some of the most gorgeous natural scenery. The mountain gets its name from the fact that the mountain's profile resembles the head of a bearded old man laying down in sleep. The unique and gorgeous natural environment has long drawn visitors into the North Carolina mountains. Hiking is the prime attraction that brings people here. With 11 different trails that cover miles of terrain, It takes you through unique ecosystems and is home to dozens of rare and endangered species. Yet, the most rare thing here seems to be that of the lost ghost hiker. This phantom hiker is said to be an older man, bearded, with a rough and grizzled appearance. He is distinguishable by the fact that he wears old-fashioned workman's clothes that look like they're from the 50s. He wears a rough 1940s-style Army-issued backpack and carries a long walking stick. He is said to appear mostly as the evening is settling in, when most of the day's hikers are already gone or on their way back. When seen, he never says anything and will never acknowledge any greeting. Instead, he keeps walking along the trails into the back country, moving swiftly ahead of everyone else he encounters, and then simply vanishes. No one knows who this man is, but the legend says he was a hiker that became lost in the thick woods around the mountain and fell or was injured and was unable to get back out of the mountain. Strange as this one sounds, reports of phantom hikers are actually pretty common, especially on the Appalachian Trail, as well as many others. Now, is this just the sun playing tricks on people? Or is it possible that spending hours on a grueling trail can leave one so exhausted that they see a mirage of this old man? There is at least one strenuous hike at Grandfather Mountains that is known to be only for experienced hikers, and in reading, I discovered that the phantom hiker is often seen on one particular trail only, but I was never able to find out which trail it was. I would be curious to know if it was the same trail meant for experienced hikers only, because maybe that would explain it. Tonetta Yvette Carlisle, Tennessee. At 2:30 p.m. on March 16, 1989, in Chattanooga, Tennessee, 15-year-old Tonetta Carlisle would begin making the 1-mile walk home from school. It normally took her about 25 minutes, but on this day, she never made it home. Her mother would be surprised that evening when she arrived home from work to find the house empty. She at first thought she may have went to a friend's, but as the hours passed, she became worried, and by 9 p.m., she reported it to the police. Despite the fact she had no history of running away, police would state that was the most likely reason that she was missing, and basically didn't take it seriously. And frustratingly, this same police department wouldn't even put it together with a phone call they had received earlier that day at 2:55 p.m., where a witness called in stating they had seen an abduction right at an intersection. The woman and her husband had actually seen a teenage girl walking down the street when a tan and yellow van pulled up. A group of men jumped out and grabbed her. She was then dragged away kicking and screaming into the vehicle, which took off at a high rate of speed. The couple actually chased the van for a while, but they lost it. But the woman was able to write the license plate down, which belonged to a man with an extensive criminal history. That man was Jeffrey Jones. He had just been released from prison a year prior for sexual assault, and had just been accused of doing it again 2 months prior to Tonetta's abduction. The police found Jones 2 days later, and he was dead in his van. He had committed suicide. By this time, detectives had finally realized that Tonetta was the girl that had been abducted, and they launched a massive search and looked for clues in Jones' apartment and van, and found nothing. Detectives knew there were other people involved, but came up short on leads identifying these others. This is when one of the most popular rumors would begin, and that was that Tonetta had been kidnapped and forced into prostitution in California. Investigators would actually contact the California State Police, but they were unable to find anything either. The case would be featured on America's Most Wanted, and tips from Florida to Minnesota were sent in, but that led to nothing. This happened over 30 years ago, and obviously has still not been solved. The most likely theory is Tonetta ended up dying at the hands of Jeffrey Jones, which means there are other suspects still out there that helped. There's also a possibility that the rumors of her being trafficked to California are true too. Just an all-around sad case. Nell Cropsey, North Carolina. At 11 p.m. on the night of November 20th, 1901, a young woman named Ella Cropsey, called Nell by her family and friends, had been sitting out on the porch with a local man named Jim Wilcox. The Cropsey family had just moved from New York to Elizabeth City, North Carolina a few years ago. They were a wealthy family and Nell was a beautiful woman with many suitors. The young couple, both 19 years old, had been dating for 3 years, and it was rumored that Nell was growing impatient that Jim was hesitant to propose to her, so she began flirting with other men in public in an attempt to pressure Wilcox to propose. And that night, as the two were on the porch, they would get into an argument. The argument was loud, and the whole family heard it, but they were unable to make out the words. It did appear that at some point, though, the two mended things. But again, her family couldn't be for sure, because they couldn't make out the words. Her sister Ollie would later report, after this, she heard something bang against the back of the house. Shortly after Wilcox left, she would go out to investigate, and found that the screen door had been broken, but she saw no sign of who or what had broken it. She would then go back upstairs to see if Nell had returned to bed, to which she hadn't. Ollie felt uneasy about it, but decided to lay down and try to get some sleep. Shortly after, a neighbor woke the entire house, as he had been yelling that someone was trying to steal the Cropsey's pig. The entire family rushed downstairs and seen the front door wide open. It was then that the rest of the family realized that Nell was not there, but they did see Jim Wilcox's umbrella standing against the door, which they hadn't noticed earlier that night. The thief taking the pig would soon become an afterthought, as now the family was focused on Nell. The next morning, the police were summoned, and the townsfolk would help police search for the young girl. Suspicion fell on Wilcox, obviously. He maintained he had no idea what had happened to her, but he would end up being arrested anyways, albeit on circumstantial evidence. While sitting in jail and Nell missing, the family didn't know what else to do other than search. Finally, almost 2 months later, on December 27th, Mrs. Cropsey would spot something floating in the river near the family home. Some boatmen would go out to investigate and did confirm that it was the body of Nell. It was discovered that she had died from a blow to the head, and bizarrely, just a few days before her body was found, a letter with a New York postmark arrived that claimed to know what had happened the night of. It stated that a vagrant attempting to steal the family pig was scared when he seen Nell out so late. Out of fear of being discovered, the man grabbed a heavy stick and knocked Nell unconscious. The man then carried her down to the river and stole a boat, rowed out into the river, and dumped her body. The letter included a map with a spot marked that the body was alleged to be, and that mark on the map was very close to where Nell's body was found, but to whom sent this letter is still unknown. Meanwhile, the townsfolk was demanding Wilcox be released so they could lynch him. He would eventually go to trial, where he was found guilty, but this was overturned and declared a mistrial, so he would go to trial a second time and was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to 20 years. About halfway through his sentence, the governor would actually visit Wilcox in prison, and Wilcox must have disclosed something pretty telling about the case, because the governor would pardon him shortly after this visit. After he was released, he would go into seclusion, but 12 years later, he would meet with the editor of the Elizabeth City newspaper, who was writing a book about the murder. This man would meet with Wilcox one time, and he came away convinced that he was completely innocent, and he planned to publish the full details of what had really happened. But Wilcox would commit suicide 2 weeks later, and then the editor died in a car accident shortly after, taking the secrets of the murder with them. To this day, theories range between her fiancé Wilcox being responsible, to her father William Cropsey, who was said may have accidentally shot Nell in the night thinking that she was the pig thief, while one theory says it was the pig thief himself. Another theory said that a different suitor was jealous when he had seen Nell with Wilcox, to the theory that her sister Ollie was involved. Some even believe that Nell just accidentally drowned. To this day, no one is sure. Daviess County John Doe, Kentucky. On January 7th, 1990, in Owensboro, Kentucky, 2 rabbit hunters, making their way through the forest on a cold wintry day, would come across a horrifying discovery, that of a nude body lying in a briar thicket, covered with twigs and branches, who had obviously been murdered, and just by glancing, they could tell it had been brutal. The men would call authorities, who arrived to the scene, and using the word brutal to describe this murder, well, that's a bit of an understatement. The victim's death had actually been caused by 6 gunshots from a .22 caliber long rifle, in which he sustained wounds to the arm and chest before the shots to the head killed him. But before he died, this man, who was estimated to be about 25 to 40 years old, had been sexually assaulted and also beaten with a blunt instrument, and had been tortured. He was beaten badly on the chest and so bad to the face that he was unrecognizable. A police source would actually describe it later on as obliterated, with several teeth being knocked out. Detectives quickly postulated that this murder was premeditated and this man's abuse had taken place over a long period of time. The man was listed as anywhere between 5 foot to 5'7" and 125 to 140 pounds. His hair was 8 inches long and was curly and brown. He has never been identified because of the damage to his face, but also because his hands were missing. His feet were missing too, so it's possible he might have had a tattoo there that could have identified him. The body was also not decomposed, which naturally led to the assumption that he had been dumped here very recently, maybe as early as a day and a half prior. Detectives would speculate that this victim was most likely from outside of Owensboro due to his tan, but his killer was almost certainly a local, which police attributed to the remote area where the body was found. Semen was also found on or in the victim's body, yet this has not produced any viable leads. So why was this man murdered so atrociously? What could he have done? Maybe not surprisingly for the time period, early rumors about the case indicated that it was tied to a satanic cult, although this rumor was mostly started by the media and had no real merit in the investigation. Other theories included a hate crime, which we will elaborate on more in a minute, or it was possibly revenge, or even a serial killer. And the only real lead was that of a green Ford pickup truck that had been seen driving in that area the night before the body was discovered. Detectives were never able to find this vehicle, yet with the body's location, the man would have had to gotten out and carried the victim several miles into the forest. This investigation has been reopened a few times over the years, but the victim and his killer or killers remain unknown. The investigation is known to have been mishandled, particularly in the later years, even making the huge mistake of announcing they identified the man in 2007, that of Scott Morris, a boy who disappeared in Indianapolis in 1978. They would even contact the family and everything, without confirming for sure it was him, which only devastated the family when DNA tests did confirm that it was not Scott Morris. As far as the suspect goes, it was at one time tied to serial killer James Cable, who killed 3 to 5 women in the 80s in Kentucky. He and another creep, Philip Clopton, kidnapped one 15-year-old girl in 1990, who actually escaped and killed Clopton with a shotgun blast to the face, and then Cable was captured later on. Yet, Cable died in prison, never confessing to anything. But these two men, they only targeted women, so it's not likely they would have been behind this. But, in 2022, the Trans Doe Task Force, which tracks violent crimes on transgender people, would actually add this John Doe to their database, but said it was due to, quote, sensitive details, end quote. So could this be that this was a transgender woman? If so, that could mean that Cable and Clopton kidnapped her and then began the torture after discovering this. However, considering they did recover DNA from the scene, and they have DNA from Cable, I would assume that he was ruled out, but Kentucky State Police have never commented on it. Case update. Authorities have finally learned the name of this individual, and it was 37-year-old William Dennis Matthews of Louisville. Detectives announced it in April of 2024, but have remained tight-lipped about the details since. There are a few things that have become a little more clear though. As mentioned, he was from Louisville, not somewhere down south as originally thought. Also, he was not transgender, which the Trans Doe Task Force never said he was. They just always offer up resources if investigators think it was a possibility. However, they now believe he was not. But what led to his murder, one which he was tortured in a gruesome way, is still unknown to the public. Many believe it was still a hate crime and suggest he was possibly gay, although others believe this came from a drug debt or something of that nature, possibly even gang violence. Regardless, authorities do have DNA of the ones responsible, and this case will probably eventually be solved. Mary Jimmy Shin, Arkansas. On July 20th, 1978, 25-year-old Mary Shin of Magnolia, Arkansas, had planned to be back in time to have dinner with her mother. When she didn't arrive, her mom knew that Mary not showing up meant something was off. At the very least, she would have notified her parents that she wasn't coming, so her mother wasted little time and began calling Mary's friends. It was here that one of the girls would state that she had talked to Mary at around 11 that morning, when she had called Mary to see if she wanted to get together. But Mary had recently put an ad in the newspaper to sell a house that she had just renovated, and a man had called her prior expressing interest in trading some property he owned for the home, and that he would call her back that day. So Mary told her friend it depended on how long this took. However, Mary would call her friend back later and stated that the man had finally gotten a hold of her, but told her that his car was being worked on, so he would have to take a taxi to her. So Mary offered to pick the man up and take him to the house instead. She then told her friend she was going to pick him up at the Easy Mart across from the car dealership, and that she should be able to meet her friend at 1:30 p.m., but she never showed up. Now Mary's mother was worried, and she would go to the car dealership across the road from where the two were said to have met. She made it there just as they were closing, and the salesman would tell her that he had seen a car like Mary's at the Easy Mart around noon, and that a man got in, but he could not see the driver. This same salesman would then leave that evening, and on his way home, he would see a 1976 Buick sedan at the corner by a grocery store, and it stuck out because, strangely, it was parked behind the store. The car salesman would stop and go around and open the unlocked car door and looked for anything that could confirm it was Mary, but he didn't see anything. However, this salesman then remembered he had actually sold this car to the Shin family, who bought it for Mary as a graduation gift. So he called the police, and the police arrived and interviewed the employees of the store, and they would state that they had first seen the car shortly after 1 p.m. Police would begin to retrace Mary's steps and found that after she left the art studio that she owned, she returned home. They would find her curling iron plugged in and makeup out. The Easy Mart employee said that the man had shown up at 11 a.m. that day asking for change to use a payphone. He was white, mid-20s, about 5'8", 185 to 200 pounds, with dark curly hair. Most notably, the man was described as having a lazy gait. After a picture was published of Mary's car, the Columbia County assessor would actually call investigators and stated that on the day of her disappearance, he was out baling hay and seen a blue car swerving from side to side on the road, and it appeared that a man and woman inside were struggling, which detectives could confirm because it was established that Mary had washed the car the day before the abduction, and now it had a coating of dust and scratches that were not there before. They also found bits of broken off hay in the floorboard that seemed to have been broken when the door was shut on it. The windows were left rolled down with the keys in the ignition. Mary's purse also remained. Fingerprints were found, but could not be identified. And most strangely of all, was Mary's white tennis shoes, which were still tied, were found under the brake pedal. Arkansas actually threw a lot at this case, from roadblocks to ground and aerial searches being made. Dogs were brought in, and numerous tips were ran down, and polygraphs were administered. To this day, Mary has not been found, and the man has not been identified. The only real clues were that the shoes were taken off and the several sightings of the man. Police believe since the ad was in the paper, he was most likely a local, yet it can't be ruled out that it was just someone passing through town. White River Monster, Arkansas. The White River Monster of Newport, Arkansas is an alleged cryptid that is said to inhabit the White River, and it has been spotted since 1915, and maybe as far back as a few centuries ago, when stories from the Quapaw Indians claimed it knocked over a brave's canoe. The creature is said to have gray skin, like an elephant, 4 to 5 feet wide and about 12 feet long, and weighing about 1,000 pounds, with the face of a catfish, and swims lazily about the surface of the water. There are some sources that claim the creature was first sighted by Europeans during the Civil War, when it was alleged to have tipped over a boat being used by the Confederacy. It wouldn't be sighted again until 1915, when a plantation owner spotted the creature, but it's the sighting in 1937 that made this one famous, because it was during this year that recreational fishermen would spot the creature and then tell the nearby plantation owner about it, who had also seen it. This plantation owner, who apparently was just really anxious to blow something up, would announce that this creature was a threat to his crops and planned to take some TNT to the little whirlpool to get rid of it. Thankfully, the authorities denied him permission to do so. However, this resulted in a minor media sensation, and now visitors poured in from around the country to get a glimpse of the creature. Some brought cameras, and a few even brought explosives, while one man was said to have brought a machine gun, yet the creature was not sighted anymore. Even a giant net failed to snag it, and a deep sea diver seen no sign of it. And just like that, the story died down. Around that time, people that investigated the claims assumed the whole thing was a hoax created by the said plantation owner, but over 30 years later, in 1971, it was spotted again that summer. This time, it was described as being the size of a boxcar, with a bone protruding from its head, while some said it had a spiny back 20 feet long, and that it was peeling all over, but had a smooth type of skin. It was also said to have made strange noises that sounded like a mix between a cow's moo and a horse's neigh, and it's here we have our first account of the three-toed tracks, about 14 inches in length, leading down to the river, that was attributed to this creature. Now, I chose this particular cryptid for one reason, and that is that it's pretty much now accepted that these were legit sightings. Even the people who would normally be called skeptics don't really doubt the validity of the creature. Instead, the skeptical crowd argue that this cryptid is nothing more than a known creature, most likely a Florida manatee, which is known to inhabit the coast of Florida and the southeastern U.S., but should not be found as far north as a river in Arkansas. Yet it seems that it's just possible this animal went up the Mississippi River and somehow got lost and just kept going north looking for vegetation to feed on, where it entered the White River. And since the manatee can live 50 years, it's possible that the sightings in the 30s come from the same manatee spotted in the 70s, or it's just as likely this was two separate incidents of a manatee getting lost and going upriver. Other theories state that it is an undocumented fish or undocumented animal. Carol Blades, Missouri. On the morning of December 15th, 1969, in a small town called Nixa, Missouri, 20-year-old Carol Blades would make her way out the door to go buy some Christmas presents, and after returning, she began to set up the Christmas tree. Her husband Larry, who worked night shift, remained asleep in the bedroom, and Carol was going to wake him up at 5 p.m. in preparation for his shift that night. So in the meanwhile, Carol decided to head to the laundromat to do some laundry. Later that day, around 3:45 p.m., the phone began to ring at the Blades home, which awoke Larry. By the time he was able to make it to the phone, the person had hung up. He would take a peek outside and notice Carol was still gone, and he laid back down to go to sleep. About 3 hours later, Larry would be awoken by the phone again. This time, it was one of his friends, and he spoke to this person for a few minutes and then got off the phone. It was then he realized that he had overslept and that Carol was still gone. He would call Carol's cousin, whom Carol would often go visit after doing her laundry, and yet this cousin had not seen her either. So he would ask her to go over to the laundromat and check on Carol, because at this time, Larry's car was still with her, so he couldn't go. Carol's cousin Sue would go to the laundromat and noticed about a quarter of a mile away, sitting on the side of the highway, was Carol's car. It had been driven hard. There was mud on the windshield and scrapes on the side of the doors. Carol was nowhere around, and the car keys were missing, but found later on in a large field that separated the highway from the laundromat. The police were called that evening, and the lead investigator was a man named Sheriff Buff Lamb, which is a great name for a sheriff. Now, Lamb was controversial. He wasn't shy about roughing up a prisoner or bending the rules, so it's no wonder that the somewhat stubborn Lamb would tell Carol's husband Larry, along with her family, that Carol simply left for another man, which of course upset Larry and her family. Even more upsetting was the police department just left the car unlocked on the side of the road for days before finally taking it to the police department parking lot, where it remained there unlocked for 160 days. So long that someone came by and left a "wash me" note on the car, not knowing it was evidence. However, law enforcement did get one good lead when 3 people came forward and stated that on the day of her disappearance, they would see a man park Carol's car on the side of the highway and get out on the passenger side, and then when he noticed the witnesses seen him, he would take off running past the laundromat to the woods. This man would pull his jacket up over his head to hide his face, but he would actually run into a tree limb, and it pulled his jacket down, and the witnesses got a good look at him. And in this small town of 800 people, none of these 3 witnesses had ever seen the man, and he was described as being white and 5'9" to 5'10" and weighed about 150 to 160 pounds, with a dark complexion and black hair that was combed back. And that was pretty much it for a while, until a year later, on Christmas in 1970, a farmer would stumble upon the skeletal remains of a young woman who had been left lying against a fallen cedar log. His farm was just south of Nixa in Ponce. After processing the scene, it was quickly established the woman was Carol. Lamb would now start to point the finger at Larry. In spite of the fact that he passed 2 lie detector tests, they would eventually clear him. The case would become a disaster for Sheriff Lamb, with it getting to the point that people began to wonder if he was just that incompetent, or if he knew more than he let on, or if he was covering up for someone. At one point, he was even named a suspect. It's been over 50 years since Carol disappeared, and the only movement on the case was when a man was arrested in 1977 in connection with her murder. However, his name was never publicly released, and he was let go and never charged. Beast of LBL, Kentucky. The LBL, which stands for Land Between the Lakes, is a national recreation area in Kentucky, the place host to our next cryptid mystery. The Beast, as it is known, is said to be a gigantic half-man, half-wolf that walks on 2 legs and has 5-fingered human hands with vicious claws. It is said to stand 7 to 7.5 feet tall and 3 feet wide and has massive crushing jaws and glowing eyes. Some descriptions say it resembles a Bigfoot with wolfish characteristics. There are legends revolving around this creature that go well back to when Native Americans inhabited the area, but it was during the actual early days of American expansion into the area that settlers would hear the strange unnatural howls in the forest at night, as well as the weird disappearances of hunters. But most strangely of all was coming across the mutilated bison carcasses that lay half-eaten in the deep grass, with their throats ripped out by massive claws. But it's actually the modern stories about this cryptid that earns its spot on this iceberg, because of the several sightings reported from Boy Scouts, campers, fishermen, boaters, hikers, and bikers. There are a few that are absolutely frightening. One of these came in 1973 when a group of Murray State students decided to camp at LBL. These young men would go on a spring weekend and build a fire near their Volkswagen microbus. As the daylight started to cease, one student would walk out into the woods to answer the call of nature. When he returned, he told his friends he had a weird feeling that he had been watched, and he had also heard sniffing. They at first chalked it up to a wild hog or another animal, but as it got darker, they began to hear the shuffling of a large creature moving through the leaves. It began to circle the camp, and the young men got nervous. They would shine their lights in the general direction of the noise, but they did not see anything. And then, the howling started. It sounded like a wolf, but much louder and more eerie sounding, kinda like a mocking laugh. They would then see a pair of glowing red eyes that ran past them in the dark. Obviously, these guys jumped into their bus and tore off down the road, where they would then see the massive shadowy figure racing behind them. As the bus slowed to take a corner, they felt a massive jolt, and it felt like something was holding the bus back. As the man stomped the accelerator, they finally broke free and made it out of the woods. Back at campus, they discovered 4 deep gashes torn into the engine compartment cover at the back of the bus. That is one account. However, the most famous account comes from the late 80s, when police were dispatched to the bloody scene inside a motorhome of a family camping at Moss Creek. Allegedly, detectives found the horribly mutilated bodies of a visiting family lying in the blood-soaked motorhome, and the half-eaten body of the family's young daughter lodged in a nearby tree. The bodies had all distinctive massive claw marks, and body parts like separated limbs and a pile of boughs lie in the area, along with loose flesh clinging to the muscle tissue. Some accounts say there were no body parts or bodies at all, just bloody clothes on the ground and some in the trees, with blood everywhere. And allegedly, the incident was said by authorities to have been a random stabbing, as they did not want to harm the tourist industry. The area was also gated off, and overnight camping is now banned, and this area closes at sunset. That account is alleged to have came from 2 anonymous police sources. However, according to a U.S. Forest Service public affairs specialist, there has never been any credible evidence of the beast's existence. Furthermore, those vivid stories I just read, the first appearance of them popped up online in the early 2000s in a series called Jan's Tales, which told several paranormal and cryptid stories, which has led many to think that the story was nothing more than a creative outlet for this writer. However, many claim that this creature is real and is a dogman. Amy Gellert, Florida. On the evening of March 20th, 1994, Bob and Bunny Letton would walk into their home in Cocoa Beach, Florida, and went straight into a nightmare. As they opened the door and stepped in, they would see that they were not alone. A masked intruder, holding a dagger and gun, was standing in their kitchen. The man immediately bound and gagged the two, and ordered them to get on their knees and crawl from the kitchen to the living room. The couple, who were obviously terrified, did as told. He would take them to the living room, where he ordered them to lie down on the floor. For the next 30 minutes, the two were held hostage. The man would demand cash at one point, yet it was strange that he didn't take the several pieces of expensive jewelry that Bunny was wearing, nor did he bother with the valuables that sat out in plain sight throughout the house. Actually, he made no attempt to take anything. It began to seem as if the man was waiting, as he kept looking at the clock and paced back and forth. Bunny at one point would tell the man to take the $50 from her wallet, to which he did, along with some of her credit cards, but then he just went back to pacing the room. Bob and Bunny, like anyone, would be confused by the whole situation. Although the man never loosened his grip on his weapons, he wasn't really that hostile to them. In fact, he ignored them, and their offers of more money, and jewelry, and even their car. After about a half an hour of this, headlights flashed across the front of the house, and it was Bunny's daughter, 21-year-old Amy Gellert, who was pulling into the driveway. Her arrival seemed to cause the intruder to snap, as he stabbed Bob in the head, and then stabbed Bunny numerous times in her neck and lower back. Bob, who was terrified that his stepdaughter would be next, actually made it to his feet and to the front door, racing outside and telling Amy to run and get help. Unfortunately, the intruder was just a few steps behind, and he burst out the door and attacked Amy as she got out of her car. He would begin to immediately stab her, repeatedly in the head and neck, and Amy began to scream, and it's this that must have panicked the man, as he no doubt assumed it would attract attention. He then raced off down the street and disappeared into the darkness. Amy would actually make it across the street to the parking lot of the condominium and pleaded with the woman to call for help before collapsing to the ground. The woman called emergency responders, but it was too late. Amy was dead. Bob and Bunny, who were devastated when hearing the news, would take several weeks recovering from their own wounds. Detectives had little to go on. The man had been wearing a ski mask, so Bob and Bunny had no idea what he looked like, although they were able to see through the eye holes of the mask that he was a white man, and they believed he was in his 20s. He was about 5'8" in medium build. They said he was soft-spoken and had a northeastern accent, perhaps from Maryland or Pennsylvania. He left no trace behind. The investigation outside found a magazine from the handgun, which revealed that it had came from a stage gun used mainly in theater productions, so it was nothing more than a prop. Detectives were now confident, as these guns were pretty rare. However, it led to nothing. DNA was found on the magazine, but investigators had been cautious to check it, as it was most likely stolen, and the DNA might be from the previous owner. The bank cards were also eventually found, after they were turned in unused, and revealed nothing. As far as suspects go, detectives considered dozens, but narrowed it down to 2 by 2017. However, the DNA on the magazine didn't match. The two theories, which seemed more like wild guesses, seemed to be that either the killer had planned on burglarizing the home and was waiting on a getaway driver who bailed on him, or he was targeting Amy, but why is unknown. Below shooting, North Carolina, on June 6, 1993, a Sunday. The Below grocery store in Windsor, North Carolina, was shutting their doors for the day. As most of the day crew was on their way out, a 4-man cleaning crew arrived to start their shift. The crew consisted of Johnny Rankins, Sylvester Welch, Jasper Hardy, and his brother Thomas Hardy. As these 4 men made their way into the store to begin cleaning, a man would come out of hiding, and he was holding a gun. Apparently, much to the surprise of store manager Grover Cecil and cashier Joyce Reason, this man had shown up right before the cleaning crew and must have went and hid in the back until the store doors were locked. This unidentified man would take the manager and cashier to the back. He then came back out and forced the cleaning crew to join them in an aisle in the rear. Here, the manager Cecil was forced to tie up the cleaning crew and cashier Joyce with duct tape and dog leashes. Finally, this unidentified man would tie Cecil up. He would then finish by piling the victims up into 3 stacks of 2, one on top of the other, and then this man would cold-heartedly fire 1 bullet through each pile of bodies with a .45 caliber. Joyce Reason, Grover Cecil, and Johnny Rankins died instantly. The killer walked to the storeroom at the back of the store and then came back with a knife, where he stabbed Jasper Hardy multiple times in the back and neck, stabbing so hard that the knife he used broke. Thomas Hardy was the only unharmed victim, as he was placed at the bottom of one of the stacks, and luckily, the bullet missed him. When the killer realized this, Thomas begged for his life, and the killer said, quote, "I'm going to let you live, big man," end quote. The assailant then took $3,000 in cash and money orders, about $6,000 in today's money. He then calmly took the knife he used and the store keys and left. Sylvester Welch, who was severely injured, crawled to the front of the store and called for help. Investigators were stunned. This was the worst crime scene in North Carolina in all of the 90s, maybe in the past 50 years, but luckily, 3 of the victims survived and were able to give a good description, which led to this sketch. Even better is Windsor had a small population of about 2,000 people when these murders took place, so identifying the suspect was easy, right? Well, not so much. In fact, this man was never identified, and that fact alone led to many rumors in the town. It seemed the locals thought that the murderer was a disgruntled ex-law enforcement officer, or possibly even a member of the military. He had apparently told the captives, quote, he had nothing to lose, he was a former police officer, he had been fired, end quote. Investigators did look into this, but pointed out one key fact. That was that the man only had 1 magazine with 3 bullets for his pistol. It was not likely an ex-police officer, who always carried more than 1 magazine, or a trained military man, would only go in with 1, which makes sense. There's also the fact that they were able to rule out every former local officer in the area. One early lead that was pursued was the sighting of a white car with Maryland tags that was seen speeding north shortly afterwards, possibly going to Chesapeake or Norfolk. Yet, this led to nothing, and the case went cold pretty quickly. But a year later, in Hertford, North Carolina, about 35 miles away from Windsor, another Below store was robbed, and using the same method, hiding in the store until closing time, tying up the assistant manager, using duct tape and dog leashes to tie up the other victims, and then fleeing with cash. Yet one key difference in this one: no one was harmed. Was it the same suspect, or a copycat? That is still unknown. The man is described as a black male with a medium complexion, about 30 to 35 years old, light brown eyes with a slender build, 6 foot to 6'2", and about 175 to 200 pounds, with a military-style haircut. Matthew Pendergrast, Tennessee. At 7:30 a.m. on December 1st, 2000, Matthew Pendergrast, a Spanish major at Rhodes College in Memphis, climbed into his Toyota 4Runner and headed in the direction of his early morning Spanish class. Matthew was just 2 weeks away from his college graduation and was excited about the future, and thankfully, his class was only 4 blocks away, so the drive was pretty quick, only Matthew never showed up. Later that afternoon, around 2 p.m., Matt's vehicle was discovered on a private dirt road in Lonoke County, Arkansas, about 140 miles away, a 2-hour drive. This road was often used by local hunters, and it was this group of duck hunters who seen the vehicle was partially blocking the road. Getting out, they discovered the vehicle was unlocked and had the keys in the ignition, along with his backpack in the seat. The hunters would go through the glove compartment and found a receipt with Matthew's name and number on it, which was the number to his parents' house. So they called and asked to speak to him and explained why they were calling. His parents, Jeff and Mary, were unaware of any reason as to why their son would be all the way in Arkansas. From what they knew, he didn't have any associates in that area, so they would call the police and report him missing. The Lonoke Sheriff's Office would start a search of the area, using a helicopter even. From the air, they did spot a pile of clothes in a swampy area not far from where his car was parked. When they went to investigate, it was confirmed they belonged to Matt. They were all set in a neatly folded pile, his sweatshirt, pants, socks, and even underwear. What's strange was the dogs would pick up his scent, leading from the pile of clothes to the edge of the waterway, yet there was no scent from his vehicle to where his clothes were. His wallet and personal items were also found in his pants, along with $46 and several credit cards. There were no signs of a struggle around the vehicle, and it appeared he had driven voluntarily to the area. Detectives would spend another 2 days combing through hundreds of acres, including swamps, ponds, and flooded rice fields. The Memphis PD would then open their own investigation and would go to Matt's apartment, but they found nothing that showed that he was planning on skipping class or taking any trip. Investigators would learn that Matt's last phone call was to a friend in Atlanta shortly after his scheduled class. This also led to nothing. A few days later, on Monday, the sheriff would call off the search and admitted they had no idea what had happened, saying there was no sign of foul play, but that they couldn't rule it out either. By the next morning, the detectives assumed Matt was no longer in Arkansas, if he ever was. By Friday, they searched through the area again and through Matt's vehicle, and this time, they spotted something interesting. They found Matt's journal in his backpack, which contained poetry about nature and life, but one entry, called the Silver Elves, was intriguing. A website described this concept of Silver Elves, which was a way of obtaining immortality by, quote, walking into water and becoming one with nature again, end quote. Now there's nothing to indicate that Matt was familiar with this website, or that he was on some misguided quest to obtain immortality. It could be entirely coincidental, considering there were dozens of other poems in this journal. However, it should be noted that none of them suggested that he was suicidal. It was also doubtful that he left to start a new life. He was excited about graduation and planned on taking a trip to the Caribbean after. This is one of those disappearances where there's just no clue or idea what happened. Did he even leave Tennessee? If so, why? And what happened in Arkansas? One detective has stated since they believe the scene was staged with the clothing, yet Matt wasn't involved in any drugs or any other high-risk activity. Also, considering his card and money wasn't stolen, it wasn't robbery. Amarillo Zoo Mystery, Texas. This is a funny one. In early June of 2022, the Amarillo Zoo would release a picture captured from a security camera in the early morning hours of May 21st, 2022. The picture, well, it is pretty bizarre, which you can see here, and it's still never been explained. The creature showed up at around 1:25 a.m. and was just outside the perimeter fence of the zoo. There have been many theories to try and explain it, one being that it was a large coyote on its hind legs. Others have stated that a person with a strange hat or costume was out walking around. More paranormal takes is that it was a chupacabra, which is often seen throughout the Southwest, or even an alien, or a skinwalker, or even a werewolf. However, one of the more plausible theories is that the city of Amarillo, along with the zoo, tried to pull a hoax in order to bring more attention to the city. Maybe even tourists who want to go out and search for the creature. However, the city has maintained that this is indeed a real image and nothing has been hoaxed. David Ezell Blockett, Virginia. On December 11th, 1980, Vanessa Blockett of Newport News, Virginia, was at home with her 2 children When a lady showed up knocking at the door, Vanessa would go to see who was out there, and the woman introduced herself as Marie Kelly. She would inform Vanessa that the Department of Social Services was sponsoring a holiday event for children at the Riverside Regional Medical Center and wanted to enter Vanessa's 15-day-old son David into a photo contest. She would even show her a list of several other neighborhood children that were entering. Vanessa, who was probably just seeking a little me time, asked if she could also enter her 2-year-old son Frederick into the contest, to which Marie said yes. And if you have seen the past 2 videos in this series, you already know where this one is going, because that afternoon, someone would show up again and knock on Vanessa's door. This time, it was a police officer, and he was holding 2-year-old Frederick. The officer informed Vanessa that he was found wandering around the shopping plaza about 10 miles away, and that luckily, they found a piece of paper in his pocket that had his name and address on it. Vanessa knew she had not left that note, so she asked about her baby David, and the officer did not know what she was talking about. It was then that Vanessa realized she had been duped. She would inform the officer about the woman and the events of that morning. Police now knew they would have to start looking for the abductor. And this abductor, the woman using the obvious fake name of Marie Kelly, she was actually pretty brazen, because she would actually call Vanessa later while the police were at the home and would ask her what type of formula David was taking. Unfortunately, the woman hung up before police could successfully trace the call, so she may have sensed that the police were there. Several days later, the police search would continue. They would come across a diaper bag and leather folder near a parkway in Yorktown, Virginia, about 15 miles away, that is assumed to have belonged to the abductor. The detectives did check with the Department of Social Services and found that no social worker named Marie Kelly, or anyone matching her description, was employed with them. Furthermore, there was no Christmas party for children at the Riverside Medical Center, and this is where we go back to an old problem, which was, detectives believed the woman found baby David through the newspaper, which listed all recent births with their name and address. In fact, David's name had been printed about 3 days before he was abducted. There was also a report from this time that someone else had approached one of these newborn homes and tried the exact same trick, yet that mother told the person to go away. Vanessa would die in 1997 at the age of 35, never knowing what happened to her baby. David's brother Frederick is still alive though, and has told investigators he can vaguely recall the abduction and stated that a man was driving the car and that neither the driver nor the woman would look at them. He also remembered them dropping him off. Luckily, the investigators have held on to items belonging to David that they hope to test for DNA, as well as the photo left by Marie. The woman was African American and 32 to 35 years old, with a medium complexion and large hips. She was about 5'4" to 5'8" and 145 to 155 pounds. To this day, she hasn't been identified, but investigators believe the abduction was not carried out to sell the baby, but instead was taken to be raised as her own. Snarly Yow, West Virginia. It goes without saying that when it comes to cryptids, West Virginia is known for the Mothman, but they have a couple of other interesting ones, one of these being a creature called the Snarly Yow. The Snarly Yow is known to inhabit the Harper Valley area, and it is a dog-like beast / paranormal entity. That's right, this cryptid may also be a ghost. Its first sightings can be traced back to the early 1700s, when the first German immigrants began to settle the Potomac Valley area, which is why this cryptid is also spotted in Maryland. It is jet black in color, with a fierce red mouth, large paws, and large glowing red eyes. Its name comes from the loud cry that it makes, which pierces through the mountains. The strange thing about this creature is its ability to appear in front of someone, seemingly out of thin air, as well as vanishing just as quickly. The old accounts from the German settlers stated that when they were out walking or riding horseback, the dog would appear and then follow them, sometimes spooking the horse. Other times, it would only briefly appear before the settler would turn back around and the creature would be gone, while other stories would state that some of these settlers tried throwing sticks or rocks at the cryptid, or sometimes even tried to shoot them, but never being able to hit the beast, saying that it sailed through its body. The sightings died down for a couple of centuries after these first reports, And this kind of brings us to the modern day sightings. During the early 1900s, there would be many reports from the tri-state area that a massive black dog with a red mouth was walking along the roads. And again, it would confront travelers before disappearing quickly. And it should be noted here, this animal has never attempted to hurt anyone. After the early 1900s sightings, things would go quiet again until the 1970s, when numerous motorists would report that this huge bluish black dog would suddenly appear in the road in front of them and would inevitably be hit by the car. When the motorists would pull off to the side to check the damage to their vehicle and to see where the animal was, they would find that the car hadn't hit anything, nor was there any sign of an animal that had just been hit. Some motorists would even report that after getting out of their vehicle, the dog would be standing behind the car looking at them. So what is it that people are seeing? Is this a phantom? A cryptid? Imagination? You decide. Japanese Gardens Girl, Florida. Just a warning on this one. It's a bit disturbing. If you want to click away, I'll give you a few seconds. Okay, February 3rd, 1981, at around 7 a.m. on Watson Island, Florida, a city park employee traveling along an access road which ran through a Japanese garden would spot the body of an unidentified woman. This employee, upon realizing the woman was dead, would call authorities. Detectives would shortly arrive on the scene and looked over the area and determined by the amount of blood left that she had been hit by a vehicle that had crushed her skull. Her body also had many injuries from being dragged by the vehicle, which left a trail of bloody tire prints. Strangely, the woman had been barefoot and only partially clothed from the waist down. Jeans and high heels that are presumed to be hers were found in two separate locations on the island, and it is thought that they had been tossed from a vehicle, most likely the one responsible for the hit and run. Although it's unclear what actually transpired, it's almost certain that the act was intentional, and whoever did it drove over her twice. Investigators would come up with the theory that she was a sex worker killed by a client or her pimp, stating that most likely an argument between the two led to the girl leaving the car voluntarily or being tossed out. This other person would then angrily run over her. However, none of this can be proved because there's no evidence or witness accounts. Additionally, the original case files are lost, but it should be noted this garden, which was designed to be a tourist attraction, had the reputation of being a hotspot for a romantic rendezvous, so this theory is very conceivable. In addition, there was a newspaper article found that was written the day after the incident, and the article claimed that an autopsy suggested she may have been beaten prior to the hit and run. The victim's age range has changed several times over the years. Detectives originally believed that she was about 15 to 20 years old, but later estimates cited anywhere from 12 to 26. But the most recent estimations have narrowed down her age to between 12 and 18, while some have noted that her being 5'2" and 90 pounds is indicative of the victim being about 13 years old, which only makes the whole thing more disturbing when you learn that her jeans had the words "Wet Dreams" written in bleach on the back pocket, along with her novelty bikini underwear that had the words "Rest Area Visitors Welcome." The most obvious theory is that she was trafficked and murdered, but 40 plus years later, and investigators still do not know who this young girl is. Governor William Goebel, Kentucky. The 1899 Kentucky gubernatorial election is probably the most contentious election of a U.S. governor in history, and it was chaotic from the get-go. The Republicans selected a man named William Taylor, who was not even supported by the outgoing Republican governor. If that wasn't bad enough, the Democratic Party had a dissident faction as well, and they did not support nominee William Goebel. Now Goebel, he was not a charismatic man. Actually, he was downright abrasive. Goebel's strength was that he was an intellectual and had largely gained his support from taking on the corrupt railroads, both as a lawyer and Kentucky state senator. Now I won't go too deep into the political rabbit hole, but Goebel's tactics to win the Democratic nomination were seen by many in his party as underhanded. That, with Goebel's social aloofness, which was very off-putting, led to a third-party Democratic candidate named John Y. Brown. Going into the election, The tensions were high, and many expected violence on the election day, but it was actually mostly calm, and that could be because the state militia was ordered to be on standby. The returns were slow, and by that night, the race was too close to call, which of course led to accusations of voter fraud. By the time the count was over, William Taylor had won by 2,000 votes, and ironically, the Democratic third-party candidate had received 12,000 votes, which would have been more than enough for Goebel to have won the election. And this is kind of where all hell breaks loose, because the accusations of voter fraud got louder. The real issues was that of a couple of counties, Knox and Johnson, who made their ballots practically see-through, which made any Democratic voters in these Republican counties afraid to vote, with the Republican mob that was standing by watching. There was also allegations that the state militia in Louisville had blatantly threatened voters there. And making things worse, Goebel had proposed a bill when he was state senator called the Goebel Election Law, which created a three-man commission to handle election disputes. This three-man committee, who were Democrats with connections to Goebel, would get to make the decision. Tensions began to grow, and around 500 armed men from heavily Republican eastern Kentucky now reached the capital, but surprisingly, the Democratic Commission voted 2-1 to let the vote stand in favor of the Republican candidate, although they did state that the ultimate decision was up to the General Assembly. Goebel, for his part, was okay with this, as he wanted to run as a U.S. Senator anyways, but his party pressured him to contest the results in the General Assembly. So he did, and now the state was on verge of a civil war, and on the morning of January 30th, Goebel and his two bodyguards walked towards the Capitol building, and 5 to 6 shots rang out, and Goebel was hit in the chest and slumped to the ground. He was rushed to a nearby hotel to be treated. Soldiers were then deployed to the streets. That night, word was coming out that Goebel would be named the legit governor by the General Assembly. Governor Taylor, meanwhile, declared a state of insurrection and called out the state militia, and basically tried to move the capital from Frankfort to London, Kentucky, which was heavily Republican. Goebel, in his only act as governor, dissolved the state militia. Taylor did somewhat comically offer a $500 reward to find the person involved with the assassination attempt on Goebel. 4 days later, on February 3rd, Goebel died and remains the only American governor assassinated while in office. Taylor and his lieutenant governor would both step down in exchange for immunity from any prosecution in regards to Goebel's assassination. Taylor would then spend the rest of his life in Indiana, being protected from prosecution there, although he was later pardoned by another Kentucky governor. In total, 16 people were indicted in Goebel's murder. Only 5 of these went to trial, with 3 of those being acquitted, and the last 2 being pardoned later on. To this day, the identity of the assassin is still unknown, but was most likely connected with Taylor, although some think their murder was not political at all, but instead was one of the railroad companies taking advantage of the situation because they hated Goebel. Garden Light, Arkansas. The Garden Light is a mystery light that is located near some railroad tracks in a wooded area of Garden, Arkansas. This light is probably the most famous one we've covered thus far, as it's been featured on many mystery and paranormal shows. Over the past several decades, hundreds of witnesses have seen it. It's been photographed as well as documented by the aforementioned TV shows, so there is no doubt that it does exist. Many of these locals even claim to have seen it well over 100 times in their life. The light itself is white and blue and sometimes orange, and it has a very distinct border. It always sways back and forth and stays in motion. It's usually seen on the darkest nights, and best when it is cloudy and overcast. The light has a similar origin to that of other mystery lights, which allege that the light is said to be that of a railroad worker who was killed when he fell into the path of an oncoming train. The man's head was separated from his body and never found, and the garden light comes from the lantern of the man's spirit which still searches for his head. However, another story based on truth is that of railroad foreman Will McLean. He was asked by employee Lewis McBride about getting some more hours because it was during the Depression and money was needed desperately. However, William told Lewis that the company would not allow him to give more hours, to which Lewis responded by hitting William in the head with a shovel and then beating him to death with a spot camera. That got dark in a hurry. There is also a variation that Lewis took offense to McLean accusing him of being the reason a train accident occurred a few days earlier. Regardless, after the murder, Lewis McBride was executed, and shortly after that, the first documented appearance of the Garden Light occurred, right in the area of the murder. However, those are the fanciful theories. The skeptical claim is that it is nothing more than passing cars on the highway in the distance. Yet, many are dismissive of this claim because of the remoteness of the location. Furthermore, the closest highway is 2 miles away and wasn't built until decades after the first sightings. There's also the theory that suggests stress on quartz crystals underneath Garden causes them to emit electricity and produce the light. They call this the piezoelectric effect. The theory is that the New Madrid fault, which runs through the area, puts intense pressure on the crystals and squeezes them together, causing them to develop a charge and put off a spark. And do I even have to say it? Some speculate that it's swamp gas. Peter Francisco, Virginia. Peter Francisco, aka the Giant of the Revolution, was an American patriot and soldier of the American Revolution War. Actually, he wasn't just any soldier, he was a legendary soldier. He first gained notoriety in 1776, when at the age of 16, he joined the 10th Virginia Regiment, and people were stunned by his 6'8" and 280-pound body and his amazing strength. But it was also his fighting in numerous engagements, particularly the Battle of Brandywine, that made him stand out. His fighting days would slow down when he eventually took a musket ball through his right thigh, which he never fully recovered from. But he still fought in a few battles. In fact, an attack on the British fort Stony Point, he would take a 9-inch gash to the stomach and continue to fight, killing 12 British grenadiers and capturing the enemy's flag after being the second man to enter the fort. Then, following the Battle of Camden in South Carolina, Francisco noticed that the Americans were leaving behind a cannon that was mired in the mud. Legend says that Francisco got the cannon out of the mud, then picked up the 1,100-pound weapon and carried it on his shoulder to keep it from falling into the hands of the enemy. That one is no doubt a tall tale, and what most likely occurred was that he carried the barrel of a 200 to 300-pound cannon. Regardless, the most famous story of Peter's is called Francisco's Fight, in which is claimed that Peter, who had been sent home to recuperate, ran into a British legion called Tarleton's Raiders. He allegedly killed or mortally wounded 3 of the 11 raiders and then stole their horses. There's variations of this legend, but I won't go into all of them because that would take too long. Anyways, you're probably thinking, okay, that's an interesting story, but where is the mystery? That would be Francisco's origin, which is shrouded in mystery. It is believed, from what little can be gathered, that he was born on July 9th, 1760, most likely to an aristocratic family, at Porto Judeo on the island of Terceira in the Azores, which belongs to Portugal. What happened over the next 5 years is unknown, but in 1765, on the docks of City Point, Virginia, a 5-year-old boy, who could only repeat the name Pedro Francisco, would be found wandering around. He had no guardians within sight, and no one knew how he ended up on the dock. Furthermore, he spoke no English. The locals would anglicize Pedro to Peter, and hence his name. He would eventually be taken to a poorhouse. When it was discovered, he spoke Portuguese, and noted that his clothing was of good quality. After learning some English, and he was able to communicate, he would tell people that he came from a mansion near the ocean, and that his mother spoke French, and his father spoke another language that he did not know. He then told the story that he and his sister were kidnapped from the grounds, but his sister escaped, while Pedro was bound and taken to a ship. And although historians aren't for sure, it's most likely that these kidnappers intended to hold the children for ransom, or that they were going to sell them as indentured servants at their next port in North America, but for whatever reason changed their minds. According to the Portuguese version of this story, the Francisco family had many political enemies and possibly set up this abduction to protect him from being murdered by the family's enemies. However, to this day, no one is exactly sure the circumstances of why or how the Portuguese boy Pedro Francisco ended up on the shores of Virginia. Momo the Monster, Missouri. Momo, aka the Missouri Monster, is an alleged ape-like cryptid similar to that of Bigfoot that was spotted by numerous people in 1971 and 1972 in a town called Louisiana, Missouri. The beast is said to be a large bipedal humanoid about 7 foot tall and covered with dark hair and has a putrid odor. It was first sighted in July 1971 and would be spotted the rest of that year up and down the Mississippi River. The most famous sighting occurred on July 11, 1972, when 2 young boys were playing in their backyard on the outskirts of town. One of the boys began to scream. His older sister, who was in the house, would look out the window to see what was going on. She observed a massive dark-haired man-like creature holding what appeared to be a bloody dead dog. She claimed that he had a pumpkin-shaped head and large glowing eyes. After this, many sightings would occur over the rest of the year, most notably the local fire department chief and member of the city council, Richard Murray, who stated that driving along a creek bed, he would spot a massive upright creature in his vehicle's headlights. He stated that the creature was covered in brown hair and quickly hurried off over the hill and disappeared. These sightings were so credible that a 20-person posse was formed to hunt the creature, but they never found him. In addition to these 2 reports, numerous others reported to have heard growls similar to that of a bear's, as well as hearing haunting screams. As far as what it was, well, the skeptical approach is that it was a black bear. Even Richard Murray stated years later that looking back on it, he wasn't sure that it wasn't a bear. However, tracks were collected and submitted to the director of the Oklahoma City Zoo, who deemed that it belonged to an unknown primate. Kirsten Davis, Georgia. On July 3, 1991, 21-year-old Kirsten Davis, a recent graduate of Bury College, was traveling from Rome, Georgia to Vidalia to visit a friend about 250 miles away. The drive took about 4 hours, and Kirsten exited the interstate at around 1 a.m. and was roughly 5 miles outside of Vidalia. About 30 minutes later, Michael Wilkes and his wife Karen would spot a blue 1985 Subaru station wagon overturned in a ditch. That car belonged to Kirsten. When the couple would get out to check on the driver and make sure that she was okay, they were stunned to find that Kirsten was already dead. But not from the car crash. Instead, she had a shotgun wound to her face and neck. They called the authorities, obviously, and detectives arrived on the scene and found very little. Kirsten had no known enemies, and she did not live a high-risk lifestyle. She wasn't even from the area. She was from Colorado. The most telling clue was that the gun had been fired about 18 inches from her, indicating that the killers had pulled up beside her while driving, and the passenger fired the shot, killing her immediately, which left her car to drive aimlessly over into the ditch. There was little to go on, but interestingly, the couple that found Kirsten and called authorities, Michael and Karen Wilkes, would just a month and a half later break into the home of a 69-year-old Morrill Hudson, about 20 miles north of Vidalia, and during that robbery attempt, Hudson was shot 3 times in the head, and then his home was burglarized and set on fire. The couple then fled to Alabama. Michael, however, later returned to Georgia to retrieve some items from his home, and he was arrested. Karen was then found in Alabama with a murder weapon still in her possession, so investigators now obviously suspected that the Wilkes were potentially involved with Kirsten's homicide. The 2 were given polygraphs and passed. There was also zero evidence that Michael or Karen killed Kirsten, so they were not charged. They did, however, go to prison for Hudson's murder, and Kirsten's case went cold. Making this case more difficult was motive. Just why would anyone target Kirsten? It was most likely not accidental, because it was 1 a.m. on a Wednesday on a quiet highway. Not to mention, being so close to her, they could not have mistaken her for someone else. Detectives were left with the theory that the suspects were driving around just looking for someone to murder, and they seen her. Since there was no skid marks, she had not been fleeing from someone. Robbery was ruled out because her body was not disturbed. She was even still wearing her seatbelt. So we're really left with just a few options. Either the Wilkes pulled up beside her, and then the passenger fired. They then intended to go back and rob her, but maybe another car spooked them, so they just end up calling the authorities, which is odd, the police completely dismissed them over a past polygraph, or it was just possible that two psychos were out looking for someone to murder, and Kirsten ended up being the victim. And there was one less likely theory proposed. It could be that a couple of drunks were out partying and playing around, and one of them had a gun and accidentally shot her, but I just can't believe that one. Bambi Brantley, Louisiana. October 22nd, 1986. In Leesville, Louisiana, 25-year-old Bambi Brantley would walk to a nearby convenience store called Lebo's. She would go in and purchase a drink, and then use the payphone to call her brother, Roddy, at a local restaurant and ask him if he could come home and bring the car so she could go out with her boyfriend. Bambi's brother did come home about 30 minutes later, where the two lived together at a trailer park. When he arrived, Bambi was not there, but he did see her drink container from the convenience store sitting on the floor. He thought she was probably visiting the neighbor and would return shortly, so he decided to leave the keys for her and got a ride back to the restaurant with his friend. He came back later during the early morning hours and noticed the drink was still in the same spot and that Bambi had not returned. He was somewhat concerned, but assumed that she ended up getting a ride from a friend instead. However, the next morning, she had still not appeared, and he began to worry. This only got worse when he found out that she had been scheduled to work and never made it in. So he would call the police. Detectives were able to locate several witnesses who seen her walking along the highway after leaving the convenience store, but there was no sightings after that. Investigators were sure, though, that she had made it back to the trailer, where she then disappeared. But strangely, there was no sign of foul play. Bambi had just moved to the area from Bartlett, Tennessee, after going through a rough breakup, and she had no history of drug use or of leaving without warning, and she wasn't known to run away or anything like that. She also had no known enemies. On the contrary, she had many friends and acquaintances in the area. She also held a stable job at an auto dealership where she always showed up on time and was a good employee. Her disappearance was pretty baffling. There's not really much info or leads in this one. The only real concerning one that police followed was that Bambi ended up being one of 5 women who disappeared from Leesville in the 80s. All were white, about the same age, and had blonde hair. 4 of these were found deceased, and 4 of the 5 vanished from convenience stores. One of these was eventually solved, and serial killer Samuel Galbraith would go to prison for it. However, detectives are not sure if any of these cases are even connected, and Bambi's body has never even been found, assuming she's dead, making it even more difficult to determine what happened. 1980 Morgan County Killer, Georgia. On November 16, 1980, sometime between 6 and 7:30 p.m. on Highway 441 in Morgan County, Georgia, James Fullwood was towing his race car back home after participating in a race earlier that day. When he was driving, a silver Mustang would pull up next to him and then pulled up in front of his truck. The 2 young men in the car would then go slow and try to make it difficult for Fullwood to pass them. To be even more annoying, the Mustang would then get back next to Fullwood's truck, and the passenger would get out on the window ledge of the door and threw a bottle or can at Fullwood, before again the Mustang sped off. Fullwood, though, was actually being followed by several friends from the race, and they had seen what happened. These friends attempted to follow the 2 males in the Mustang, and then proceeded to surround the vehicle before slowly coming to a stop, boxing the Mustang in. Fullwood would then get out of his truck and walk over to the Mustang and threw a wooden baseball bat at the windshield. The young punk driver, now realizing the odds were not in his or his buddy's favor, began to back out and drove down the road a short distance before turning back around and driving back toward Fullwood. He would then fire several rounds from his 9mm pistol, and Fullwood was struck once and died at the scene. The car with the 2 unknown young men then sped off. The Mustang was said to be that of a 1976 to 1980 model and had South Carolina plates. There was also some damage left on the windshield from the baseball bat. The shooter was a white male 6 foot to 6'2" and about 170 to 180 pounds, with very blonde hair and a slender build. A sketch was made of the suspect, but he was never identified. In 2021, detectives would reopen the case, stating that with new information and forensics, they hoped to crack the cold case. They would not discuss specific details of the new information, but we do know that at least 14 people witnessed the shooting, and they are hoping that one of these key witnesses will come forward. The Three Lost Boys of Hannibal, Missouri. May 1967, in Hannibal, Missouri. 13-year-old Joey Hogue, who, like a lot of boys, enjoyed the outdoors and dreamed of exploring, would come across a cave that had recently been exposed by some construction work near his home. He would get his 11-year-old brother, Billy, and his 14-year-old friend, Craig Dow, and the trio set out to explore the cave on May 10th. Their parents, however, found out about this and forbade them from visiting again. But, boys being boys, they would go back the next day when their parents were gone. Armed with only their flashlights and shovels, the boys would sneak away from their older sister who was supposed to be watching them, and made their way towards the construction site near the highway. And the boys did not return that evening, which alarmed their parents, who obviously had a good idea where they were, and they went to the cave to search for them, and when they didn't find them, they alerted the authorities. When police were told about this, they feared the worst, as they had already gotten reports of a cave-in that day. An enormous search and rescue would begin, and it actually ended up becoming the largest cave search in U.S. history, with every known passage searched at least 3 times. By the 12th, 2 days later, searchers started to believe that the boys never actually made it into the cave, although at least one unconfirmed witness account reported to have seen them taking a shovel in. Searchers now began to wonder if they had left to go explore different caves, or maybe even deeper into the woods. The exhaustive search was finally called off after not finding a trace of the boys, and the disappearance has been a mystery for years, but it's kind of one of those where everyone still just chalked it up to the cave. However, in 2006, construction workers again returned to the area, and again, they found a new small cave. Authorities would quickly go check this cave in hopes of finding some remains, and again, they came back empty-handed, and this has kind of left the door open that maybe something more sinister happened. One theory that has been discussed was that of John Wayne Gacy, who was actually traveling to and from Hannibal at the time. Gacy, as you know, was convicted in Chicago of killing 33 boys between 1972 and 1978, and was suspected of killing many more. His home was about 300 miles from where the boys had went missing, and furthermore, witnesses did report seeing a mystery man at the top of a local cliff just days before the boys vanished. This same unknown man inserted himself into the search operation after the boys went missing, and then he himself vanished. Could this have been Gacy or another predator? Another theory was that the construction crew was at fault and covered up an accident. Apparently, this construction crew immediately went to covering up all the holes they had left open right after the disappearance, and this is in spite of the fact that the mayor ordered the hose be left open to conduct searches in. It seems that many think the boys went down into one of these holes exploring, which didn't have any caution tape around them, and the construction crew inadvertently buried them. In fact, one of the original searchers would do an interview in 2018 and stated that he thought the boys were underneath the road. Finally, you have the paranormal theory, which comes from the fact that Joe had written about seeing a UFO shortly before he went missing. The Moon-Eyed People, North Carolina. The Moon-Eyed People are alleged to be a group of short, bearded, white-skinned people who lived in Appalachia years before Columbus's voyage to the Americas had taken place. According to the legend, they were called moon-eyed because they saw poorly in the day, which caused them to seek shelter in the caves, and then venturing out only in the nighttime. These people are credited by some to be the creators of several pre-Columbian ruins in the South, and as far as location goes, I could have really put this one with Georgia, or maybe Alabama, or even Tennessee, as they were alleged to live in various locations throughout southern Appalachia. But the mystery in this one is kinda twofold. First, were these people real? Or was it just part of Cherokee myth? If they were real, just who were they? Scholars largely disagree over this, with most claiming that it was just another Native American tribe, and somehow they ended up with the moniker Moon-Eyed People. There's even some conjecture that it could have been an unknown tribe of natives that had a unique trait that made them albino, although the Cherokee dispute this and claim that they were not Native Americans. However, since there are variations of this story, it's difficult to tell. For example, it is said that these people only ventured out into the night, except for on a full moon, because even the light from a full moon hurt their eyes. And another variation says that it was actually the Creek tribe that would launch a surprise attack during the full moon and annihilated the Moon-Eyed people, whereas another version says that the Cherokee did, and then other versions say that the Creek ran them out of the eastern seaboard, and then the Cherokee pushed them further west out of Kentucky and western Tennessee. So as you can see, it's hard to follow the varying stories. Finally, there's even an argument about the name Moon-Eyed, although it's generally thought that the name referred to their ability to see better at night. It could be that their pale blue eyes possibly look like the moon, which again might fit the albino trait theory. Early accounts from Europeans, such as the one from Colonel Leonard Marber, who worked as an intermediary between the government and the Cherokee, stated in 1797, quote, "The Cherokee tell us that when they first arrived in the country which they inhabit, they found it possessed by certain moon-eyed people, who could not see in the daytime. These wretches they expelled," end quote. Other scholars, generally those of the fringe variety, believe that European explorers settled parts of the South centuries before Columbus even set out on his voyage, which I have discussed in my pre-Columbian contact series. In particular, there seems to be a connection between the Moon-Eyed people and the Welsh. As mentioned, I could have chosen a number of states for this mystery, but I wanted this one to be North Carolina because of a certain stone structure that now sits in a museum in Murphy, North Carolina. In 1841, a man named Felix Axley was marking off his property line and began digging the ground to plant a marker, and in doing so, unearthed this statue carved of soapstone and talc. And just what are these two carved beings that have flat faces, no arms, and round eyes that look sorta like the moon? It seems that these carvings are that of the Moon-Eyed people. At least, that's the general consensus. But there's a few other theories. Some say that it's just an image of a man and woman that is supposed to reflect two local rivers, while others state they are figures of the alleged Welsh descendants. Others even claim that it was made by indigenous tribes that witnessed the UFO or alien encounter. Sunshine Skyway Bridge, Florida. Tampa Bay, Florida is home to many iconic structures and beautiful architecture. One of these is the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. The massive bridge has become a landmark to those visiting or living in the area, but the bridge has been hit with several tragedies over time, from collisions to unexpected collapses to terrible suicides. It's seen a lot of death, and that may be why this bridge has gotten the reputation of being one of the most haunted bridges in the entire country. It was first built in 1954 and allowed traffic to reach St. Petersburg from Teresina and vice versa. In 1969, it expanded to 4 lanes to accommodate an increase in traffic between the two cities. But it was in 1980 when the history of the bridge would take a dark turn, because on January 28th, the Blackthorn, a 180-foot buoy tender, was docked in Tampa going through a major overhaul. It was finally set to sail back out of the bay, but when it attempted to leave, it collided with a tanker called the Capricorn. Apparently, the ships had miscommunicated, causing them to collide. The impact didn't cause much damage, but the Capricorn's anchor got stuck in the side of the Blackthorn's hull, and when the ships began to move apart, the Capricorn pulled the Blackthorn over until she capsized. In total, 23 Coast Guard officers would lose their lives. But what's crazy is just a few months later, on May 9th, John Laro was piloting the Summit Venture when a sudden storm rolled into the bay. With the heavy rains and massive wind gusts, Laro lost control of the freighter, and the gigantic ship collided with 2 of the bridge supports. A huge chunk of the bridge's roadway broke away and fell into the water below. Luckily, most of the vehicles were able to stop, but for some, it was too late. Laro, who must have been horrified, could only watch as vehicles plummeted 150 feet off of the bridge into the bay. In total, 35 people fell to their deaths. Of these 35, the majority came from a Greyhound bus. The bridge was demolished and rebuilt and reopened 7 years later. Finally, records show that at least 248 people have jumped to their death after the rebuilding. It's so bad that it's known as one of the deadliest bridges in the entire country, prompting 24-hour patrols and cameras to monitor suicidal activity, as well as installing steel nets on the outside of walls at the bridge's highest points. But let's get to the mystery at heart. Because of all these sad incidents, the bridge seems to have taken on a paranormal element, because numerous motorists have reported seeing a blonde woman standing or walking along the bridge on foggy nights. They are struck by her because of her black eye makeup, which is smeared into the collar of her white t-shirt, where she had been wiping the tears away. This obviously has lured some good Samaritans into stopping to help the poor woman, only for her to vanish into thin air. While others have stated this mysterious blonde woman jumps into the back seat of the vehicle and makes casual conversation until she brings up the bridge disasters and starts to sound more distraught, asking the driver if they believe in God. And just as the driver starts to get disturbed, the woman vanishes. This woman has also been sighted by tow booth workers, as well as fishermen, who have reported seeing the woman exiting a Greyhound bus, which is floating in the bay. So is all this just some spooky urban legend, or is there something more to the story? Marianne Marshall and Marianne Newman, Virginia. August 14, 2006, in Springfield, Virginia, a woman would show up to the door of a man named Harold Johnson. This woman would tell Harold that she had came to visit her friend, who was Harold's neighbor, named Marianne Marshall, a 72-year-old librarian. The two had planned to have dinner together that evening, but after being dropped off by the taxi, she went and knocked on Marianne's door, and no one answered. The friend did have a key, but was too nervous to go in alone, so she asked Harold to go with her. So her, Harold, and another neighbor went to check on Marianne. When they opened the door, Marianne was found deceased on the living room floor. Harold could see that she had facial bruising and bruising on her arms. He at first thought she had a heart attack and gotten bruised after falling, but after looking closer and noticing the groceries which still sat on the table, he suspected that it wasn't a heart attack. Instead, it appeared as she walked in and set the groceries on the table, and then had a knock at the door, and when she answered, an unknown assailant attacked her. Authorities would be called, and they did officially determine that she had died by trauma to the upper body, as well as strangulation, and they also determined there was no forced entry. A medical examiner then stated she had also been sexually assaulted. Detectives began to retrace Marshall's steps and discovered that she was last seen at 11:15 a.m. on surveillance footage at a shopping center. However, the case went cold. Fast forward 3 months to November 21st, a woman named Reba Fogel would get a phone call from a 92-year-old woman who told Reba that her daughter, 74-year-old Marianne Newman, was not answering her phone, and she was worried about her. Apparently, the night before, Marianne, who just lived 2 miles away from our first Marianne, had went to visit her mother the day before, and after she left, no one heard from her, which was odd because Marianne talked to her mother every morning. So Reba, the neighbor, looked outside and said she seen Newman's car in her driveway and would ask another neighbor to go check on Marianne that afternoon. And when that neighbor got there, the door was cracked with the key still inside the lock, and just like our first Marianne, this one too was found beaten, choked, and sexually assaulted. It also appeared that she had been attacked right after walking in and most likely answering a knock at the door. Investigators have actually collected DNA, which they use to connect both murders. So now, this community was worried. 2 women in their 70s, both named Marianne, both sexually assaulted, both attacked as they came back inside the home, both had no children and lived alone, both within a 4-month period, and the 2 lived within 2 miles of each other, yet did not know one another. The DNA collected has led to a digital sketch of the man. Unfortunately, they cannot determine his age, but they are certain that he is Latino. There have been over 1,000 tips in both cases over the years, yet nothing ironclad. And as far as theories, there's a couple. The most obvious was that he was a serial sexual assaulter and killer who had a very distinct type, but it's also possible that the first Marianne was an unfortunate misidentification and the second Marianne was the real victim. But if so, why was the second Marianne targeted? Judy Hyams, Florida. On September 14, 1965, 22-year-old divorcee Judy Hyams of Coral Gables, Florida, would speak to her friend named Marley on the telephone and let her know of her plan to leave work early that day. Judy, who was a medical technician, had planned on going shopping for a watch. At least, that's what she told Marley. However, after leaving, she would go to withdraw $300 from her bank account, about $2,800 in today's money, and then she vanished. And details in this case are kinda all over the place, but I assume someone in Judy's circle reported her missing to the police. And that's when the investigation started, and it was discovered that Judy had realized a month prior to her disappearance that she was pregnant, and being pregnant and unmarried in the 60s was a lot different than now. So Judy kept it hidden. She even used a fake name to get her pregnancy test, and that shopping trip she went on, yeah, that was made up too, as detectives were actually able to determine that a close friend of hers actually helped her arrange an abortion through a man named Dr. George Hoddew. This doctor was running an illegal abortion clinic, and Judy made it here, but what happened afterwards? No one knows. What is known is that a rental car, registered in her name, was found 3 weeks later in Atlanta, Georgia, about 650 miles away. Traces of blood were found in the back seat. Unfortunately, the car had been there for several days before being discovered. One resident said he had seen a man in his 30s parking it, and that he removed a duffel bag from the back and walked away. This man has never been identified. 3 months later, Dr. Hoddew, yeah, he wasn't actually a doctor, and he was arrested for impersonating one, but he jumped bail, and he too was never seen again. And the case went cold. Many have simply assumed that Judy died due to complications during the abortion, but her body was never found. And if this was just a mystery, it wouldn't be that crazy. But the crazy is coming, because 25 years later, in 1990, police captain Chuck Shearer went to a narcotics lecture at a police academy in Nebraska, about 200 miles west of Omaha. The trip was uneventful, but when Shearer returned to Coral Gables, he received a phone call from a man claiming to be Steve Brown, a popular radio talk show host in Omaha. Brown would tell the police captain that an anonymous caller had given him information about Judy's disappearance, but Shearer did not know about Judy's case and said that he would check the case files and call him back, and he did the next day. But when Steve answered, he was confused, because he had not been the one that called Shearer the day prior, nor did he know anything about the case. Even crazier was whoever called the police captain had given him Steve Brown's unlisted phone number. Now both men had no idea what was going on, but to make it even weirder, 2 days later, Captain Shearer received another call from an unidentified female who said, quote, "Judy Hyams is alive and she lives in Omaha," end quote. When the captain pressed her for more info, she just kept repeating the same line over and over, and then finally hung up. Finally, this case was documented on Unsolved Mysteries, and just days after it aired, police received an anonymous letter that said that Judy died from an allergic reaction to a drug she was given and was disposed of in a bay near Miami. Police believe this to be legit, yet they have no proof and cannot explain the phone calls. So this has many mysteries. What happened to the suspect, Dr. Hoddew? What about the phone call from the guy that was pretending to be radio talk show host Steve Brown and said he had info about the case? What about the woman that said Judy was still alive? This mystery is so bizarre. Tomb of Nina Craigmiles, Tennessee. Nina Craigmiles was born on August 5th, 1864 in Cleveland, Tennessee, to John and Adelia Craigmiles, who were a well-off family. As she grew up, she loved riding in horse-drawn carriages, and on October 18th, in 1871, she would go on one of these rides with her grandfather. And as her grandfather went along, they came to a railroad crossing, just as a train was making its way through, and for what can only be assumed as a time-saving measure, he attempted to make it across the track before it crossed, and sadly, they were too slow. The carriage was hit, and Nina died. I should note here, there are variations of this story that claim Nina was allowed to drive her own buggy and was simply traveling too fast and ran out in front of the speeding train. Regardless, she died instantly, but the grandfather survived. The whole town was saddened, but none as much as her father, John Craig Miles, who would end up building both St. Luke's Episcopal Church and its grand white marble mausoleum in her name. Her small body would be laid to rest in the sarcophagus in the center of the mausoleum. John would then change his will to include a clause stating that he should be buried in the mausoleum where Nina's ashes were. John died in 1899, and he was buried according to his wishes. And it's after this, red spots began to appear on the outside of the mausoleum. Red spots that kinda look like blood. There's even been numerous efforts to clean up these stains, which have all failed. And allegedly, it was decided that the red stained marble blocks could just be replaced. And eerily, after they got replaced, the red stains returned. To make this one weirder, John's wife Adelia was hit and killed by a car in 1928. And after she was placed in the mausoleum, the red stains began to deepen in color, in addition to the red stains, which are there to this day and have defied chemical analysis. There have been many sightings of a ghost girl dressed in 1800s clothing playing outside. Many attribute this mystery to true paranormal activity. However, I've seen others dispute this by saying that marble has been known to bleed. White Thing, Alabama. White Thing, with an emphasis on the word thing, is an alleged cryptid that lurks the forest of northern Alabama. The creature is generally spotted in a triangular area between Morgan, Etowah, and Jefferson counties, and some sources claim that the first sightings came from the early 1900s, but the ones that really generated a buzz came from 1971, when there were a series of reports and calls to the police that happened over a span of a few months. The descriptions seem to vary, but most of the accounts do concede that the creature is very large, is 7 to 8 foot tall, and is covered with long, thick white fur and has glowing red eyes, with a thick, bushy mane and slick tail, and down on the end of the tail is a big old bush of hair. A lot of other descriptions seem to describe it as a giant white lion, while even stranger descriptions claim that this tall white creature resembles a kangaroo with the head of a cat, or possibly a mix between a dog and a lion. And in spite of being this big, this cat-like creature can move extremely quick, and although it has been spotted standing on 2 legs, this cryptid runs on all 4s. People have reported hearing the creature let out an eerie screech that sounds much like that of a woman. It's also known to emit a foul odor that smells like that of dead animals. There's not really a lot out there on this one. Some people try to link it to a Sasquatch, but really, it sounds nothing like one to me, so I'm not sure what to make of it. Kelly Holland, Kentucky. 11 a.m. on February 13th, 1982. In Hyman, Kentucky, 6-year-old Kelly Holland was out playing in the snow because on this day, eastern Kentucky had been victim to a terrible snowstorm which dumped 6 inches of snow along with ice pellets, which canceled school and basically everything in the area. His mother would zip up his jacket and go back inside, checking on him periodically. That evening, she would start to make supper, and by 6 p.m., it was finished, and she would call for Kelly to come in and eat. Yet, he did not answer. She would walk around and look for him, but he was gone. She assumed that he had went down the road to his friend's house to watch Dukes of Hazzard with them. Now I have to state here, there are other sources that state that Judy left to a neighbor's sometime between 4 to 6 to use the phone because she did not have one, and when she came back, he was no longer there. Regardless, sometime between 4 and 6 is when he disappeared. So at 6 p.m., she sat down to eat and then went down the street to the neighbor's, but she was surprised to hear that Kelly had not been there all day. So she went back to her neighbor's house to use the phone, and this neighbor was her boyfriend's grandmother. And here is where some confusion comes into this, because for some unknown reason, Judy stated she was not permitted to call the state police until midnight, a full 6 hours after she realized he had went missing, which I think is suspicious that she was allowed to use the phone at 4 p.m., but her boyfriend's grandmother wouldn't let her call the police until midnight. Sketchy to say the least. Regardless, When the police search did begin, searchers and the state police essentially turned the area upside down looking for him. They looked through abandoned mines as well as the surrounding mountains. Not one sign was found. And just in case Judy was hiding something, her concrete foundation was torn up after the house was destroyed years later, and there was no sign of Kelly there either. Kelly had a distinct feature, as he had cleft palate and a scar on his left side of his face, between his nose and upper lip, as well as a speech impediment, so you would think that he would have been found easier, assuming he was abducted, which seems to be the most likely theory. So who did it? That's harder to say. A lot of people point out that these areas, known as hollers, are usually small and usually clustered with members of the same family, meaning the probability of a stranger just wandering into the area and abducting him are pretty small, especially considering the snowstorm. There were also no reports of seeing or hearing a vehicle in the area. However, many of Kelly's neighbors had criminal records, and detectives believed someone local was involved. Judy, for her part, thought Kelly's dad did it, or at least knew who did it. Now, I would be amiss if I did not point out that Judy had 2 other children that lived with her mother, and that's not because she was a bad mother per se. It's because she had epilepsy, and when Kelly vanished, he had been living with her and her boyfriend, and Judy has never been ruled out. Judy would even state, in an interview with a podcast in 2022, that detectives had told her that her own sister had already confessed to helping Judy bury the body, to which Judy replied she had nothing to do with it. So it's most likely the police were just trying to trick her into a confession, maybe out of desperation. On the other hand, many people have pointed out how strange that it was for her to let a 6-year-old play out in the snow alone for close to 6 hours while just checking on him occasionally, which led to one early theory that Kelly just wandered off and froze to death, and maybe was somewhere in an abandoned mine in the area, but that was ruled out after an extensive search and was reclassified as a possible abduction. But other than a few tips that were sent in saying that he was in Florida, there have been no other leads, or at least none publicly divulged. Hempfield Tunnel, West Virginia. In 1850, the Hempfield Railroad Company was tasked to locate and construct a railroad that would run 76 miles from Wheeling, West Virginia to Greensburg, Pennsylvania. During the construction, the city of Wheeling agreed to give the railroad some land to come through. The city council decided the easiest way was for the tracks to run right through a stretch of land where an old cemetery was located. Peninsula Cemetery, as it was known, was located on a hill that spread downward to an uneven bottomland. The authorities determined the easiest way would be to tunnel beneath the cemetery so it would not disturb the dead. So the railroad company built a track right through the tunnel forged beneath the cemetery. Now this tunnel would not be used for trains only, as it became a shortcut for travelers moving through the city as well. One of these men was a 34-year-old German immigrant named Joseph Isola. He came to the U.S. in 1865 under the name John Schaefer, and there was good reason for this, because Schaefer would have been deported back to Germany had U.S. authorities found out about his criminal past. But it wasn't long until Schaefer would go back to his old ways, as he first started stealing from residents in Parkersburg, West Virginia, and then he moved on to murdering again. He killed his first victim, Joseph Lilienthal, with a hatchet in Parkersburg on June 15, 1867, just so he could steal his watch. Then he killed a close friend, Rudolph Tutor, with the same hatchet. His third attempt, however, ended in failure, as he attempted to hit a man named John White with his hatchet, which landed awkwardly and didn't kill White. White would then grapple the hatchet away, and Schaefer ran and was later apprehended. It was during his confession that law enforcement learned of a third victim, another close friend named Alois Ulrich, an immigrant that had came to Wheeling to work for him. That man was murdered inside the Hempfield Tunnel and dropped into a nearby culvert, and it's this victim who became the most famous, as it's said that his ghost haunts the interior of the Hempfield Tunnel, as people traveling through began to hear what could only be described as deep groans and cries from a man begging for mercy. And then, directly over the spot where Ulrich had been murdered, a ghastly form of green slime emerged on the ceiling, which is said to be that from the dead patrons left above the tunnel in the cemetery. Which brings me to the other reason for this alleged paranormal activity. That is, the very real graveyard that still sits above the tunnel, which has become known since as the Green Tunnel because of the slime. Unexplained shadows are regularly reported inside, as well as the sounds of disembodied voices, along with the dampness and moisture that comes from above and sometimes drops down, which probably isn't comforting, considering the green slime that clings to the ceiling. There's also reports from people who have seen a ghost walking through the tunnel. What to make of this one? Who knows, but it's weird. Amanda Tusing, Arkansas, June 14th, 2000. 20-year-old Amanda Tusing was visiting her fiancé, Matthew Irvin, in Jonesboro, Arkansas. The couple had recently gotten engaged. After dating for a long time, Amanda, or Mandy, as her friends and family called her, was hoping that she could become a veterinarian, and after spending the day with Matthew, she stated she was going back to her parents' home in Dale, which was about 45 miles away. But that night, a fierce storm rolled in, bringing with it heavy rain, so Matthew tried to convince her to just spend the night, because he didn't want her driving in this bad weather. But Mandy was adamant, and she said she would call him when she made it, and she headed out sometime around 11:30 p.m., but Matt didn't receive that call, and by 1:30 a.m., he began to worry. He knew Mandy's parents had set a 1 a.m. curfew for her, and knew she had plenty of time to make it. His worries become too much, and he would end up calling her parents. Her parents, of course, were also concerned, and her father would set out from his apartment and headed towards Jonesboro, taking the route that Mandy would have taken. Meanwhile, Matthew would leave his residence and meet Mandy's father, Ed, halfway. It wasn't long until Matthew, driving along this lonely stretch of road in the middle of a terrible storm, spotted the car, followed by her father, who showed up shortly later. It was sitting under a well-lit area along the side of the road. Matthew first assumed she had broken down. They would then call the police, who noted that the keys were still in the ignition, and windshield wipers had stopped mid-cycle, and the radio was still playing, and had been set to Mandy's favorite station. They could also see her wallet laying on the passenger seat, and a steel-chilled drink in the cup holder on the dash. That drink was about 3/4 or a half full, and was still pretty cold. Most importantly, there were no signs of a struggle. Mandy's family and fiancé were stumped. So were the police, who would launch a search for the young girl, with help from local volunteers the next morning. But Mandy wouldn't be found that day. It would actually be 3 more days when on June 18th, a resident found her body in a rain-swollen ditch about 12 miles west from where her car was. It appeared as if she had been tossed off of a small bridge into a flooded waterway. And even more curious would be the autopsy, which originally said she had drowned, but this was later changed to undetermined, and there was no trauma and no evidence that she put up a fight. She also had not been sexually assaulted, nor had anything been stolen. Investigators started off in a bad position. The terrible weather that night washed any clues away, and Mandy's waterlogged body prevented the medical examiner from making an accurate autopsy. But detectives believe she had been suffocated, and they came to this conclusion because they found her nasal passages did have water in them, but her lungs did not, meaning that she was dead before she hit the water. The case went cold quickly, and over the next decade, investigators interviewed 200+ people, and it led to nothing. Detectives have had various theories on what could have happened. All in all, they really had nothing, and since they were totally devoid of physical clues, the investigation has largely had to go on tips. As far as theories go, Mandy's family, as well as a lot of armchair detectives, have one that we hear all too common. They believe that Mandy was pulled over by a police officer or someone impersonating one. Mandy's mother, Susan, even said in interviews that they always told her if she got pulled over at night to pull into a spot where there was a street light. So the theory makes sense, and law enforcement even believe it, because they have given lie detector tests, plus interviewed every law enforcement officer employed in the area at that time, and all of them were cleared. However, detectives do believe a man impersonating an officer is responsible. Daguerreau, Arkansas. Daguerreau, or some pronunciations, Gowrow, is one of the, if not most popular cryptids in Arkansas, and unlike other cryptids in these icebergs, whose origin is usually nothing more than folklore, Daguerreau finds its origin backed by legit journalism. Actually, its first documentation came via a newspaper, and not just any newspaper. It was the first newspaper in Arkansas, that of the Arkansas Gazette. And on January 31st, 1897, reporter Elbert Smithy would write about the alleged creature, and had another man, Elmer Burris, provide an illustration of it, which was based on an alleged photograph. The story was said to be that of a Little Rock businessman named William Miller, who had been traveling in the Ozarks of northwest Arkansas and passed through the tiny town of Blanco. In this town, he would learn that this creature had been slaughtering livestock and pets, and for some reason, Miller took it upon himself to solve the problem, and he would form a posse that tracked this alleged cryptid back to its lair. In this cave, they found the floor littered with animal skeletons, as well as some human remains. They did not see the monster, however, so they hid and waited for it to come back. When it finally emerged from the lake, it caused the earth to tremble. The men would then unleash a volley of gunfire upon it, which it then perished, but not before ripping up several trees, killing several horses, and tearing off the leg of one of the men. Upon examination of the remains, it was recorded that the creature was 20 feet in length, with 2 tusks, large webbed feet with claws, a row of short horns along its back, and a long thin tail with a blade at the end. Williams would then tell Smithy that they sent the body to the Smithsonian, but it never made it to the museum. Now I have to point out here that the editor of the Gazette at the time, a man named Fred W. Alsop, did not believe this story, claiming that it was a fake. But strangely, he let Smithy continue with publishing the account. The possibility of it being hoaxed hasn't stopped others from researching the cryptid. There's even alleged accounts found that predate this newspaper article, some from as early as the 1880s. One source suggested that this was actually a species of a creature, and not just a monster, with details about young that hatched from soft-shelled eggs as large as a beer keg, and a mother that carried the infants in a pouch. There's even a famous story about an encounter with one in another mysterious place called Devil's Hole in Boone County. The creature is also said to be an omnivore, because in addition to eating animals, it is known to eat apples. So what to make of the Gowrow? Well, if we go by William Miller's account alone, the tusks match up really well with the razorback pig. But he also said this creature came from the lake, so maybe it was an alligator. Regardless, if it was one of these two creatures, some details came about because of mistaken identity and/or because it was flat out embellished. And obviously, the second theory was that it was nothing more than a hoax. Maybe Smithy just thought the newspaper that week was boring, and he wanted to spice it up. Or maybe he just thought Miller's tale was interesting. But it should be pointed out that 4 years before the Gowrow was reported in Arkansas, a very similar creature, called the Hodag, was reported in a Wisconsin newspaper. The two cryptids bore very similar characteristics, and it's just possible that the Gowrow was based on the Hodag. I even found one source that stated Smithy was from Wisconsin, so it's possible that he just brought the tale with him and changed a few of the details. Andrea Deanne Durham, Florida, February 1st, 1990. 13-year-old Andrea Deanne Durham of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, was asked by her mother to vacuum the apartment, as her mother and sister were exiting the building and planned to be back shortly. Andrea told her mother that she would take care of it, and the two walked out. But her mother and sister would be surprised when they got back 2 hours later and realized the apartment door was unlocked. Opening slowly and looking in, they spied the vacuum standing alone in the middle of the apartment. They would walk in and found no sign of Andrea. Even spookier was all of Andrea's belongings were sitting exactly the way they were when the two had left. It left her mom and sister feeling uneasy, especially since everything seemed fine with Andrea when they left. Her mom, noticing the vacuum was set up, naturally assumed that Andrea must have been interrupted while vacuuming. so they called the police, and unfortunately, like a lot of old missing person cases, the police showed up and said, yeah, Andrea ran away. And I mean, I kinda see where they got that, because there were no signs of forced entry, and police found out that Andrea had told people she did not like this new apartment that her family had just moved to, so the police told her mother that Andrea would be back soon, but they would keep an eye out for her, and they left. But when time wore on with no sign of Andrea, the police finally decided that maybe something did happen. The delayed search definitely didn't help, and there were 0 leads found. They, of course, looked at local perverts around the neighborhood first, but they were all cleared. The case then went cold extremely quick. The state of Florida would actually put her picture and details on cold case playing cards and distributed them throughout the state. There was also TV appearances, and even an appearance on a music video, and yet, nothing. Not one lead. And sadly, that's it. I mean, there's so little to go on with this case. However, that hasn't stopped theories, and there's basically 2 lines of thought. One is, she simply ran away. Evidence for this is Andrea was not happy at this new apartment her mom had just gotten, but she also had a recent run-in with the law. Although it was a minor run-in, she was basically the lookout for some other girls who got caught stealing change out of cars in a parking lot. She did do community service for it, and it was this trouble that she got into that prompted her mom to move to a new apartment and get away from her old friends. But that's hardly a reason to run away. Besides, none of her belongings were taken. The second theory is the darker one. She was kidnapped, either by some serial offender, or someone she knew, or someone trafficked her. Regardless of which, the suspect was able to gain her trust, which is why there was no struggle, why no witnesses reported hearing anything out of the normal. If it was a serial offender, it's been speculated that it could be connected to Mark Reeb and William Alex Wells III, serial killing stepbrothers, but there's no hard evidence to back it up, although I did find some speculation that Andrea did know both men. Investigators believe that Andrea was in the area for a short time after her disappearance, but after that, no one seems to have any idea what happened to her. Lydia, North Carolina. In 1959, a North Carolina folklorist named Nancy Roberts was collecting stories for a book called An Illustrated Guide to Ghost and Mysterious Occurrences in the Old North State. As she dug through archives and interviewed people throughout the state, she would stumble upon a man with a very interesting story. This story came from an individual named Burke Hardison. Burke would tell Nancy that during the year of 1924, he was traveling home to High Point on a rainy and foggy night. At this time, a bridge ran over Highway 70, and that bridge has since been abandoned, only for another one to be built within view of the original one. Anyways, Burke, who was pretty tired on that drive, would state that as he got within view of the railroad bridge, he would see a woman in a white gown waving him down for help. When he pulled over, she would ask for a ride to get to High Point, and since he was heading that way, he said hop in. Strangely, she would whisper to him that she had just been to a dance and was trying to get to her home, and she did not live that far away. But something strange happened when he got to the place she told him to go to. He would get out and go around to open the door, which was the custom back then, but when he opened the door, she wasn't there. He at first was kind of taken aback. He thought she must have opened the door and ran into the home, but he wanted to be sure. So he knocked on the door, and an unknown woman opened it. When Burke described the young lady hitchhiking, she told Burke that the woman he sought no longer lived, that she had been killed in a car accident at the overpass he claimed to have picked her up years prior, and her name was Lydia. Now it's important to note here that typically this would just be chalked up to folklore, but this woman, or should I say this spirit, has since been spotted by several other motorists over the decades. Now most of these stories don't actually include taking Lydia back to her home. It's usually just people who have seen her walking along, and often looking a bit unsettling, and always in white. Very few have offered her a ride, but when they have pulled over only for Lydia to disappear. Part of this mystery would actually be solved in 2020, when authors Michael Rennegar and Amy Greer made a discovery. In a newspaper article from 1920, a story described a crash that left a woman named Miss Annie L. Jackson deceased, and it was later discovered that yes, that L, for her middle initial, did stand for Lydia. Lydia, the pretty lady in this picture, was all of 35 when she was returning home from a dance with her boyfriend. As he came around the sweeping curve on a rainy and foggy night, he lost control and overturned the car, killing Lydia immediately. The driver, James Hutchinson, fled the scene and was arrested a couple of days later. Now, I know this phantom hitchhiker story is told in various parts of the country. Heck, it's got variations all over the world. But what makes this one weird is the name of the spirit, Lydia, which was known for half a century before the record of the very real Lydia was found, which means one of two things. Burke Hardison was the one and only person that remembered that car crash from 30 plus years prior and crafted this one story around it for some reason, only for it to become a ghost story told over and over for 60 years until the record of the real Lydia was found. Or the spookier possibility that all of these sightings and encounters over the years were legit, and that's how we knew her name was Lydia. Regardless, on May 5th, 2023, a sign was erected at the underpass that recognized Lydia, the very real woman who tragically lost her life, who quite possibly is still wandering the dark, lonely road of this small town in North Carolina. The marker reads, quote, Lydia's Bridge. Since the 1920s, apparition of a young woman has been hitchhiking here, only to disappear when drivers come to her aid, end quote. Old Mike, Arkansas. The small town of Prescott, Arkansas is home to about 3,000 people, which in 1911 was even smaller, and made it more difficult to get a variety of goods. But luckily for this area, a railroad track ran right through the center of town, bringing in supplies and salesmen to the area. One of these salesmen, a man known only by Old Mike, was known to all the townsfolk. He arrived about once a month to sell pens, paper, combs, shoestrings, and threads to homes and businesses near the center of town. He always arrived on the southbound train at 3 p.m. and would then stay overnight, and then reboarded the train the next day at 3 p.m. to leave town again. But on Mike's last trip to this small town, he would go to an outdoor revival in the city park, and it would be a shock to this tiny town when the very next day, Old Mike was found laying underneath a tree where he had apparently died of a heart attack or stroke. The body was taken to a local funeral home where it was then embalmed, and then authorities in the area would search through Mike's belongings looking for some identification, but they found nothing. What they did know was Mike was between 40 to 60, probably closer to 45, spoke English with a little bit of an accent, probably Italian, and he looked Eastern European, and he had suffered some type of injury to his right arm and left leg, which left him using crutches. It's thought that this came about because of a stroke he had suffered in the past. He also had elaborate dental work done. They also knew that he regularly traveled between Little Rock, Hot Springs, Prescott, Texarkana, and Benton. He was about 5'5" and 120 pounds, and he carried a pack made of canvas and leather which held his goods. The town was stumped about what to do with him, as they had no idea who to contact. They decided to display the body at the funeral home in hopes that someone would eventually come to town looking for him and would be able to identify the body. But that never happened. As the years passed, the town began to doubt that anyone would come look for Mike, and it kinda inadvertently turned into a tourist attraction. People from all over came to view the remains. Hey, it was really boring back then. By 1975, the Arkansas Attorney General's office would ask the funeral home to put Old Mike to rest, to which they did. And to this day, no one has ever identified who this man was. But there has been some research done. A writer in the 90s did find that someone at a coroner's jury testified to have seen Mike about a week and a half earlier in a Little Rock court, where he appeared with another man named Pat McFarland. Now, this witness claimed McFarland had been arrested for public drunkenness, but according to Little Rock court records, a Pat McFarland was arrested on that day, but he was arrested for disturbing the peace. But the important part is the other man that was with him. Little Rock court records do show that another man did appear in court that day under the name of J.M. Estes, so possibly the M was for Mike. But the problem here is, this man was arrested for public drunkenness, not McFarland, bringing into question the legitimacy of this witness's claim. Marguerite Peggy Maiden, Mississippi. April 30th, 1980, in Biloxi, Mississippi, neighbors of 61-year-old Marguerite Maiden would notice that they had not seen the avid amateur golfer all that day, which was unusual for her because she was often found at the golf course or out in the community. Marguerite, or Peggy as she was known by her family and friends, was well known, mainly as a result of her golfing career. But that day, the neighbors were slightly concerned about her and decided to go check on her. When she did not come to the door, they would call the police, who came to do a wellness check, and I can only imagine that they probably worried about a health scare since Peggy was in her 60s, and I doubt they could have been prepared when they opened the door and seen a trail of blood going from the kitchen to the bathroom. Police also noticed that it appeared that someone tried to clean up the scene. There were no signs of forced entry though, and nothing of value was missing. Only Peggy and her pit bull, along with the '74 Buick Riviera. Police obviously knew foul play was involved and launched the search, which came up empty-handed. But just by chance, her 20-year-old neighbor was attending a convention at a hotel a couple of days later, and this hotel was about 6 miles from Peggy's home, and in the hotel parking lot sat Peggy's car. The neighbor recognized it and called the police. When they arrived, they searched the vehicle and found blood in the liner of the trunk. A hotel security guard came forward and said he seen a white male leaving her car about 1:50 a.m. He was about 25 to 30 years old, 6 foot tall, and 165 pounds with brown medium-length hair. And a week later, Peggy's dog would reappear about 15 miles from where she was abducted, and it was found in a predominantly black neighborhood, which led investigators to believe the white suspect dropped off the dog here to throw off the police. Over the next few weeks, police searched many waterways and other areas for Peggy, but found nothing. Now, as you can see, there wasn't really much for police to go on, but there were a couple of things. For one, there was at least 2 bloody handprints inside the home, and shoe prints from a size 10 boot. There was also a set of pajamas and bathrobe missing from the home, leading police to believe that Peggy was getting ready for bed when she was abducted. There was also a collect call placed from a payphone in Florida to Peggy's home phone on the night of the disappearance, and the call was answered. The call lasted from 1:36 a.m. to 1:42 a.m., and if we go back to the hotel security guard's account, he said the suspect exited about 1:50 a.m., which means he would have had to made it to the hotel in 8 minutes, and police tested this theory and were able to drive it in 7 minutes. But one problem with this was the fact that the suspect took time to clean up most of the crime scene, so there's no way he had time to do that, plus make the drive to the hotel, which has led investigators to the conclusion that 2 men were involved, and for some reason, the man left behind answered the phone call from Florida, which is strange. But Peggy has never been found and was most likely murdered. But by who and why? It is important to note here that Peggy's husband was long deceased, and she had no known love interest, nor did she have any known enemies. There has been an attempt to tie her disappearance to the criminal organization Dixie Mafia, who was involved in the narcotics trade as well as illegal gambling. Although detectives interviewed many members about Peggy's disappearance, they got nowhere. But at least one member, Steve Romano, was arrested in Florida with Peggy's phone number in his pocket. Another Dixie Mafia member, who was a hitman, supposedly, Ricky Brawley, was thought to have been the man that dropped Peggy's car off at the hotel. However, he was killed in an altercation with the FBI before he could be interrogated. But the question remains why, and it's a question that can only be speculated at. Some think that the charity golf tournaments Peggy had been playing in were really just ways for the Dixie Mafia to embezzle money, and Peggy reported them, but that is all speculation. Hornet Spooklight, Missouri. You knew I had to do it. I had to put a spooklight on here. This is one of the more famous ones though. The Hornet Spooklight, also known as the Joplin Spooklight, or Tri-State Spooklight. It's actually located in the small town of Quapaw, Oklahoma, but it's actually seen best and most often from the east, in Joplin, Missouri. More specifically, the tiny hamlet of Hornet, Missouri. According to legend, it was first seen by Indians along the Trail of Tears in 1836. The first official report, however, wasn't documented until 1881. The ball of fire is often described as being between the size of a baseball and basketball, dances and spins down the center of the road at high speeds, and hovering above treetops before it disappears. Others have stated seeing it sway side to side like a lantern. It is also said to be orange and looks like a fireball, usually appearing between 10 p.m. and midnight. Of course, the light is surrounded by numerous legends. Some say it is the light of a miner whose cabin was attacked by Indians when he was away, and when he returned, he found that his wife and children were missing, and his spirit carries a lantern looking for them to this day. Another version says that an Indian chief who was decapitated in the area continues to search for his head via lantern. Sightings are pretty common, and there's numerous pictures that have been taken. Even a few people have claimed to see it pass over and felt the heat off of it as it passes. And there are many theories. Reflecting car lights and billboards are one, will-o'-the-wisp is another, and swamp gas, which is the last refuge of skeptics that can't explain something. But the headlights of cars driving in the area seem to be the main theory at this point, and actually has been since it was demonstrated in 1936 by several experiments. Although, I wonder how lights 5 miles away are being blamed. And it's also worth noting here that paranormal believers have pointed out that the stories of the spooklight run back to before the invention of the automobile. Georgia Raptor. On July 25, 2008, at around 3 to 3:30, an 18-year-old young man who gave only the name Y. Phillips would disclose of a weird experience he had hunting in the Georgia woodlands with his grandfather. According to him, they were out on his grandfather's land, which consisted of grassy plains and woodlands, and they made their way down a little rocky road to a site where deer often were seen. As per the norm at night, there were lots of sounds throughout the forest. They would ignore most of them and remain quiet so they didn't scare the deer off, but then suddenly, they would hear an unusual noise that they had never heard before. Even his grandpa, who had spent many years as an outdoorsman, was spooked. His grandfather would raise his finger in front of his mouth to let his grandson know to remain quiet. Phillips would state that he heard a lot of movement and more noise, but it was noise that he could not describe. But he kept listening to the sounds, and then suddenly, something came walking slowly out of the bushes and onto the road about 150 yards in front of them. The two remained frozen, as a raptor, looking very similar to the one from Jurassic Park, walked out in front of them. He described it as having a long, stiff tail, walking on 2 feet, and had 2 short arms. It looked lizard-like, and had a huge claw on both of his feet and smaller claws on his arms. It was around 5 feet tall at the shoulders. The two men hid behind the bush as it raised its head up in the air and started to sniff around. After sniffing, it made those strange sounds again, and it turned and ran off into the bushes. Him and his grandfather waited until they felt safe again and made their way back to the truck and then left the area. On the ride home, the two decided they should not tell Grandma because she would think they were crazy. And that was basically all of the story. But the first thing that stuck out to me about this one is the author stated they were out hunting between 3 and 3:30, and I took that to mean p.m. But when he stated that he heard these sounds at night, I realized him and his grandfather were hunting at 3 a.m., which is illegal, as you can't hunt deer at night. So that paints the whole story as something sketchy to begin with, but it also opens the door for a bit more believability, because it's just possible these two men really did see something. Probably not a raptor though. A lot of the speculation is these men just seen a big turkey in the middle of the night at 150 yards away, and the shadows played tricks on them, making them think that it was much bigger than what it was. The other theory is much simpler. It was just a straight up fabrication. Shannon Nicole Polk, Alabama. On the Thursday morning of August 16, 2001, in Prattville, Alabama, a woman named Marie Stroud would head off to work, leaving her 2 daughters at home on summer vacation from school, the eldest being Lisa, who was left to babysit her younger sister, that being 11-year-old Shannon. The family lived in a mobile home park of a small farming town and basically knew all of the neighbors. Shannon was friends with nearly all the kids that lived there and also knew their parents. And on that morning, Shannon got up early to go play outside with some of these kids without telling her sister. And when her older sister woke up at 9, she wasn't particularly worried, as it wasn't unusual for Shannon to spend the whole day out playing only to come back that night. When Marie returned from work that evening, she realized Shannon was not home for dinner. But she didn't think much of it at first, but when she didn't arrive back by dark, she started to get nervous. And by 9 p.m., after not being able to locate her, she would call the police. And props to the police, who took the case very seriously, launching a task force almost immediately to find the 11-year-old, yet they found no sign of her. Shortly under a month later, the devastating terror attacks of September 11th would occur, and basically any media coverage of the missing girl evaporated. But police and her family kept focused on the task at hand, but sadly, there just wasn't any sign of her. That would change on October 6th, nearly 2 months after Shannon disappeared, when rabbit hunters found the remains of her body. She had been bound with a rope and put into a black plastic bag. The remains had been set in a wooded area on public hunting property about 10 miles north of Prattville. One of the hunters would eventually state in the interview that he had passed the bag multiple times and assumed it was trash before he finally got curious enough to check it out and see the remains. Now the disappearance was a murder, and police still had 0 clues, and the case went cold. Yet they did have a theory. Shannon was known to be extremely kind and almost naive. She helped her neighbors in the area and was known to be a good kid. It's for this reason, investigators have stated, that Shannon almost certainly voluntarily went with someone. Now, if she knew that person or not is another question, but that person took advantage of her trust. In spite of this case being cold, the task force met regularly. By 2016, the Alabama Bureau of Investigation's Cold Case Unit began working on this case exclusively, and early that next year, a special investigative grand jury took a look at the case and re-examined the evidence. The first grand jury of its kind in the county in 25 years. One thing that came out was something about a sketch that had been drawn years earlier when a young girl had come forward saying she saw the man with Shannon before she disappeared, which is great, right? Well, now this young girl, who was a young adult, and came to the grand jury and admitted she made the entire thing up to try and help the police find Shannon. Just an honest mistake from a scared child, which set the investigation back to square one. Over the years, there have been a few persons of interest. Some of these people have been ruled out. Others never had the key piece of evidence to make an arrest. Over 20 years later, we seem to be no closer to knowing who killed Shannon. Jefferson County John Doe, 2009, Kentucky. Just after midnight on December 3, 2009, Louisville police were called to a location where gunfire had been heard. This area was the Preston Oaks apartment complex. When officers arrived, they found a man laying outside his apartment with multiple gunshot wounds, and he would be officially pronounced dead at 12:52 a.m. at the Louisville hospital. When police started searching for a name, they found several forms of identification in his apartment, all which were later proven to be fraudulent. Police then went through the cell phone found in his apartment and found a selfie he had taken, which you can see here. Although, it should be noted, police have stated they're not even sure this phone belonged to him. The man is believed to be between 30 and 40 years old, and most likely not from the US, being native to Mexico, Honduras, or El Salvador. He was also about 5'3" to 5'4" and 130 pounds. Detectives did find some local Spanish speakers in the area who knew of the man, but they did not know his real name. They stated that they believed he had mentioned having family in West Palm Beach, Florida. 5 people in total were arrested in relation to his murder, and the youngest being a 14-year-old girl, and it's believed that he was killed after resisting their robbery attempt. All 5 suspects did not know who the man was, as he was just a random target. Close to 15 years later, and this man has still not been identified. Gregory Mann, Texas. May 10th, 1997, in Wichita Falls, Texas. 20-year-old Gregory Mann, who went by the name Keith, would go to his job at a local car lot, where he ended up selling 2 vehicles that day, with plans to deliver one of these within the next few days. After that good day at work, Keith would leave, but not before borrowing a red Ford Mustang, which is one of the good things about working at this dealership, because this particular place would loan out vehicles to help market them to potential buyers, basically a way to advertise for free. He would also take a gasoline voucher to fill up, because he had no money. He would stop at his apartment and called his fiancée and made plans to meet her the next day. But later that evening, Keith would meet up with a couple of friends before stopping at a gas station at 10 p.m., where they were all captured on security camera. The guys then departed to McDonald's to get something to eat before going mudding in one of the other guys' vehicles. And if you don't know what mudding is, it's where you get into a Jeep or a truck or some kind of 4x4 vehicle and then go off-road and find these mud pits and drive through them and try not to get stuck. After returning from mudding, they would begin to clean the vehicle up at a local car wash. Keith would tell his friends that he was supposed to meet someone at 12:15 a.m., but did not mention this person's name, or where they were even meeting, which was a bit odd. But his friends didn't push for more info, and instead drove Keith home around 11:45 p.m., where they seen him walking up the stairs to his apartment, yet they didn't actually see him enter. Regardless, they left. Later that morning, Keith's fiancée went into the apartment and noticed his work clothes were still laying on the bed, indicating he had not spent the night there. She contacted his parents, immediately knowing something was not right. His father did not wait long to file a missing person report, doing so that day, but it would get more worrisome, because his parents would find Keith's loaned out Ford Mustang abandoned in a church parking lot near their home, a place where Keith was known to park. They noticed that the vehicle's trunk was partially open and a side panel was lowered inside the compartment. The interior had been cleaned, and nothing of Keith's was in the car, except for an audio cassette. The doors were also locked, but the alarm was turned off. Obviously, the police were contacted, who had already started their investigation. There has been a lot of speculation over the years on exactly where and what Keith and his friends were doing that night before his disappearance. For one, in addition to getting food, they also picked up some booze, and in addition to stopping at the car wash, it's believed that they stopped at some other unknown locations, although this has never been elaborated on. There are basically 2 main theories in this one, and one smaller one. The first is that car lot where Keith worked was alleged to be heavily involved in the narcotics trade, and it's possible that Mustang he borrowed had drugs in it, unbeknownst to Keith, which is why the trunk and compartment were opened, which was all an attempt to get to those said drugs. Yet, that doesn't explain the meeting at 12:15 a.m. that Keith had, unless he was also active in the drug trade. But another theory is that Keith got killed while mudding with his young friends, who had been drinking at the time and could have covered it up. This is less likely though, since one of those friends took and passed the polygraph, along with both friends' account to what happened have not changed in the 20+ years. There is one final theory that I even hesitate to mention because it seems so out there, but there's a theory that suggests that Keith was meeting a girl that night for a rendezvous in his car, and this girl was actually his stepsister, which led to an altercation with his father. But there are variations of this rumor that he was meeting a married woman and the husband had an altercation with him that led to his death. This would explain why the car was in the church parking lot. However, these are deemed to be the less likely theories. Mr. X, 1972, Texas. On December 11th, 1972, in Cleburne, Texas, a farmer out working in the field would notice vultures flying around a wooded portion of his property. At first, he paid it no mind, but he would eventually get curious and decide to walk out and see exactly what it was these scavengers were circling. It was to his shock that he would find the remains of a young man who had apparently been shot in the chest. The farmer would call authorities, who went to the scene. It was quickly established this unidentified man had been shot twice in the chest with a .25 caliber pistol, a gun described as inexpensive and ineffective at a distance. The man was thought to be between 16 and 24, 5'6" and 110 pounds, with short curly brown hair, and he had been dead for about 4 days. There were no clothes on the remains, which led early investigators to believe that he had been stripped after the murder, although little in the early investigation could be gained because the body had been damaged so badly by the birds. Some parts of the body were never recovered. Detectives soon deduced, though, that Mr. X had not died at the scene and was instead killed elsewhere. They would then take his fingerprints, which didn't find a match. The case quickly went cold, but in 1992, a reporter in the area would meet with an anonymous source who said the murder had been done by drug dealers and that it was done as retaliation. Retaliation for what remains unknown. However, this may have all just been someone looking for attention, because the mystery was reassigned to a cold case unit in 2012, and they come up with a whole different theory. It is now believed by investigators that this man had been killed while he was in the nude and caught in a, quote, compromising situation, end quote, and that the clothes had not been removed after death like previously believed. The compromising situation could be varying things, although it's not hard to imagine it was probably something of a sexual nature. It's also believed the man wasn't from the area and was just traveling through for work or for another reason. The DNA Doe Project is currently involved in the case, trying to find relatives through genealogy. Investigators hope that if they can identify the man, finding a suspect will then be possible, provided the suspect is still alive. If so, he would be around 70. Pocahontas Parkway, Virginia. We've all heard that cliche that if you build something on an Indian burial ground, the place will no doubt be haunted. Now most of the time, this is nothing more than urban legends. But when Virginia started construction of a highway, known as the Pocahontas Parkway, well, they would put that legend to the test. The parkway was supposed to be a grand highway that would connect I-95 to Chippenham Parkway 150 and I-295, which led to Richmond International Airport. This would allow a direct connection of the major highways to the airport without having to go through Richmond. A great idea, right? Well, shortly before the construction started, archaeologists from the College of William and Mary looked over the area, which they knew historically were the lands of the Powhatan, and after some excavating, they were proven right, finding artifacts that dated as far back as 3500 BC. Not to be dissuaded though, the Commonwealth of Virginia continued on its construction, right on top of a Native American burial ground. The project was hit constantly with issues, one of the worst being when 2 of the workers died during the construction. Then the contractor realized that the highway would need deeper foundations, which caused it to overrun its budget. So an idea was hatched. The road would become a toll road, and this would make up for the massive loss of money during construction. However, putting a toll on the road caused many people to just straight up avoid it, which never made up for the financial losses incurred. But before I jump ahead into the financial part, let's talk about the paranormal. It started on July 15th, 2002, in the dead of night, after the bridge finally opened. A truck driver coming through would spot 3 Native American men in the middle of the highway blocking the road. They were holding torches and dressed like Indian warriors, headdresses and all. As he blew his horn and passed on through, he seen 2 more on the other side of the road. The trucker assumed it was just Native American protesters, so when he stopped at the toll plaza, he let the worker know what was going on. So that toll booth employee contacted the police, who came to the area and found no one. But this wasn't the only instance. People continued to report seeing these natives on the side of the road. Many others reported hearing war cries and drums during the night. Toll workers reported hearing banging noises from the buildings and even seeing dark figures moving around. One man even walked off his first night on the job, claiming it was too spooky. A local reporter, Chris Dovey, spoke to police and toll workers, who both stated that there were instances of Indian warriors seen on the road and on horseback. Dovey would eventually go to investigate with a Virginia State Police spokeswoman, who both stated they heard screams, drums, and other noises, although some skeptics have blamed the drum sound on the flying of ducks nearby. In addition, there were instances of people thinking they had heard or seen a car approaching the toll booth, only for the vehicle to disappear. It got so bad that Henrico County officials had to confirm that they knew about the issues but could not identify what people were hearing or seeing. Now we jump back to the financial issues. The contractor that was losing money on the highway eventually sold it to an Australian company called Transurban. who thought that with the growth of Henrico County, they could turn the project into a profit. But Henrico County never grew, and I have to wonder if it's because people heard about the werewolf of Henrico, which we discussed in a previous video. Regardless, Transurban wrote off the venture as a complete loss. So that's left us with the theory that Transurban made up all these stories about the ghost in order to get people out there and looking and driving through the area because they knew they would have to go through the toll booths. And this was an effort to make up for their losses, while others still believe that this was a true paranormal event. Thunderbird, South Carolina. Remember on the Mega Iceberg series where we discussed possible pterodactyl sightings in the state of North Carolina? What if I told you it has been spotted in South Carolina as well? Because apparently it has been. The first modern day sighting, at least recorded one, goes back to 1989, somewhere between Greenville and Florence, when a woman named Susan Wooten was traveling Highway 20 and passed through a wooded and swampy area around 3 p.m. She noted the creature had a wingspan of 12 to 15 feet, no feathers, leathery wings, and an appendage behind its head, and had a long tail distinguishable from its feet. And although there's not much recorded about this event, Susan did leave us with a sketch. The next major sighting came from the summer of 2004 and was way more detailed, when a couple driving towards Myrtle Beach would report hearing a loud flapping sound described as, quote, like someone's laundry had come off the line and was getting blown around, like a big bed sheet getting hit by a gust of wind, except we were in the woods and there were too many trees around for it to be laundry blowing around, end quote. Soon, a large white pterodactyl-like creature was seen flying after their car. After the two made it to safety, they reported finding a grayish, snotty stained smear over the driver's side window. But this wouldn't be the last sighting, because in 2013, a new report surfaced, taken from the phantomsandmonsters.com website. Quote, it had leather-like wings and was almost as big across as the windshield. I did not get a good look because it was dark, but it had almost orange-reddish eyes and swooped up before it smashed into the windshield of the car. The whole time I was pumping the brakes, afraid it was going to smash into the car. I told my parents, but they tried to convince me that it was a bat, but I told them, no, it was way too big. Then 1 year later, my dad told me he saw the same thing flying towards the windshield of his car on the same road and same spot. My brother also saw it in the backyard as he was taking out scraps, end quote. I don't really know what to make of this one, but it is interesting that this same creature has been spotted throughout the Carolinas. Does that add more validity? You be the judge. The Angel of Ava, Missouri. Finally, a nice mystery. In the small town of Ava, Missouri, where about 2,800 people make their home, and were just coming out of the Great Depression, things were improving, but it was still a pretty tight fit for most, especially in small southern towns, which makes this next one strange, because in early 1940, either January or February, a woman named Mrs. E. Lawson received $100 in the mail with a letter merely signed "An old-time friend." That may not sound like much now, but that was about the equivalent of $2,200 in today's money. And keep in mind, this is right when everyone was coming out of the Great Depression. As far as the person signing "old-time friend," Mrs. Lawson assumed it was someone she knew that was doing something nice for her and just wanted to be sneaky about it, and figured when the time was right, this person would come forward and let her know that they had sent the money. But this person never came forward. Mrs. Lawson would then go to the bank to see who had sent the cashier's check and discovered the person had used her last name, Lawson, meaning this person knew that she would try to track down who sent it. And if that was just a one-off, it wouldn't be that big of a mystery. But the Angel, as this person would soon be called, started firing off money to numerous people in town, ranging from $20 to $150, or adjusted for inflation, about $440 to $3,200 in today's money. And this person eventually stopped sending cashier checks altogether and just started sending cold hard cash. Officially, there were 15 people that were known to get these monetary gifts, but there were most likely many more who just never told anyone about it, because at the time, a lot of these people were still receiving government assistance, again, because of how rough the economy was at the time, and these people receiving benefits were rightfully afraid of the government finding out that they had received this much cash and then taking away their government assistance. So it's almost a given that some of the people remained quiet about it. Others thought it was a scam and wondered why it would be happening to them. But some of the ones that received it were in desperate need. One lady was able to pay off the taxes to her home, which kept her from losing it. Even the mayor received a gift, with a note that encouraged him to keep up the work on the sewer project he had just initiated, while one man didn't need the money, was given $100 with a note that said, "Make someone happy," to which this person bought groceries for a needy family of 4. The story then became a national headline, but by May, the last documented gift arrived, and while we don't know who all got these gifts, the bigger mystery is who was sending them. That person never came forward, and we have no motive other than kindness. The person would have had to been well-to-do, though, and he or she certainly had to be well acquainted with Ava's citizens and their needs. Janie Sharp, Mississippi. In 1910, the Sharp family lived in the Royal Hill community in Winston County, Mississippi. The small neighborhood had a post office, 2 general stores, a 2-room schoolhouse, and a Methodist church. It was typical of these old farming communities in the South, a place where life seemed innocent. But on July 12th of that year, this small town would lose that innocence. 18-year-old Janie Sharp had been helping her mother clean and straighten up the house before making the 1.5-mile walk to pick up mail and goods at the general store. She did make it there and was seen leaving the store at 3 p.m. by several people, but by late that afternoon, she had still not arrived home, and her mother grew concerned and walked to the store looking for her, but found nothing. As night approached, people from all over the area formed search parties and looked for the young lady. About this time, her father contacted the county clerk to see if they had issued her a marriage license. He feared that she had eloped. Now that's really strange, because Janie's fiancé Earl was actually there helping with the search, which means her father must have suspected there was another man. Regardless, the search party found nothing and stopped at dark and planned to meet back in the morning. However, Janie's brother kept searching and walking along a creek, and finally found his sister at 2 a.m. Her throat had been slashed, and she was struck in the head, and there were signs of sexual assault. Since there was no town doctor, a dentist was summoned and did the best he could at recording the nature of the wounds. Later that morning, the sheriff went to the scene and found signs of a scuffle where a struggle had taken place. It was thought that Janie was taken from the road, assaulted, escaped, and ran a short way before being captured again and brought back and killed. As far as suspects go, there was one that quickly stood out, that of Swinton Permenter. He was about the same age as Janie, and he had been swimming not far from where she had been abducted. He was also acting odd during the search, always directing searchers not to look in the area where Janie was eventually found, because he stated he had already looked there, and he also seemed disinterested in the search. But when he heard a bloodhound was being brought in, he was overheard to have said that it would track him down because he had been out searching for Janie, which sounded awfully suspicious. He was then seen racing home to change and washing up on the porch. Meanwhile, the bloodhound arrived and was taken to the area of the struggle, and the dog picked up a scent and traced it all the way back to Swinton at his parents' home. The sheriff would then search his discarded clothes and found a handkerchief that clearly belonged to a woman, and that's all they needed to arrest him. It was still basically circumstantial evidence, but the case went to trial, and he was found guilty and sentenced to death. He would appeal it to the state Supreme Court, who ordered a retrial. This trial would be held in a different location, but during the time waiting for the new trial, something strange happened. Many people involved in the case now started to doubt Swinton's guilt, and to make things worse, once the second trial started, Swinton's brother Walter would be murdered by a shotgun blast as he went out to get water. It seemed the town was on the verge of civil war. Finally, the trial started, and it all basically came down to the handkerchief, that which Swinton was found in possession of and was believed to be Janie's. But Swinton had a good excuse about that. Basically, his story was, he was given that handkerchief on the 4th of July when his brother Walter, who was now dead, had picked it up at a picnic and asked Swinton to give it back to its rightful owner. But Swinton never found that person and had just forgotten to discard the handkerchief. Furthermore, the defense produced the same exact type of handkerchief, which was widely sold and many women in the area owned the exact same type. The defense would also call several witnesses that poked holes in the prosecution's case, with many of them giving Swinton an alibi during the time of the murder, and Swinton Permenter was found not guilty, and Janie's murder would never be officially solved. Gloria Coletta Ghost Ship, Alabama. In 1939, a man named Reg Mitchell, the captain of the Gloria Coletta, was involved in a venture that saw him shipping rice to Cuba, picking up sugarcane, taking that sugarcane back to Alabama, loading it up with lumber and/or rice, then returning back to Cuba and South America. The trip was grueling and exhausting, but for Mitchell, the man nearly 7 foot tall, it paid the bills. But on one of these particular trips, Mitchell would load up with rice in British Guiana and sugar in Havana, and then sailed to Venezuela, and here's where things got weird. When he landed, for a reason unknown to this day, he fired his entire crew and replaced them with a local Spanish one. He then set sail for Mobile, picking up another load of lumber to sell in Cuba. He then left the port on January 21st, 1940, yet he never showed up in Havana, and 2 weeks after the Gloria Coletta departed Mobile, a U.S. Coast Guard airplane spotted the ship floating about 150 miles offshore in the Gulf Stream. The pilot was able to assess that the ship had been damaged. The rigging and rudders were gone, and it was completely empty, except for the ship's only dog. It was eventually towed back to shore, and rumors to this day say that food was on the table in the cabin, but that might just be to add to the legend. But this disappearance has led to what I like to call the southern version of the Mary Celeste. What happened to Captain Reg Mitchell and his men has never been fully explained, although there's been a few theories. Some say that the Spanish crew rose up and killed Mitchell, for some reason, and then died themselves on a smaller boat trying to make it back to Venezuela. Crazier theories suggest that the Nazis, who were using U-boats in the Caribbean at the time, could have captured Mitchell and forced him to act as their guide. And I mean, that sounds a little out there, but this was based on reports of a tall, dark man, not in uniform, visible on the deck of a German submarine. A more down-to-earth theory suggested that due to the Coletta's rigging and rudder, it was most likely that 100-foot waves broke over the ship, washing the entire crew away. To me, the weirdest thing about this case is, why did he fire his entire crew in Venezuela? It seems a bit odd. Also, I don't get how this one is not more popular. Dead Children's Playground, Alabama. Maple Hill Park in Huntsville, Alabama is much like any other playground. That is to say, it has a swing set, a climbing apparatus, etc. But this playground is a tad different. Let's first start with the fact that it's surrounded on 3 sides by limestone, which has caused a shadowed appearance all over the area, which makes people feel a little bit uneasy. But the real spooky part is the numerous passerbys to this park who have stated going by and seeing the swings moving up and down by themselves as if someone is pushing them. Others have reported seeing orbs or spectral figures moving about, while even more have stated to have heard the sounds of children laughing and calling out, even though none are in sight. This usually occurs at its peak period, between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m., but why would something haunt a playground of all places? I'm glad you asked. Maple Hill Cemetery adjoins the playground, and this cemetery is special in the fact that it is the resting place of many children who died in Huntsville during the 1918 Spanish flu. According to local legend, these children, or their spirits I should say, come out after dark and run and play, which paranormal believers state that it explains the shadows and orbs, as well as the swings moving by themselves and the sounds of children being heard. However, skeptics point out that orbs and pictures are nothing more than dust particles, and that the rest of the story is just urban legend, but I will let you make your mind up on this one. Old Green Eyes, Tennessee. If I said to you, name the bloodiest battle in the Civil War, you would no doubt say Gettysburg, and you would be right. But what if I said, name the second bloodiest battle? Most people probably couldn't, but it was the Battle of Chickamauga, which took place in southeast Tennessee and northern Georgia on September 19th and 20th in 1863, which was an awful battle that was an absolute bloodbath. And that might be why that a cryptid that is said to be attracted to devastation showed up there shortly after the battle. This cryptid, which is said to be much more like that of a ghoul, was reported by other soldiers and people after the battle to be moving amongst the corpses near Snodgrass Hill. It was a beast with eerie green glowing eyes and a huge deformed jaw, with terrifying fangs protruded. And if it was just this one appearance, I would say that it was just a coping mechanism for the people that witnessed so much death. But this creature has been spotted more than once and over a century later. The most famous encounter came from a park ranger named Edward Tenney, who during an interview in 1981 said he was going through the park around 4 a.m. sometime around the year of 1976 when he felt a chill run over his body. In that moment, he looked out and seen a green-eyed being stepping out into the darkness. Quote, "When it passed me, I could see his hair was long like a woman's. The eyes, I'll never forget those eyes. They were glaring, almost greenish-orange in color, flashing like some sort of wild animal. The teeth were long and pointed like fangs. I didn't know whether to run or scream or what. Then the headlights of an approaching car came blazing through the fog, and the thing disappeared right in front of me." End quote. Another resident said that she encountered the creature on a cold, foggy night in 1980, just getting off of work and taking a shortcut through the park. Quote, "It was raining and foggy, and I was going real slow. I was going through the S-curve past Water Tower when I saw something big in the road about eye level, and all I could see were these big green eyes. It was so foggy, I couldn't see a body. I got closer, and it just disappeared." End quote. And while this could also be classified as paranormal, there seems to be more than enough people that have reported it to be a creature and not a spirit. Some have even said that it appears to be a panther or a tiger or some kind of cat, while others describe it as vaguely humanoid. Some drivers have also told stories about seeing headlights that appear to be green, and as they get closer, they get brighter and bounce up and down, weave side to side, only for the driver to pass and see what appears to be bright green eyes. So what are people seeing? As mentioned, if it was just the early accounts, I would say that maybe it was those guys trying to come to terms with all the carnage they seen, maybe some form of PTSD. But since the sightings have continued, well, one suggestion offered that it's nothing more than deer, whose eyes appear yellowish green at night. Others suggest that it is a real undiscovered animal, while others suggest that it's some type of evil spirit. And finally, some chalk it up to nothing more than urban legend. Matthew Wade Crocker, Arkansas. On February 12, 1983, a woman named Mary Crocker would give birth to a baby boy in Van Buren, Arkansas. She would name this boy Matthew Wade Crocker, and although she was happy to give birth to a healthy baby, life was stressful as a single mom, as Matthew's father was currently locked up, leaving Mary to do her best to try and raise the children alone. Now, data on this case is a little scarce, so some of the pieces are missing or contradict each other. What is known is that Mary was a single mom with multiple children, either 3 or 4. Regardless, it's safe to say there was a strain on the young mother. But luckily, Mary had a friend who told her that he knew a woman that could help her while she was in town. This woman was named Kathy Johnson, and again, it's not explained how this man knew Kathy or Mary, or even how well he knew either woman, but he did introduce the two. Now, Kathy Johnson, according to most sources, was a rodeo worker in Fort Smith, about 10 miles away, although some sources state that Kathy was a carnival worker. Regardless, she was on tour and needed a place to crash for about a week, and agreed to help Mary with her children in exchange for letting her stay. And during that week, on June 9th, Mary would have a party at home. How big or small this party was is not recorded. However, there was alcohol involved. After the party, all laid down for sleep. And I should mention here that some sources state nothing of a party, and instead states that Matthew was being fussy and crying, and Kathy offered to stay up and get him to sleep so Mary could get some rest. Regardless of which source is true, the next morning when Mary awoke, she walked in to check the crib where Matthew was last seen sleeping with his 1-year-old sister, and Mary did not see her newborn son. Panicked, she quickly looked for Kathy, who was also gone. She then looked outside, thinking maybe she had stepped out for a second. It's then that she noticed the vehicle was missing. And again, because of scarce sources on this case, I'm not sure who the vehicle belonged to, but at least one source said that it belonged to a carnival worker that Kathy knew and that she had borrowed it from. Anyways, at this point, Mary knew that she had been duped. She quickly went to the police to file an abduction report. They did open a case. I mean, it was obvious. They knew Kathy had abducted Matthew while the rest of the family was asleep. Investigators would eventually find the missing car at a rest stop in Sallisaw, Oklahoma, about 30 miles away. Inside, they found no trace of Matthew or Kathy. Detectives had little to go on, but Mary did tell them that Kathy mentioned having 2 children of her own that had died shortly after birth and said they would have been 9 and 6 around that time. But detectives had no idea if this was true or not. Kathy was also said to be 26 years old, 5'4" with blonde hair, in spite of the sketch having black hair, and a chipped front tooth. Maybe most surprisingly was the woman had some pretty identifiable tattoos. One was a green/yellow star on the left side of her chest, a unicorn on her upper left arm, and Kathy tattooed on her upper right arm. Which brings up the question, was Kathy her real name? Detectives are unsure, but they have stated she may have went by Judy, because how many people tattoo their own name on their body? Neither Matthew nor Kathy have ever been located, but one witness at the rest stop would say that she heard Kathy state she intended to go to California. If so, it's believed that she went through Utah to get there, and took Matthew with the intentions to raise him as her own. Roberta Elam, West Virginia. On June 13, 1977, in Wheeling, West Virginia, 26-year-old Roberta Elam, known as Sister Robin to her friends, started her day the same way she had been for the past few days, waking up, having silent prayer and meditation to contemplate taking her vows to become a nun. Roberta, who was deeply religious, had gotten a master's in theology from Fordham University before eventually settling down in West Virginia, where she traveled throughout the state, conducting adult religious education classes. But on this day, the woman known to be such a nice young lady by many would meet with tragedy. That morning at 10:30 a.m., Roberta left the Mount St. Joseph Mother House and walked about 75 yards to a field nearby, where she sat on a bench. Sometime between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., while contemplating her decision on becoming a nun, a man would sneak up behind her and attack her from behind. He started pulling her over the back of the park bench, which toppled over, and then dragged her about 40 feet away, where he then sexually assaulted her and proceeded to strangle her to death. The attack was brazen, because the bench had been facing a golf course, but it's believed he was extra careful and pulled her out of view before the assault. No golfers reported to have heard or seen anything. He then left her body and fled the area, leaving a groundskeeper to find Roberta's body about 1:50 p.m. She had been wearing street clothes, but some of those had been removed. Her blouse and bra had been pulled up, while her pants and underwear were pulled down. Her prayer book was set near the overturned bench. Police looked for anything that the suspect may have used to choke her with, and found nothing, and it was assumed he used his bare hands. The autopsy confirmed she had been sexually assaulted, but it also revealed that she did not have any defensive wounds, indicating that he incapacitated her before she had time to fight back. The police would take bloodhounds to the scene to search for the perpetrator, but they did not find any clues. But people did come forward with information about a suspicious car that was seen in the area at the time of the attack. That driver was also spotted, and police got a good enough description of him to make a pretty good sketch. He was a white man in his 30s with dark hair, dark eyes, and a dark beard, around 5'10" and 160 pounds, and he was unkempt. Some witnesses even said that he had a small brown dog with him. He drove a 1960s gray or blue Chevy Impala with rust spots and dents with 3 bumper stickers. One of these stickers said something about coal mining, and the other 2 were religious themed. He was seen exiting his car and walking across the embankment below the area where Roberta was found. Over the years, several suspects have been identified, but never conclusively linked. They also at first thought it could be the work of a serial killer who was operating over the border in Pennsylvania about 30 miles away, but he was eventually ruled out. But one suspect who was first cleared and then brought back to the forefront was a local resident named John Shoplack, who was originally ruled out because of his blood type, which was originally taken by the military and it didn't match the blood type at the crime scene. But blood samples from old military records have a high error rate. which brought police back to looking at him, and they found out a lot of suspicious things. An ex-girlfriend stated that John had choked her in the past, as well as hearing John say that he hated Catholics. He also was accused twice before of sexual assault. He even burglarized his own grandmother, cutting her finger off to steal a ring, and he even told a friend that he had killed a nun near a park, and that park was just a few miles away from where Roberta was really murdered. But most suspiciously, he told this same friend that she had been menstruating when he killed her, a fact known only by the police. He died in 2019, and police stated they were pursuing a tissue sample from the hospital he had been in to compare DNA. However, they never said anything else about this, leaving many to wonder if John has been officially cleared. Fort Mountain, Georgia. Fort Mountain is a mountain in northern Georgia that is known throughout the region as a great destination for hikers, but what some may not know is the ancient mystery that's attached to this mountain, and it's right there in the name, Fort Mountain. The park derives its name from an ancient 885-foot-long rock wall located on the peak. The zigzagging wall contains 29 pits scattered about them that are believed to have came from looters looking for artifacts. In addition is a set of ruins believed to be a gateway. It is known that the wall was made from local stones around the summit, and the highest parts are about 7 feet tall, but generally they are around 2 to 3 feet, and as wide as 16 feet in some spots. There are also small cylinders and stone rings, but all studies to try and find out its age, or who made it, has been difficult to say the least. A lot of modern day thoughts on it is it was constructed between 400 and 1500 AD, which is a pretty wide range. Others say that it just cannot be determined, which has obviously led to many legends. One which claims it's the remnants of several stone forts built by the legendary Welsh explorer Madoc in 1170, and the Cherokee claimed that a group of mysterious people we have discussed on an earlier video, that of the Moon-Eyed people, are responsible for its construction. Actually, they claim that the various ancient structures throughout the South are due to the Moon-Eyed people, and supposedly a temple had once stood inside the fort, which contained a giant stone snake with ruby eyes. There's even speculation that the walls were built by Hernando de Soto on his fated conquest, in an effort to defend against the Creek Indians around 1540. However, de Soto was only in the general area for about 2 weeks, and he probably never made it to the mountain anyways, making it not likely. But maybe my favorite theory is that it was a honeymoon haven for Cherokee newlyweds. Finally, one of the less glamorous ones, it was built as a defensive measure by one of 2 Indian tribes who were at war. But that doesn't make sense either, because it's so small in areas that it's practically worthless as a defensive measure, leaving historians to speculate that it was something for ceremonial function, yet no one is for sure. Gloria White Moore McDonald, Arkansas. On January 26, 2001, in Rich Mountain, Arkansas, a 68-year-old woman named Gloria White Moore McDonald and her husband, 63-year-old Daniel, along with her husband's son from a previous marriage and his son's girlfriend, headed out for a hike in Queen Wilhelmina State Park around 12:25 p.m. The group would start making their way down the trail towards a spot called Lover's Leap, but very quickly into the trail, they found themselves delayed by several downed trees that had gotten blown across the trail. It was then that Gloria decided, you know what, this isn't for me. She would tell the other 3 that she wasn't going to go any further, and would instead go back to the gift shop and restaurant while the others finished the hike. However, the 3 returned about 30 minutes later and realized Gloria wasn't around, although their car had not been moved, as well as her purse and other belongings, which still sat in the car. After doing a quick search for her, they decided to call the police, as well as the park rangers, who also helped search but could not find her. And I really wish I had more to tell you about this one, but the fact is, there's just not much to tell. This has to be one of the most bizarre disappearances I've ever covered. Even the police threw up their hands and said they have no idea how she could have vanished. She had only went 150 yards into the trail before turning around, and that's not very far. At first, a few of her friends thought that her disappearance could be related to her job, as she was a reporter for a newspaper that wrote stories about court proceedings. It was thought that maybe one of the articles had rubbed someone the wrong way, but after going through all her case notes, they found nothing that hinted towards that. The family started to speculate that she walked up on an illegal activity like a drug transaction, and those people killed her. But again, I come back to the 150 yards. It just doesn't seem possible that she could have walked onto a drug deal that quick. The sheriff would state that there were only about 6 park employees there, and that only one room had been rented out. And I assume all these people were cleared, or this wouldn't be a mystery. They would also bring out bloodhounds that followed a scent, which led down to a paved road below the lodge, and they lost the scent there, which has led detectives to believe she voluntarily got in a car and left, or she was forced. And if you're thinking that she had an accident and just hasn't been found, I would normally agree with that, because her family and friends have said she was not the outdoor type at all. But according to the sheriff, they have taken dogs all over the mountain looking for remains, and not one thing was found. This hasn't stopped speculation from online sleuths though, as there are wide-ranging theories about what happened to her. Some believe she got lost and fell off a cliff, some say she was kidnapped, some even think a Sasquatch killed her, while others take the view that she ran away and was picked up by a friend, and they attribute this to her husband's behavior afterwards, in which he basically stated that no one would abduct her for sexual purposes because she wasn't pretty, which is definitely an odd thing to say. He also moved to Florida after the incident, claiming he didn't want to stay in a town where he was known as the guy whose wife was killed on a mountain. Again, very odd. However, her husband Daniel did demand to take a polygraph almost immediately after to clear his name so they could start the search for her, and he did pass it. But following that line of thinking, police have questioned if she even made it to the park that day. There is only one other person outside the family, a park maintenance worker, that said he thought he might have seen her in a yellow jacket, but he wasn't sure. But if she did die on that mountain, a yellow jacket would be easy to find. To this day, no one knows what happened to Gloria. Mysteriously vanished Kreneice, North Carolina. Have you ever heard the story about a lost colony of North Carolina? No, I'm not talking about Roanoke. I'm talking about the other one. Yes, there was another one that most people don't know about. In 1725, as the British were still heavily exploring the American East Coast, they would make their way deep into the western part of North Carolina. On their journey, they would come across a Cherokee settlement known as Kreneice, or Canasta. The British would stop and try to converse with them. They would document their findings and then move on, and it would be another 50 years before the Brits returned. Hey, they were real busy at that time. When British explorers would return in 1777 and stopped in to see Kreneice once again, the proud people that once stood in this populated village had vanished. And I know it had been 50 years, but there wasn't one sign left of these people. Not to mention, it was the only settlement between villages in the South Carolina foothills and North Carolina mountains further to the west. It just didn't make sense. The British would eventually meet up with some of the other Cherokee shortly after, and they would ask what happened to the Kreneice settlement that had been documented just 50 years ago. It was here that the Cherokee would tell them that the lost city of Canasta, which sat on the French Broad River, was one day approached by 2 strangers. These strangers looked like other Cherokee, and they made their way in to talk to the chief. He would ask them what settlement they were from, and they would say, quote, "We are of your people, and our town is close at hand, but you have never seen it. Here you have wars and sickness, with enemies on every side. And after a while, a stronger enemy will come to take your country from you. We are always happy, and we have come to invite you to live with us in our town over there." End quote. The man then pointed to a place, now called Pilot Mountain, in northwestern North Carolina. He would go on to tell this chief that although they are not immortal, and although food is not always plentiful, they are always at peace and never in danger. So the chief of the Kreneice would call a tribal council, and they voted to follow the strangers, whom they believed to be Cherokee relatives. And here's where things get weird, because when they get to Pilot Mountain, the 2 guides brought them into a cave, and they came up to a rock, which opened like a door. Inside this door lay wide open country and a town. Houses ranged in 2 rows, from east to west. The mountain people lived in the houses on the south side, and new houses had already been built for the Kreneice people. Now here's the key to this. One of the men that had tailed along had actually just been visiting the Kreneice settlement that day when all this happened. He had never planned to move with them, but he did want to see where they were going. And when this man went to leave, they did not want him to go, but he did anyways. And when he left, the door in the mountain disappeared and became solid rock. and those people were never seen again. But this man would go back and tell the rest of the Cherokee this story. Now you and I know that this story is most likely mythical, but the native city of Kreneice was very real, and it was documented by the Brits, and they also recorded that, from what they could gather, this settlement vanished in the 1750s, just 20 years after their first contact with them. So what happened? Well, theories on this one are scarce, but one has pointed out that it was most likely a nicer way of explaining that the entire settlement had perished due to disease. Think of it as a Native American heaven. Those people went to a better place in the mountain where it's peaceful, and they're doing good and they're never under threat. Now they won't have to suffer anymore. It could have been just to explain a horrible tragedy away. However, this is just a theory, and no one really knows what happened to Kreneice. Walter Rice, South Carolina. In 1990, a man named Walter Rice moved from Connecticut to McCormick, South Carolina, where he essentially lived as a hermit. But in March 1993, two men would attempt to break into Walter's trailer, as it had long looked abandoned, and they figured the old man had moved. But they would be in for a bit of a surprise, because after smashing a window and walking to the back bedroom, they discovered the body of a decomposing man on the floor, and it was Walter. They understandably panicked and fled the trailer, yet they did not call anyone. Instead, one of the men would tell his girlfriend about it later, and she would call the police, pretending to be a concerned neighbor, stating that the man's window had been broken. The medical examiner arrived on the scene and discovered that Walter had died from a heart attack over a year before, in February 1992. They also looked back at records and discovered that he had been in a car accident about a week before, which probably contributed to his heart attack. Now, how did no one know that he had been deceased? Well, Walter did not talk with anyone and never had visitors. His electric and TV had been turned off due to not paying the bill, and all his mail was eventually returned to sender. A probate judge was given the task to search through Walter's possessions, and he found that Walter had $145,000 and no heirs were found. The case will be featured on Unsolved Mysteries in hopes that someone might come forward and claim the inheritance. The show generated lots of tips, but all turned out to be false. A deeper search into Walter's background revealed he never married and never had children. He had worked as a cook at an inn in Connecticut from 1973 to 1983, and he lived without expense at the hotel, but his work colleagues hardly knew anything about him. However, they did discover that at two hospitals in South Carolina, he listed relatives as Jane Rice and James Edwards. However, Jane Rice was most likely a fake name, and James Edwards was actually a neighbor of Walter's. They then found the weirdest part of this mystery, Walter's passport, which was traced back to the CIA, who was then contacted but would never comment on the matter. On this passport, he had visited several exotic locations. Even more confusing was his social security number, which was a fraud, and his birth certificate listed a hospital that had no record of his birth. To this day, no one is for sure who Walter really was. Betty Gale Brown, Kentucky. On October 26, 1961, 19-year-old Betty Gale Brown was studying at Forward Hall on the Transylvania College campus in Lexington, Kentucky. Around midnight, she would leave intending to head home. However, she never made it, and her friends would report her missing. And around 3 a.m., a police officer would come up to Betty's car, sitting in front of the old Morrison building on campus. He had been checking campus locations after an all-units broadcast was made to officers on duty about a missing co-ed, which was Betty. But he took a peek inside her car, and he would find her, but she appeared to have been strangled to death with her bra. She also had a head wound, believed to have occurred when the attacker forced her head into the dashboard. The scene was then closed off, and an investigation was done. Betty's body was taken in for an autopsy which found no sign of sexual assault, and the police found nothing else, just 0 leads, and the case quickly went cold. And it's not like they didn't try. At first, they had 25 detectives and police officers working around the clock searching for evidence, and they made the case a top priority for 2 to 3 years, never finding a motive or a clue. Nothing was stolen. Even her car keys had been thrown into the back seat of the vehicle. But 4 years later, something strange would happen. A man way out in Klamath Falls, Oregon, named Alex Arnold, would be arrested for public intoxication, and while in police custody, he would confess to killing Betty. According to him, he was drunk and approached Betty's car and found her making out with another woman. He then asked both women for a light for his cigarette. According to Arnold, the women started cussing him out, so he reached into the car on the driver's side and grabbed Betty's hair and smashed her head into the dashboard, leaving a bloody stain. The other girl then fled, and Arnold strangled Betty with her own bra, although it should be noted, when he gave this confession, he was going through withdrawal symptoms and was showing suicidal tendencies. However, police took the confession and placed him under arrest for murder. He would later try to back out of this confession, but it was too late. He would sit in jail for the next year, waiting for the case to go to trial. But this trial, well, there wasn't much in the way of evidence. The best the prosecution could do was place him in Lexington at the time of the murder, and within the general vicinity, where he was known to sleep on the park benches in town. The prosecution tried to pitch that Arnold knew things only the killer would have known, but everything from this investigation had been released to the public, and everyone knew all the details. So there was nothing that Arnold knew that practically everyone in Lexington didn't already know, and he was acquitted. Some people to this day still believe that Arnold was the guilty man, but others think he was just a drunk and maybe wanted attention, not to mention his story about Betty's alleged lesbian lover. I get that this was the 60s, and she may have not wanted to disclose that, but wouldn't this woman have contacted police at some point? Not to mention, Betty kept a journal that discussed the guys that she was dating, which pretty much ruled out Arnold's story. And besides, detectives came up with a new theory. Arnold was not there looking for a cigarette. In fact, he probably wasn't there at all. Instead, Betty most likely let someone she knew into her car, and for whatever reason, things went bad. Who that was, they were never able to say, and 60 years later, it remains unsolved. DeSoto's Lost Treasure, South Carolina. This is the second time we mention the famed explorer Hernando de Soto, who made the first European expedition deep into the modern-day United States, traveling through Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and most likely Arkansas. He was also the first European to document the Mississippi River. It was an incredibly vast undertaking, but he mainly did it for two reasons: gold, and to find a passage to China or to the Pacific coast, but mainly the gold. And that's where this mystery comes into play. Along their travels, they would encounter many Native Americans, and luckily for De Soto, he would actually find a Spaniard named Juan Ortiz, who had been living with a Native American tribe in Tampa. He had been captured by the Uzita previously, before he made his escape to a more peaceful tribe known as the Makoso. While living there, he learned their language and would act as De Soto's translator. Ortiz would then use his language skills to recruit guides from tribes along their route, but they still end up being ambushed by natives along the way, especially since they had been seasoned food from natives and taken slaves quite often. So it should be no surprise that De Soto wasn't opposed to roughing up the natives for information leading to gold. The first information gained would come when they met the natives in the Florida Western Panhandle, who said, "Yeah, sure, there's gold," and pointed them towards the northeast into Georgia and South Carolina, which was probably just an attempt to get the Spanish to leave, which they did. Now, on April 21st, 1540, De Soto would pass over the Savannah River and into modern-day South Carolina in search of this gold, after they failed to find any in Georgia. And according to legend, De Soto came across a tribe who was using gold they had fashioned into jewelry, as well as finding golden tools like an axe. And if you play Stardew Valley, you know how valuable golden axes are. So De Soto was now excited and would find this gold by any means. And this tribe was led by a queen who De Soto would call La Senora. De Soto would then abduct and threaten to torture her and her followers if they did not guide them to the gold mine where this had came from. So having no choice, they end up taking them into western South Carolina, probably Pickens County. However, this backfired, as the neighboring tribes heard about what was going on and began attacking De Soto's men along the way. Several soldiers were killed, and food became scarce, and morale was low. Eventually, the queen and her subordinates spotted their chance to escape, and they did. De Soto, having lost his hostage and fearing a mutiny, abandoned the quest to find this mine and headed west. Now this has left us with the mystery. Did this gold mine actually exist? Scholars believe that it most likely did, since there was an abundance of gold in that village, and was also found throughout South Carolina. And there's also been gold deposits found in both Pickens and York counties. De Soto was probably just a day or two away. However, there is another mystery which ties in with this one. And that's the ghost town of Mauka, and we have precious info about this town, other than it was started by some German settlers who were interested in gold mining in the 1800s, and it became big enough to get a post office before totally being abandoned by 1907. But unlike other ghost towns, we don't even know where this one was located. The only thing we do know was it was about 7 miles north of Tennessee, and in this area, there is a waterfall nearby called Mauka, and although it's spelled different than the ghost town Mauka, it still sounds the same. So is it possible these German settlers found a mine and it was at this area, and they managed to keep it secret before taking all the gold and vanishing themselves? Sybil Brumley, Louisiana, on April 28, 1997, in Mansfield, Louisiana, 76-year-old Sybil Brumley lived alone in the home that her and her husband had once shared. He had died some 20 years earlier, leaving the widow to spend much of her time with her kids and grandchildren. Although being 76, she looked much younger, and she also got around great, continuing to work at the DeSoto Sheriff's Office as a part-time secretary. But it's on this day in April that she didn't make it into work, and the Sheriff's Department, probably fearing that the senior woman may have experienced a health issue, drove to her home to check on her. So they must have been stunned to arrive and discover that the front door had been kicked in, along with the screen door which had been cut out. Once detectives arrived on scene, they would walk in to find the home in total disarray. Plants had been knocked over, the furniture was moved around, the bedroom had shoes everywhere, which indicated that whoever did this had reached his hand up onto the top of the closet and just started throwing them out of the way in a hurry. And even worse, Sybil was missing. So was her purse and some clothing. It appeared that whoever had done this had ransacked through the house looking for one specific thing. What that was is still unknown. Investigators obviously believe she was taken against her will, but who would do this? Sybil was well loved in the community and was very active in church. There has never been a suspect named, and this case doesn't really have a lot of info. Compounding the issue is most of the original investigators have passed away, but it is believed that the person knew her and had been into the home before. This is because Sybil had put a bar across the back door of the home, which would have been really hard to get through, meaning this person must have knew that and came in the front. As far as who, that is the question. One thing that has been noted in this case though, is Sybil was dating multiple men at the time. Could one of these have been responsible? Like I said, there's just not much on this one.